I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
nothing you can do to stop it. I've been on the way up cause I know I'm popping. Hits, no misses, clean up like the dishes. Ain't no point telling me to stop cause I won't listen.
Check that Elise will go for one and FlyQuest. The poor picks are way behind. It's been backstab and Ev's left to fend for the 1,000 at the ice. Now Lydia just has to buy time at 6 HP. The spike's getting tapped. That point got fused.
I'm on a new level, leveling up. I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level, leveling up. I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level.
But she has to play mind games against Dev.
Qualifiers for an attempt to make it to this point. Now only 8 teams remain in our main event.
Welcome to the Verizon Game Changers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth. We got from Swifts to here into our main event.
And now a Vandal to work with. First shot's perfect. Now you've got the finger guns out. Zip, zap, zoom. Oh my goodness. Judge in waiting. Edith pushing forward. Takes care of it from Marceline on the crossfire. How good has Marceline been being brought back into this match? How about an ace? Decoy out in the corner. Marceline will find the iBUYPOWER ace.
Last player standing. Spike down, C. One enemy remaining. Gotta go. 30 seconds left.
I'm out of here.
Found the spot. One enemy remaining. Coming through. Spike. I mean, Starbound is building a 401k with how much money they all have. One enemy remaining. And 8-0 is starting to be broken down. Luna Fox strikes, and Empire's on the board. 30 seconds left. Spike down, B. One enemy remaining.
3 out of 5. You forget, I always play high stakes.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the VALORANT Game Changers NA main event presented by Verizon. 8 teams, 1 main event, and countless streams, all trying to fight their way to the bracket to make themselves the Stage 2 champion and secure their spot in Seoul. I cannot wait to get started. The competition has been electrifying. An opportunity to maybe change the game remains to be seen, but let's get started with today. I'm Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host for today, and joining me on the analyst desk, 2 of my favorites. Everybody is my favorite, but you 2 especially. Don't tell the others. We have Gompers and we have Wyatt. Wyatt, are you excited to maybe change the game today?
You prompt me with this literally every single time we have ever done a Game Changers desk, and the game remains unchanged. We're still running these tournaments. We're still trying to change the game, Sierra, and I'm praying, hoping that maybe today it'll happen with 100 Thieves against Shopify. Maybe they can be the ones to beat them.
I mean, Gompers, there's the opportunity. There's a reason we always have to open up with this question, right? Because every main event, we get to see these teams all come together. We get to see the competition elevate. And yesterday was already a really fun day, being able to see what teams are really quickly making their way a contender. And this main event bracket we have ahead of us, I don't know, I'm excited. I think we could get a game changed.
I agree. I mean, like you said, so far the bracket has been super exciting. We did get to see a pretty close game against actually Shopify Rebellion Gold and Blue Otters, which in itself, that Ascent game was super, super exciting. I know it went like, what, 13 to 11. So it's already, even though Wyatt doesn't really, he has no word on if the game is changing. I think the game is changing ever so slightly, maybe 1%. So maybe it's like you said, it's incremental, and I'm honestly super excited to continue this kind of, you know, you never know what's going to happen sort of deal.
I mean, that's exactly it, right? Even if it remains to be seen with how the bracket's going to be shaping up, if it's going to be an SRG victory or if we will, in fact, change the game. Things have already changed going into the season-wide. I mean, we're looking at the stakes for the team. We're looking at a main event where, I mean, the competition is so stacked. And, of course, only one team to guarantee a spot to Seoul. There is a lot of pressure on the teams that already, I think the game changes a little bit from that itself.
Definitely. The new format this year has really added so much weight to this last section of the year. The importance of actually winning this, just solidifying that spot. And then, yeah, it feels good to get the LCQ, but there's even danger there later in the year of actually having to qualify then through that tournament. So there's a ton on the line. And especially for a team like 100 Thieves that we're going to see today, representing such a large org, a lot of history in Valorant just generally, and trying to make their first run to an international is going to be really sick to continue to watch.
Especially too, as said, the champion guarantees their spot to Seoul, and then it's going to be circuit points to determine who's going to be facing off, who's going to Brazil to play in that last chance qualifier. So Gompers, that really does put a lot of pressure on all the teams, because even if you aren't the winning team, you got to get the best result possible to try and have this opportunity with the points to have another opportunity to fight for the championships.
I agree. And even in positions like where you're, let's say you're 100 Thieves, right? Like you have to either run away with this game to make it easier on yourself, to give yourself, they need second place to win. And not even that, they need Wadada to get fourth to win, because they're the closest right now to being able to bring themselves up to that LCQ. So stakes are super high. To play your best game, just overall, is the only thing that really any team can do.
And you're talking about 100 Thieves, and it's a team that we'll get to see right away on the day going up against none other than SRG, the golden children here in Game Changers, a team that always has been winning, Wyatt. And I mean, they're going into this. There's going to be pressure, of course, the stakes, but they're looking to go back to champions to get another trophy.
For sure. We didn't see the Shopify Rebellion team play for about a month in any tournament, and then they go up against Blue Water in that first round. It's a crazy close game. Don't really think that people were expecting it to go in the fashion that it did. So I kind of wonder where they're at in a way that makes them feel a little bit beatable, especially for an upcoming team like 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, obviously we look at the name, it's a very dominant team, but kind of following up with what Wyatt said, I think it is kind of crazy to allow yourself to kind of have that 11-0 on an Ascent map and then really just start fumbling. But the good thing I will say about Shopify that I never ever doubt is that this is a team that always strives for greatness. So I don't see them really diminishing anytime soon. I feel like if anything, it's just, gas in the tank.
It adds to the story. The highlight reel is not fun if there's not going to be a little bit of content, a little bit of, adversity going up against them. So even if it was a close match yesterday, I mean, it's a team that's always been able to shake off those close maps, be able to push on forward. And that's, of course, with so many skilled players, so many veteran players across the board. And even when we're looking at yesterday's performance, Wyatt, there was one player in particular really wanted to talk about more. Someone who, I mean, come on, always is able to have those pop-off performances is Noya, because Noya is just like, every person on this team is a pillar. You wouldn't have an SRG with anyone missing here, but I mean, come on, this is definitely someone that's able to get you back into the game.
She put up crazy numbers, especially on Corrode. That was after they lose that first map in OT, and then she goes plus 21 playing the Cypher on Corrode. That's crazy. She absolutely dominated there. For me, I think Noya's been the best player on this team kind of over the past year or so. She has been insanely impressive. I think mechanically, she has some of the absolute best aim in the scene as well. Every time I watch her, I feel like I get more and more impressed even as time goes on. Like, I think she's someone that you're still seeing just visibly improve despite already being at such a high level.
That's why she's our president, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, the impact that she's able to have on this roster, no matter what type of day the team is having, is just so wholeheartedly impressive. And I know that any team that's preppy and trying their best going into a game up against SRG with confidence, I feel like Noya is someone who can single-handedly dismantle that, which is a dangerous thing to go up against for any team here. But on the opposing end of things, this 100 Thieves roster, I'm really liking what we're seeing here with this team and the capabilities to push back. It's a team that Gompers we got to see yesterday, and it's a team too that talks about them having that confidence in those capabilities and feeling like there is some magic in the air that they have a run ahead of them.
Yeah, and honestly, super exciting to just get a rematch in general, right? Against Shopify Rebellion, because they did go against each other in Swiss, and now we're able to kind of just see, can they take that extra step? But for me, everybody on this team has been just equally as impressive, and each game is just somebody different who's able to fully commit to getting that victory. There really doesn't feel like there is much lack, and for me, this is such a really, really good opponent for Shopify. I feel like this is the one team that can really just test the limits of what Shopify is, and if they are really that true victor. So I don't know, I guess like overall just names on here, it's everyone is just absolutely flawless.
I mean, we have a lot of veterans from within the game changer scene all making their way onto this roster, and I've loved to see how they've been able to integrate this team with each other. And for 100 Thieves to be entering this space at this point, Wyatt, I think is great. I think a true testament to the elevation that we're really looking to have here, as they've been just looking fantastic so far.
They've been on a super solid run. They're 5-2 overall since they've, become one with this 100 Thieves org. One of their losses was to Shopify, so this is going to be a huge test as to the progress that they've actually been able to make in recent time.
And when we're looking at pushing Shopify to the limits today, I have to talk about Marcelin, someone who we got to see in the last 2 maps of yesterday's series, but someone too, Gompers, that when she hit the server, I mean, the impact that she had, it just kind of shifted away. And for 100 Thieves being such a momentum-based team, that was big. So I'm really looking for her to continue that momentum going into the first 2 matches for today.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at stats, this one, for reference, are the stats for the last match they had against Shopify Rebellion. And I think Marceline overall, it was still a really, really good performance. I mean, you're looking at 27-32. There was definitely a lot of test for Marceline. But as the Neon and just overall playing that duelist role, I think they've been very, very well just initiated into the team. And I think 100 Thieves just let Marceline do their thing in such a spectacular way. I never feel like there really is a moment where there is lack for this player. And under occasion, like, it really does feel like they tend to carry the team sometimes quite a bit, just with the frags alone and just being able to truly execute off every single thing and get 1 or 2 off it. I feel like Marceline is just one of those players that really just continue to elevate the team for sure.
Definitely. I mean, crucially, yesterday, Marceline went insane, dropped 42 kills playing the Yoru. So to just contrast that last performance against Shopify to where it seems like they're at right now, if they can hit that next level this time, that could be enough to actually take 100 Thieves over the finish line against SRG. I think it's going to come down as well to playing more of this Yoru. There's a pretty big disparity in the stats just historically from when they're playing Yoru to Neon. It's like a 0.65 KPR average on Neon and a 0.85 on Yoru. That's a massive difference. So if they can lean into those maps where they can really pop off, that could be enough to get the upset win.
I mean, it'll be something then too when you're calling out those stat disparities considering the agents, where I'm really looking at maybe momentum for 100 Thieves to take in today's match being something that even just comes down to the vetoes and everything else, especially with Marceline starting off this series. I feel like that might be an indication of maybe where we're going for this, but I agree. I love to see this Yoru. Again, this was impact that we saw with only 2 maps in their best of 3 series yesterday when 100 Thieves did play 3. And be able to see her just instantly come into the server and pop off in the fashion that she did with this Yoru, I think is just so necessary for the team and something that I'm really hoping that we can see ahead of today's series. I have to see how SRG can try and slow her down, Gompers. That's going to be my main question because, I mean, again, going back to the fact that they've played before, but I think at this point that was quite a bit ago. That was about 2 months ago. So I'm really looking forward to the improvement that 100 Thieves made going into today, especially now that they're boot camping and the vibes are just on a different level.
Yes, I'm so excited because also, I mean, with the previous game, there wasn't much. I think the only thing that I had seen that I felt like 100 Thieves were slightly lacking in was just the ability to have some sort of progression in the game. I mean, the way they had strats that were solidified from the start, and then it just started to crumble as Shopify were able to adapt, and they had no backup plan. There really wasn't much that they could do. They always tended to falter down in the second portion of the half. So it really does feel like, if they're able to find that pickup game, it will completely rely on the shoulders of whether or not Marceline is really having that good game and how they're going to continue to execute off of moments where maybe the strat has been noticed and they're going to have to try to focus on something else. So for sure, maybe that adaptation game. Overall, though, for 100 Thieves, everyone is mechanically so strong, and I definitely feel like if they're on their A game, there is a big possibility for an upset today.
I mean, we have 10 people in the servers today that are all so mechanically strong and have really paved the way here in Game Changers, which is going to be such an exciting series nonetheless. And getting into our map vetoes, it's going to be 100 Thieves with the very first pickup, going to Ascent, which is why it's something we did see yesterday, and someplace where we did see Marceline on this Yoru. So I think this is a great pick to be starting this off.
This is definitely the best place that 100 Thieves could take Shopify to. Honestly, I'm a little surprised they didn't try to target ban the map away. I mean, risky, I guess, when you have a perma as well, right? But even still, this is a 4-0 map for 100 Thieves. Jazzy's dominant playing the deadlock there. They run that double senti look very well. Marcelin's playing Yoru, like you just mentioned. Sierra, this should be them firing on all cylinders. And I think 100 Thieves are honestly the favorite going into this first map and can get the leg up with an immediate 1-0.
Yeah, they showed an incredible amount of force just going down on their defensive half, but not only that, their attacking half. That's what really got them that momentum playing against Ghost Gaming in their last series. So for me, this is such a very, very strong map for this team. I think they ran away with like a 13-3. And in regards to like the defensive side that we did get to see out of Shopify, you know, if that's not necessarily fixed, and like we had talked about, if Marceline's feeling on that A game, this is a very, very risky map for that first map.
I think my biggest worry for 100 Thieves picking into this is the fact that they're starting on the defense first. When we saw Shopify play on this yesterday, again, you have Dodonut on the Yoru who's putting up numbers. You have SRD with their own really strong attack. And if 100 Thieves is talking about the momentum that they need, I'm curious then how they're going to maybe pick up after being assumingly down to be starting off this map and really be able to flip that script. But going over into the entire series as a whole, Wyatt, Haven is a known quantity for both these teams. We've gotten to see them in their last face-off there, which I think is going to be really interesting because the map was, I liked it.
For sure. For me, SRG and Haven are just synonymous in my mind. That is, to me, been their home map forever. Mel's calling there is really fantastic. I think they're going to be a big favorite. Honestly, I think we kind of have two maps where there's a really clear favorite heading into the beginning of this game. It's going to be very tough, in my opinion, for 100 Thieves to try and actually win out on that Haven. They struggled last time. SRG are just so strong there.
They just keep getting better too. It's always like I said, 1% better for every team, but for Shopify, especially on this map, it's almost unbeatable, to be honest. I mean, you have Killjoy util that we're able to see come through from Alexis, jumping actually in and out of their own utility and getting self-damage just to secure picks and always getting 2 off that. And I feel like this is an aggressive team on a map like Haven, and this is a team that's willing to do what they need to do. So they keep it under lock. So second map, very good one for Shopify.
I mean, you guys have definitely laid out a path. I'm excited to hopefully see a 3-map series into this one. But first, we have to see how Ascent is going to shake up as we head into our agent select. Again, with these teams played on here sooner rather than later, a lot of known information. So Wyatt, how do we feel they're going to stack up against each other, especially with that difference in play with, I mean, Jazzy on that deadlock in comparison to Alexis going onto that Sage?
The Jazzy deadlock has been really standout on this map. She's putting up some of the best numbers of any agent she's been playing as the deadlock, which is pretty crazy. So I'm absolutely looking at her, also just the classic narrative of the going up against Shopify with Jazzy on another team situation. But yeah, I think for me, she's going to be the player to watch, the key player for 100 Thieves right now.
Yeah, and I'm hoping they, in regards to like, they're starting off an attack, which is good for Shopify, but then going over to that defense, I do like that double sentinel they're running. It is kind of what they've been running so far, but it did feel like it was lacking quite a bit, in that game against Blue Otters. I'm hoping they have found some sort of leeway with Tree and just being able to hold mid-ground without letting, too much be slipping away, especially with the comp we're having in Marceline. If they're on their A game, that could definitely be something that gets in the way of the comp that they're running for Shopify. But this is exciting. I think Alexis Alexis has been proven to be very, very good on the Sentinel here, playing as Sage. So I'm hoping today the util definitely works for itself.
We have a fantastic match off to be starting the semis here in the main event. For Ascent, it's time to see if 100 Thieves can weather the storm that is the defense going up against one of these top teams. Let's get into it and find out. Then head over to your casters, Riv and Zobi.
Thank you so much. We are ready to get into the action. You have to wait no longer, Zobi. This is going to be amazing. Just off of an Ascent where we saw Shopify go 11-1 and almost get pushed into overtime, they feel comfortable coming right back to it. We're going to get a set for our first map. This could be crazy.
Absolutely, and not just was it a 1-11, but it was 8 rounds in a row won by Blue Otter once it got in the defensive half, like Omper said, just unable to find a fix between timeouts, between buy-save cycles to solve the mid-defensive hold. So that'll be the test today to see if FEs or Wyatt came up, or Veer, I should say, is their name, if they came up with a solution in just the VOD review. And I mean, starting out, I will say on the attack for the side of 100 Thieves, I think Shift put it perfectly yesterday. You can't stop them from finding an open site. So we'll be looking towards Slandy, another masterful brain in the lobby alongside Mel, to have those quick mid-round calls, because Shopify Rebellion, they love just trying to search for these opening contacts.
They really do. There's somebody pushing out a B main, somebody pushing out at one side, a little bit of util, or sometimes even dry. I think that's what they catch a lot of their opponents off, is destroying timings, making sure they're doing things a little bit different, but still doing them each time to create a conditioning moment here. As we're getting ready to hop into the matchup, we are going to see what can happen if Shopify can put up those rounds again that they did yesterday and close out better on the second half. 100 Thieves saw that tape too. They're going to come in strong. Like the Death said, there's a lot of firepower on this side. And as we start things off, it looks like it's just going to be a little bit of a lurk by Noya on that left side as they start to feel out the map. But 100 Thieves is ready for a mid play.
And she's going to do this the entire attack half as well. And that's what she's good at. She's one of the highest KPRs in Swiss Sage as a Sentinel. So finding that opening impact here on these lurks. But look at this. You mentioned understanding, knowing what the pistol round looks like. 3 are walking up mid-arches, about to contact these catwalk players. And Jazzy first blood. The trade's going in 100 Thieves' favor for the time being. But the back pedal, good from Shopify Rebellion Gold. The net goes awry. And Jazzykins will fall as well. So it's Alexis to kind of re-level the playing field, to give Shopify Rebellion Gold numbers back, and put Slandy and Melia in a position to play the 2v3 clutch. Oh, good try out of Slandy. 2 kills found. It's not enough though. Noya claps back, gets Shopify Rebellion Gold, the pistol.
All right, we will see what they can approach the second half. Nice job by Shopify, making sure they got themselves all the way into position. Good kills coming in from Alexis as well, and Noya saw that being very effective on her left side play, so they can continue to kind of say, hey, is Noya there? Is she not? Gonna keep Cam just to make sure they have that left side peek, which is super helpful.
You said it, Shopify Rebellion wants as many rounds as possible on this attack half, and great way to kick things off here. Stark 4 Bulldog by, but they are running into the gamble stack from 100 Thieves here. If this owl drone that's about to come out from Sarah doesn't spoil the entire plan, if they don't kind of recognize it and rotate out of it.
Flying in. Ooh, class from Lydia to Noya. Alexis is able to easily get that tag through, though, as they're going to be putting close up. Using that classic, like a little mid shotgun. Good lord, Jazzy.
Whoa.
Really nicely played, and this does not look good for Alexis. They're going to peel off, try to play everybody from the same spot here to increase that firepower.
Wow. Little bait and switch action here between the remaining players. As long as Spike or door gets toggled, that's the idea. Did not want to let Alexis clutch this round out, mow them down, because they didn't collect the weapons, and a quick cheeky kill here. Alexis might be able to play for the spike bait or the generator safe plant. Goes instead on the offensive, Fred.
Going for the tricky dart. Was second round res. Gonna play it for the kill, and it's only to put Melly in a coffin. The clutch, the Red Bull clutch. My God, the wings on Alexis, they're flying through that round. The pull on the second, but good damage. You can't scoff at the damage 100 Thieves just did.
And Alexis, I mean, with, well, yeah, you can call it an iBUYPOWER ace. What a clutch. And I feel like this is one of the rewards reaped from switching Alexis off from that deadlock onto the stage. She's just become a lot more aggressive on this attack half. She was, I think, 13-2 at one point in that 11-1 half yesterday against Blue Otter. And that is what is showcasing here, right now, to get SRG out of a tricky situation. But that's all it was, right? 100 Thieves back to business, back to a bye, looking to get their first on the board.
Slowly pushing back. I thought MEOW was ready to take that fight completely, but hearing the... Whoa. We got util out in sight. 100 Thieves almost not ready for this timing, but it looks like they'll be planned and ready. These moments. Oh, completely red on that. Alexis sat down on top of the wall as they are just pushing through. Marceline using the flash accordingly, as there's going to be a few more frags coming in for 100 Thieves on this one. And it should be a 100 Thieves round. They should be able to keep a lot of members up. They did a lot of damage on that second round, and they're able to take the bonus.
A really, really nice just understanding of how the stage is going to function. Really good pop flash out of this mid-market smoke from Marceline. Again, Alexis is usually able to find those cheeky kills on the Grim Wall. Not able to this time around, and you didn't have that wall instead to expedite the site execs. So on 100 Thieves, do a good job anchoring it out. Some damage done by the trades out of Shopify Rebellion Gold, but all in all, great way to cut things off. And now you're going to see SRG kind of just going back to this characteristic default, right? Noea Nico was solo, but you usually also will see Sarah to try and defuse any kind of aggro play or to get that mid information. And all this is just trying to punish any aggression or find your own, like Melia has just done for the first blood against Noea.
They still have a lurker there. They might be able to do another slow walk-in with the side of Sarah here, as all of this action today goes in for a little bit of orb control, but that orb control has been sussed out just above the box. That's a tough shot to make, and Alexis gonna get a little bit of revenge there as they start to move themselves back towards the mid.
Okay. Maybe even the playing field. By that ambitious Sabrosa play out of Marceline. Losing Noia means you've lost your plan B, so we are just gonna have to probably lock down on this B split with less than a minute to go. And Slandy loaded, primed, and ready. You also have this aggro market tripwire. They know that they like this late mid road, this like mid pivot, and Melia tried to handle it.
And Mel handles that. They did get a heal on mid, so Dodo doesn't actually have too much spam coming off of that Odin anymore. A big boon of having that Sage. This is another reason. Those lurks, the holds, jumping off the fountain. The well isn't going to save you this time. And Alexis comes up with the 4K. Absolutely insane rounds coming from Alexis right now.
I mean, I said it, Monster Menace frag central in the server. And I was going to wait till Haven to set up the flex head-to-head against Jazzykins, but I mean, she's clearly taking the cake right now and converting what might have even been a mistake with that mid wall into a backstab attempt. So 100 Thieves couldn't have the retake how they wanted it. Really, really nicely done there. Is going to be another, should be, I should say, another buy up out of 100 Thieves. And this is going to be a big swing round, I think. For Shopify Rebellion Gold, is going to have another kind of dominant attack half like they did yesterday against Blue Otter. If we're going to have a little bit more back and forth, even game like 100 Thieves typically has. So curious to see, Riv, what we think is going to happen with the Jazzykins Annihilation, with Alexis Rez, the second one online, mind you, in this half.
It's insane. What is it? It was like 1 kill on pistol, the ace, and then the 4K? That's 10, right? Like
something like that.
Crazy way to calculate, just accumulate your kills, rather. And yeah, you're right, a second res. Yeah, they could very well be on track, like you said, for a bit of yesterday attack performance here. But you're right, the ultimates are now up. We'll have to see how they retaliate from the attack side. Already Marceline's getting to a pretty sticky situation here.
And they crash at the ready. First kill found on the Dodo Nut. Mirror match taken out. Yeah, and that's where the res comes back in. Bring Dodo up, your second fragger on the team. See if she can get it done the second time on this re-entry to be.
Walls up, broken, just to give a little bit of fear by passing through into market. Oh, the double swing, and they actually went the same way. Oh no, punished just for a moment. Punished again by Melia. Swinging the hammer over by Logs here. I should say the axe down onto SRG as they finally recoup a few kills to bring it 3-3.
They haven't dealt with Slandy. They know she was Stairs. She was playing that cross contact with Melia. And the Annihilation as well, just to try and keep Slandy alive here. Take some of those players out for the mid fight. Sight though ultimately will fall. The 2v2 now without the Annihilation. There it is, connecting. Noya. Looks like she wants to go on the offensive, catch them off guard. Jazzy was ready, but the shots weren't.
Oh, Lydia? Wait a minute. Traded and switches back to the Vandal.
The read.
Just high on the crosshair. Alexis gets another clutch rush, just counting down. 5, 4, 3. The next is going to be a 2K, and then a solo crazy 1v1 maybe. Who knows? We're seeing the future here with Alexis plays. 13, 2, and 1.
Wow. And just the parallel action as well, where it's like, okay, Jazzy expects Noya to swing. They lose that engagement. Lydia expects Alexis to swing, loses that in engagement. And Alexis is a multi-kill monster right now. We can keep tooting her horn all we want because it's definitely what's making the difference right now. Again, breaks the bank for 100 Thieves, sets SRG up for at least 5. With no thrifty shenanigans business like we have seen on 100 Thieves on maps like Lotus, but all in all,
yeah,
no real aggro play, like group up play out of 100 Thieves here, right? It's looking fairly similar to their buy rounds, and you can see SRG very wary of that possible occurrence here, so just taking their time, stacking a little bit more heavily towards A than normal, and just taking it one step at a time.
My ult's
Probably
ready.
see that sensor coming up close, back up. They continue to control and farm the A orb. 100 Thieves will start to put a little bit of priority on that as these rounds come through. A little priority on this catwalk.
Ooh.
Oh, and they scrap back.
down mid.
Kill on both sides, leaving him up as the Hunter's Fury screams across the middle of the map, and
I know
SRG try to recoup that spike.
Ooh. Sarah.
A little spammy.
Able to find the kill there in to spawn. In the meantime, it is all systems go towards this B side. Melly not even getting a chance to anchor her sight. Well, you can dent a little bit with the GC Sheriff. All in all, this round feels pretty much done and delivered. Noya on the way to finish off what little remains of Lydia. And honestly, again, Eco round, not expecting it too much out of it, but there were some mistimings on the utility there out of 100 Thieves, right? Paranoia was good, but I wish they would have swung a little bit later and executed that trap off of the Hunter's Fury, not the Hunter's Fury coming after you've already lost Jazzy, after you've already been exposed into mid. So I think that's where this timeout is coming from, right? Not at the big picture level, but more just, come on guys, we got this, resync, play together as a team.
Yeah,
because again,
make
the
sure
reads
we're
have been
calming
good.
the little things.
Yeah, they've been winning the opening engagements. It's just kind of the late round follow-throughs are falling a little bit.
It's true. They're finding the trades they're hitting here have been kind of crazy. So you're right. You have a few more people up. Those abilities are ready for a bigger moment. You get yourself into a good position. It seems like 100 or SRG is doing a really nice job of flexing Noya and Alexis here between kind of in the moment who needs to be on that flank. We saw them both in that same spawn position between different rounds, so they're staying fluid right now and probably pretty comfortable as they're getting some ults back online. One more for that res again, a third one in the first half here. So I expect maybe they even go for that, prioritize it, and get a res on whoever might die during the dimensional drift entry onto a site. They just have so much to throw at this round.
Absolutely. It's going to be explosive for both sides. And again, another kind of out for 100 Thieves to maybe start closing this gap in the first half before it gets too late. Yeah, there is always that copium, that like issues we saw yesterday in the Blue Otter Ascent defense won't be fixed for Shopify Rebellion Gold, but this is again a masterclass prep team we have in the background between Veer, between Effie, so likely not going to happen, but this is a change as well coming out of the timeout, right? Marceline's got the operator online. They've already been good about the first bloods. This just kind of doubles down on that factor.
I think it's big. This is big too, especially for a duelist. I mean, Marceline can op. We know that. It can stay in Marceline's hand, but to start to get some kills, get Marceline online, start to feel better about this match. And already the push started coming through towards A. Tree is a big one as Sarah just hits right up the gut of Tree and throws 100 Thieves for a loop, but Marceline does find that kill, so they even things up for now. And the map is slowed down after that quick rush towards Cat.
Yeah, I think there was a paranoia there from Mela as well, just to kind of seal the death sentence of Jazzykins. And while that weakens the site with the Sentinel gone, right, because Marceline got posted up on a Have Not That Gate Crash so fast, that's why you have this backpedaling from SRG. That Slandy almost caught wind of, and I think she has.
Yeah, peeking over and over. Slandy feeling comfortable. I love to see the re-peek on it. And Noya buying some time, taking some time. Crosshair's going to be there perfectly again from this corner. Slandy's been a menace. Can't do it this time. Too low HP coming from that extended trade. And now it seems B site has just been the favor. Every time SRG's in and the defense is there.
And another res comes through as well. Bring another Juggernaut into the fray. Noya alive. This is how they like to play things as well without the deadlock in this composition. It'll be Noya, it'll be Alexis playing either aggressive or from main, just so you can't streamline this retake process out of CT out of market. And it's usually really hard to get back into, especially now with Marceline having the judge this late. Sorry, the operator this late.
Across. Trying to create a little distraction from both sides. Oh my god, Alexis just snapping onto Lydia's face as Noya helps to finish the round. And they get another one, 6-1 on attack right now. The 100 Thieves timeout for that round squished, but they can still kind of use the idea that they're trying to get out of it here in the further rounds. Just seeing that come through, that was kind of crazy with the clone into Hunter's Fury. You're kind of looking for the footsteps, but also thinking you can make a play around Hunter's Fury, but really it's all just a ruse. That's a really neat trick.
Yeah, and looking at those replays as well, you saw it was just a lot of really good, kind of even fights that went south towards the B site, right?
Yep.
And we saw Lydia losing an instrumental fight, A main, etc. And now it's just SRG imbued with confidence, just trying to run it back on the B site. And all of the Cypher utility is moot.
Ooh, I love the Cypher gates. They are creating their own way that the flashes are going to get out, not using those Omen smokes. And still, it's just to get the team to move. It seems like they want 100 Thieves out of their initial feel comfortable positions, those hard angles they're holding, and they all have moved. I mean, they can go back to those spots, but they don't know what timings they've missed or what's going to be happening now. So at least SRG has shuffled the map up a bit, and they're going to start heading back towards A here.
Yeah, a little deep slow, or maybe to fake a re-B split, but
yeah,
A the sight lines for the time being. Little deadlock utility to keep hopefully Mel disconnected from the rest. A little net to slow things down to speed up the rotation from 100 Thieves into spawn as well, but I'm worried about this Noya cleanup that we might inevitably see through mid.
I was wondering if that happened faster. They go back to B, but there's one. Walls up top. Okay, they're going to be safe in A for now. They have main control. Don't even have to worry about the utility sitting under their feet as it's destroyed, so they can just hang out now and wait. Great job by SRG to be aggressive, but Jazzykins makes it possible.
For you. Now Melly realizes I have the big guns, I have to focus on my team instead of getting that Noya kill, but it might be a little too late. Again, Alexis leads the charge, leads the Heaven Aggression, and is leading Shopify Rebellion Gold towards the 7th, trying to find the final kill on Melia. It might be Sarah to finish the job.
There it is. I'm gonna say Duelist Alexis out here on Sage, going crazy. 7-1. They're doing great. Looking at 100 Thieves side, still having the ideas. The op is back. This is another time they can really bring whatever they were talking about in the timeout into action, and they may even see another one soon here. But they're just, see, the timings are there. They're feeling like, even that peak, you know, they were ready to swing. No one really had a peak on if they were jumping up. It seems like 100 Thieves is so sure about the situation they're in, they're kind of missing the actual state of the game. So they just need to slow it down and take a moment, I think, in these engagements.
And that's so interesting because they usually take their time. That's what you'll see next half.
Yeah.
A little mistrip there.
No more charges.
Usually, yes, they usually are that kind of forward-thinking team.
Right.
But it's just, again, SRG's pedal to the metal right now, not giving them the opportunity. Just the openers are, it's like they've sped up since when they started, so it didn't work out for them having these default kind of rounds. Another chance to get the first blood, Marceline. Position with the operator. And again, Dotonut found victim, but Alexis again is one off from a res. So she can get a trade, get the res back online, and then it would be a 5v4.
Looks like they're actually pushing forward.
She's
pushing forward for it. This is insane. No way.
She gets it on a Marceline.
The timing is wild. Coming back out. Oh my god. You got to be kidding me. The timing on time. A timing sandwich. That's insane. All right, we move back to the middle of the map. Spike is still there after all this spawn shenanigans, and they're lurking out on both sides.
Enemy remaining.
And the backstab is, yeah, it's gorgeous. And usually you have a Mel lurk a main, so that sort of thing doesn't happen. So Shopify Rebellion Gold slip a little bit here. Mel, IGL left to clutch up the entire round. Oh, this TP off the dark cover's good, but there's 2A main.
Oh, that's insane. From on high. If she did that from her tower, that would have been amazing. You get crowned up there. Second round. 7-5 does not look bad, especially after how punishing this first half has been. 100 Thieves, take a breath, slow it down. Keep 4 alive on this round, and they really need to build econ. And that operator is going to be there again for Marceline.
Absolutely. So really, again, it's kind of, I think that Des mentioned this, right? There's these 50-50 positions that Shopify Rebellion Gold are able to put themselves in, right? And that tips the round back into their favor, and that would have been the Alexis kill in spawn, right? You get the res, you go back, you get Dodona back up into the action, who's having a slower map, and things turn around in your favor. But because it doesn't go your way, because Marceline, has a Spidey Sense tingle, they get that second, and hopefully we'll get the momentum that you mentioned to set them up towards this 7-5.
Melia pushing up, always wants to see if he can grab that first shot. That first person peeking, gotta respect it. Waiting on the op, a dangerous position. Marceline would have to hit and gate crash. It is over towards A. Stays for 1. Fakes. Oh no, that was the inner gate crash coming through. Sarah comes and the annihilation goes out as they start to hit the B site. Spreading in very quick.
I think Mel's Cocoon got caught on the market door as well.
Oh. Okay,
so she stayed alive at the doorway, I should say. But it doesn't matter. Marceline, instead of gate crashing out, right, she played that stairs position, so able to recapture the line, recapture what would have been numbers advantage for the team, but Dodona is alive and well, looking to get back on the scoreboard, and you're the res as well to follow suit.
That's crazy. Everybody had such an unsure idea of what angles were free, dangerous, or open when they peeked out there into the middle of the B site. And now the back boathouse is held. The anchor, Melia goes down. And now Lydia, here to clutch. Being a shadow on the left side of B.
30 seconds left.
Waiting on that smoke being thrown. Kind of fainting that there's a little bit more time between the positioning, and it almost works.
And SRG's not going to swing this until they absolutely have to, right?
Ooh, close peek. Sarah standing out there as just a sentry, right? Like, once I see it, it's off me. Swing and peek, and that was the play. God, I love that from Lydia. Leaving a long smoke, saying, oh, they must have smoked from mid. We have a few more seconds to walk, you know. Almost. That was really cool. Well played by SRG, though. Always clutch in those tight moments. And it will be an 8-2 to stop that 7-5. So is it an 8-4 now? It's going to be a question for ultimates to see if they can get a few more rounds on 100 Thieves.
And they lose this, and they're going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel. So they definitely want that 8-4, and that's evidence of them not committing to the save here. See how it goes? Again, you can see playing a little bit further back, Noya. Maybe get some flashbacks to the kills Melia was able to achieve. Getting active. And they may have dodged a major bullet. There's a really hefty call to stack B because it has just been kind of B simulator out of SRG. Unfortunately, this time around, SRG back to the default, looking for, again, this sort of approach. Not seeing anything, not hearing anything. They may be waltzing right in what 100 Thieves is hoping for.
Yeah, you were talking about these aggressive stacks, like doing a few of these. Finally, we're seeing the power come together. And they're getting antsy. They're getting antsy for it. The first one's going to work. Now it's a little bit of a help from Marceline. Oh, and Jazzy peeks out again. Lydia had a backup and smoke idea for that situation, or maybe a paranoia quick. But they disjointed for a second.
Yeah, I mean, at that point you would have had numbers. You could have gotten out, but the re-swing off the net. Again, it kind of goes back to what we mentioned prior in their eco round with that mid play. Just everything needs to be in succession for this sort of pop aggressive plays, and if not, Shopify Rebellion can even the playing field like they've now done. Now they're going for the late A pivot here, where Melia has been an insane anchor on the B site, now is going to be tested over towards A, but unfortunately hanged out by the recon. There it is. Pages. Oh, but she goes back!
Poked in the face with Sarah's muzzle there for a moment. But yeah, plant just in time, back of sight underneath the wall, so they also dodge Hunter's Fury. And same spot for Alexis, feeling comfortable on a late jump up. 2v3 here. And the lurk from Lydia. Oh no, they're going to combine. Come on, lurk. She's just coming in from defense. I'm just getting excited about the play.
Yeah, you definitely got to group up here. You're already down 1. Also like them destroying the wall, so you don't know they're both coming in through 3. Paranoia saved this late, right? Instead of on that aggressive play. Gives them hope, but Mel from main has shattered it. And Slandy trying to get the weapon is pinged out off the recon and doesn't even get a chance to play the round.
How many multi-kills for Alexis? That one alley-oop, you could just see Slandy's health bar dropping lower. But yeah. We'll see.
And again, this is a map that they 13-3 Ghost Gaming on yesterday. And they were all aiming. Like, Marceline had an insane ace. You know, Lydia was an insane solo anchor as well, which I think you'll see more of on the attack half more than anything.
Yeah.
It could also just be that kind of world champion mental block, right? Where you're up against Shopify Rebellion. To me, that's what's shining through right now more than anything. Because the calls, the ideas, again, are looking good. It's just some of these fights not going their way.
It does.
Even Marceline, I was gonna say, they're getting the opening kills.
Towards mid, and how they've been doing that the whole time, right?
Exactly.
With the little variations that they're able to offer. Oh, right into the time. Jazzygans has a pump. Oh, that makes it hard to get out of there with the Bucky. Lydia starting to trade though, but traded back obviously with the Hunter's Fury knowledge coming up on the mini map. And now they have to rotate back. I mean, this is an all or nothing round. It's the last one of the first half, so we are going to have to see 100 Thieves get back and do more of a default position with the last 3 members they have left.
This is huge.
Yeah.
Neural Theft pulls Melia over. So you can have at least some tree info here. I cannot have Melia fall, though, here. I want her just to get the info, get out, or you win the engagement. Now you know there's 2 at least tree, right? The recombo, the cage. I feel like they're going to get the Neural Theft and then pivot late into B at this rate. They have the Omen ult, too? No, they're 1 off.
They don't know they're going to be running into the trips. They see Cypher on the right side, but Cypher's set up there. What's the movement here? This could be huge from Slandy. Wait a minute.
Is it a judge? That's a judge.
Can we breathe easy? Oh, right to the chest. Sarah's down. The play is going to be tougher from long range now as Mel makes it towards the left side and gets in another round with 10 seconds on the clock. Will we get a plant from SRG? And this is going to be Marceline with a dimensional drift to set up a play.
I'm back. You gotta line up
both
at this
flashed.
point. Yeah, both backside. Boat. Oh, there was a chance. SRG gave it in, but ultimately it was another very dominant, very successful attack half, 10-2. But Rivington, the Death laid it out, we laid it out. This is where things get shaky, right? The switch from the Deadlock to the Sage bolstered their attack, but left desires in terms of mid control, and he said the coaching staff had to figure out what was going wrong, had to make these fixes because it's something easily exploited by Blotter and now 100 Thieves in turn. We'll see. It all starts with this pistol ultimately from 100 Thieves. Again, they also started on the attack, had a really strong attack half against Ghost Gaming, so let's see if they can get the ball rolling first before we dive into all of the defensive things that could go wrong.
We got Jazzygans and Lydia. Look at this front line shield wall. Behind some ghosts behind. They got the cavalry ready. This is like the 300 wall they're trying to set up here. Can they push at the right time though? Oh, what a setup. They're already ready. The slows, the shots here from us. SRG poised. There's a paranoia. The play comes through. There's 1, 2. They're going to start falling, but they do get a trade back that causes for pause here on the side of SRG. They pick up the spike, and they start moving on what they already kind of had in action by Melia. They just need to gain that space over at B.
This is difficult. Yeah, it's a 3v4, but 2 players half HP. Still have to deal with Sarah on the site. 1 shock dart could kill both players if it lands properly.
Ooh. Straight through. The teamwork is amazing. Nobody's hitting the trip though. Melia goes down to her own devices. Just from the other side. And now it's the plant. This was a big one for 100 Thieves. If they can start off on the pistol round and set SRG on the back foot.
Ooh. The timing here, if they can fight Alexis alone before Noya gets fully up main, this could be good, but I don't think they expect her main, so as a result, this is going to just be a really good contact crunch onto lane. Noya cleans up both, and foundational pistol crumbles for 100 Thieves. Shopify Rebellion Gold will get to 11, and this is where you're going to have to probably see some force efforts out of 100 Thieves, maybe some singers, and see if they can build hope in the darkness.
I agree. This is the stinger buy. Get them all. There's 1, there's 2, gets a little bit of armor. We actually have full, because we saw Melia with the kill, and Marceline. Alright.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
So B-Rush is the best one here. Coverage on the trips. A quick dart from Slandy on the bounce shot. Oh, actually, they're going to dart or drone over mid first. They may not have time to destroy these trips right away, so it may be slow to start, because that's going to be the safest play.
Okay. Eyes on Sarah, but not on Donut, the real threat with this outlaw. She is going all the way down. Slowly slicing the pie. Slandy's able to get away. And the time here. Back to the team for this explosive pop off the net combo.
Diving in, darts go out. They don't have to worry about too many trips here. They've just got the camera above them that could really reveal a lot on this retake here for SRG. What a crash into sight. Beautifully done as they trade one there. The Stingers are going to start doing a lot of damage here, but Shopify is so ready as they start to pile back into sight.
Gone.
Oh.
Right here.
Oh.
Sandy, that's a huge kill. Now you just don't peek the outlaw. Ideally, don't get hit by the spray! Or I should say the wall bangs. Yeah, they haven't even exposed that Mel has a guardian here. Lydia, judge in hand would be really nice if they both go stairs, but she's second-guessed herself.
Playing the side of the box is one of my favorite ways to play this. Hugging it.
They have paranoia.
Oh, it's going to get modeled Mel farther away from the corner, and Lydia couldn't see it right away. Easy defuse. A game point here for the first map for Shopify Rebellion. And they're going to be ready for this bonus round. They're going to have a Guardian going in. We'll see. I think they'll go for a few buys too, but the judge comes up.
Yeah,
and that Stinger buy is going to hurt it for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, we went from them trying to ride a Stinger success story to get back into the game to now just needing a miracle moment at this point. Again, you haven't forced till the game is over at this rate. They'll need more than what Blue Otter was able to achieve yesterday to push it to OT. They got 8 in a row, and then their journey was cut short. 100 Thieves will need 10. And that's just devastating because 100 Thieves have such a good attack path. They just don't have the wiggle room, the room for error to grow. That's exactly what Shopify Rebellion Gold was searching for. Not having to play out this defensive half, and looks like things are going that way with this opener from Donut on the Outlaw. And Alexis with the judge, they look like they're about to run right into it.
Oh. The patience. I think this should go through. They're trying to throw in. Oh, they actually don't use Utah. How do you get that shot? What is that peek from Slandy taking Alexis off the corner with the judge? It seems impossible. Oh, we just saw it. And it's exactly what 100 Thieves now needs, corner after corner, just to get into the site and get this round and keep this map alive.
And Donut rotating over to Heaven on A is the equivalent of Marceline last half rotating over with the Operator. When it's Light Shield, no shields across the 100 Thieves squad. They're going to run right into her crosshair. Mel doesn't get to them first with this Guardian.
You know, looking at this, seeing how low 100 Thieves is, you think about last half, it's one of the ways that SRG was really able to keep pushing, right? That happened. Oh my god, hold the thought. There's kills coming through in a matter of no time. And with 20 seconds left, the Spike's going to have to crash into the site and almost force plan here.
Ooh, info. Yeah, I'm just trying to secure this safe plant, and while they do, again, it's not great. Numbers on SRG side and the HP.
Last player standing.
That is the shot they make. If Dodona actually hit that drop shot, that's the one they hit to win their last Ascent game. It would have been literally Matrix style deja vu. But that is still the defuse. It was crazy. 13-2. It is going to be Shopify Rebellion taking that one in dominant fashion and not showing any of the hiccups that we thought may have reared their head today.
I mean, we didn't have to worry about those hiccups getting exposed, right? No, they didn't play the defensive half, essentially, right? Yesterday against Blue Otter, they lost the pistol, and then that's when things got a little shaky once the rifles came online. But because of how dominant things were, because of their success starting out on the attack, they were able to just clean sweep it under the rug. And I thought that if 100 Thieves were able to push this, take Ascent, they would push it to a map 3. But now with Haven in the cards, Rivington, I don't know.
It's going to be wild. The Death is going to break all that down and get us ready for Haven. When we come back, don't go anywhere.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Very first map in this series, 100 Thieves going up against SRG. One that was 100 Thieves pick and something that we outlined should be a really, really strong map for them if they get a chance to really have an attacking side of it. But SRG, Wyatt, they come into the gate so strong, 10-2 at the half, they win the next pistol, and 100 Thieves of playing this map just completely thrown out the window.
Yeah, no, we did not get a repeat of yesterday with SRG by any means. 100 Thieves definitely needed a couple more rounds than they got to make a real go at it on the second half. It's too bad we never actually got to see their game plan really activate. We're looking at the stats here, though. You got to draw attention to the first kills. They got more of them than SRG, but it just did not matter because SRG were getting the spike down every single round, and then as soon as that happens, your Sage is getting the maxed out value with the util.
They were playing retake pretty often. I agree with Wyatt. I feel like the biggest factor too was really just not even being able to pick any of these players off kind of mid-game. I don't know, like 8 first kills is pretty impressive, but at the same time 21 and 10 for Alexis is absolutely crazy. It did feel like a lot of the time, you know, we really did just get to see a scare tactic come through where Alexis was like really just that MVP moving forward, and Sarah, Noya, Dodonut, Mel, I mean, utility-wise, just playing that post plant. They didn't have to use too much to get onto the site, but then it really was just like that extra execution off of it that, I mean, during that post plant positioning that really just continued to help, you know, them strive for success here.
Yeah, I definitely think this first map wasn't fully representative of what 100 Thieves can really offer as a team throughout this series. But on the side of SRG, I feel like it really fits what we've gotten to see from them. It's a team that's able to just be so dominant in the server. I mean, Wyatt, before we started, we had highlighted Noya, and we get to see such a big step up from Alexis. Can everyone just firing on all cylinders? Like, once this team gets going, like, their vibes sometimes just cannot be, like, they cannot be stopped.
Alexis went insane. Noya had big moments as well. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that was just all too easy for them. Again, I kind of want to go back to it, but it's like the fact that you're getting the spike down, all 10 rounds they won were the spike like down and going off, which is ridiculous. And like, your Sage on this map when you're playing attack is basically just a guy with a gun until you're in those situations. And then post plants, Alexis is farming people. It's correct. It's just 21 and 6, like 3-6. I mean, it's just, yeah, no, it's cooked. It's over.
It's not even just like 21-10.
The game isn't changing.
Dude, round 9, Alexis was 18 and 4. I just want, let that sink in. Literally, open the door, let that sink in. But I just want you to know, like, this is not okay. I feel like 18-4 kind of just goes to show the power Alexis had down in that first half and how much Alexis was providing. It was a 4K off the rip, a 3K the second round, a 2K the third round, and then another 4K. It was just fights that could not be won out. And on top of that, obviously, like, not even having to use your util and then having so much to utilize moving forward in the post plant, honestly was super, super pivotal. I feel like Alexis was a really, really big factor here, obviously. There really is not much to say else than that. But yeah, thank you so much, Alexis. I'm bowing.
No, I do love when we get one of these Alexis games sometimes, because she's just like, I mean, she is the quintessential support player. There's all the classic memes and all that of her just like being the Discord kitten breach player of the team, but she actually has like crazy snappy sharp aim, and once in a while we get these games where it's just like on full display, which is really cool.
I mean, I lost track of the multi-kills, lost track of how many, like, resurrections she had throughout that. It was just insane. And SRG, they're going to take that win and the momentum and go into the next map, one that also is their own pick. I feel like we had definitely set up at the beginning of the show, Wyatt, that each team had their preferred vetoes, so I feel like the stakes, it's definitely pretty stark for 100 Thieves here, but I think the silver lining is we have seen them play here before. It was 100 Thieves loss, but not anything in comparison to that Ascent we just watched.
Yeah, man, did it feel like, though, coming into this series, Ascent needed to be like a go-to win map for 100 Thieves. Now we're going to one where they're not favored on paper, where Marcelin is going to be going over to the Neon, where the stats are not nearly as good as they are on the Yoru. There's going to need to be a serious elevation in play on that other duelist role if 100 Thieves want to get back in the game.
It's a tough one, Gompers. I definitely, yeah, I'm just gonna put it all on the table, right? I think too, when 100 Thieves talks about, I mean, they have that trust in each other. They definitely have the confidence and stuff. But I feel like after that first map, that's a little bit of a hard one to have, especially too with Haven being something that they don't necessarily play the most on at, and we have seen them play on it since that since that SRG loss. But again, that was a loss to Blue Otter as well. So I'm definitely looking at the team and what they've been able to improve upon. They are boot camping. There is going to be different vibes for the team, but is it going to be enough to take down SRG on such a storied map?
Yeah, and that's the question. I mean, for Haven in particular, I don't know. Like, it's crazy. You see Ascent and the game goes so fast, and now you're just wondering, you know, is this the time? Marceline, we were talking so much about how we wanted them to really provide for us, and it felt almost subpar. And I'm hoping, you know, with the Neon switch and now being able to see Marceline take on somewhat of a faster pace, will we be able to finally get to see that comfort on that duelist role, them have that confidence moving forward? Because right now it does feel like slightly a game of confidence, and Alexis is definitely winning in that regard. So, you know, just taking back their ground and understanding, you know, they are mechanically good as well, and it's not really, there's not much distance there.
I mean, it'll be about the reset too, but Wyatt, I mean, we had talked about the differences in agents before going into that first map, that Yoru versus the Neon. So is that going to be enough of a switch going up against an SRG that just, I mean, Sentinels, their team's just firing on all cylinders today?
For me, that just depends on if Marceline can bounce back after a really tough map one on the agent that historically has not been as good as the Yoru, right? Like, obviously the mechanical talent is there. We've definitely seen that, but we're going to need to see with this composition, if they're running the same thing with the Viper, etc., like, there's a lot of moving parts to that, and they're going to have to be very coordinated to get back into this.
Well, heading into the agent select, let's get confirmation if we are getting the same comps that we expect out of these two teams. We have seen SRG kind of switch it up just a little bit in the past. Going into this, though, Wyatt, thoughts on these compositions?
Yeah, there is a little switch with 100 Thieves, I believe. Yeah, just going away from the Viper, if I remember correctly, and they have the Breach. So some more supportive util for Marceline to be the star player of the team.
I actually like this more. It did feel like a lot of the time, like I had said, there wasn't really too much of a backup plan, but also when you're moving onto site for 100 Thieves, there was always like something missing. Sarah was always shutting them down on the execution, and for a dominant player who doesn't necessarily have a lot of defensive util to play with, it did feel a little lackluster in regards to that execution. So for 100 Thieves, putting Jazzy on that Breach and now being able to be that Breach Discord kitten in replacement. So it is super, super exciting for me, because then it also allows Marceline to kind of step into that Neon role a bit more.
I mean, at this point, though, it's a Haven that's been so strong for Shopify Rebellion Gold in the past, and now one map away from finding themselves within the upper finals here in the main event. Do 100 Thieves have what it takes to try and bounce back? Let's find out with your casters, Riff and Zobi.
Thank you so much once again, and we are ready to get into map 2, back into the action, and it is time for 100 Thieves to redeem on these rounds. I think it's going to be high octane, even though we have the Breach. These protocols need to be on point, and when the fault lines come in, we should see some slide, dive, and zip, zap, zoom, I think, as Shift calls it.
Absolutely. And with Icebox leaving the pool, this is the only map that we have from that rematch in the Swiss stage as well.
Yeah,
and it ended in a 6-6 half with both of these teams starting on the same sides, but there also wasn't that bumpy map 1 under them. It was the old composition that mashed up Rebellion Gold. The only thing that I am looking at, you know, again here, is that Noya and Alexis both being on these kind of lurk roles means that I'm hoping Donut's going to step up. Again, had a quieter game over on Ascent because she is going to have to be that engagement monster. And I don't know if Alexis is going to be as pedal to the metal, right? It's more kind of in the shadows waiting for 100 Thieves to make a mistake. But I also could see Alexis, you know, maybe just W keying into window, you know, getting a little aggressive. But all in all, we'll have to wait and see, and we're gonna have an early confrontation, Riv, outside of C.
Oh my god, the fault line is just earthquakes over here. The Richter scale off the chart after that engage.
Shadows traveling.
And it looks like they are going to be making their way towards B. A quick play on that. Marceline's down, so they have a little bit less pressure to deal with, trying to encroach into B, into the links to BA and BC.
Okay.
And they're going to be all right. Actually, still, are they playing the scuba position too? Oh no, Alexis doesn't have Molly. I was like, are they playing the post plant? They're playing the post shots. Alexis gets another one.
Ooh, I like this SRG fighting out into C-Link here. Once they know that pressure's mounting outside of grass. Slandy overwhelmed in spawn. The bait though from Donut, not enough for Sarah to follow it up, and that might just be the end that 100 Thieves need to get back on track for this pistol. Oh, Alexis though has other plans.
One enemy remaining.
They're hiding. They're just creeping in. They still find him. The lurk play is the one that puts the nail in the coffin for them. And it's just like, Slandy in the range over there taking stuff down, but that was the only two. After all this engage, we'd all ask Marceline, right? And this just made it look like 100 Thieves had a really good position to come in, but it was all still in control of Shopify as they come through, have the lurks, the positioning, and we're forcing the hand of 100 Thieves.
And then two things to point out here is that, number one, last time these two teams fought, it was, again, an aggressive early round confrontation like that. And second, last time these two teams played, there were so many B follow-through and B retake rounds, and that's kind of the coin flip that Shopify Rebellion Gold likes to gamble on. And even now on this buy round, you're probably going to see MEOW just get in, plant, TP out, and they're hoping to follow through on that. So 100 Thieves will get a chance to run things back, see if they can get a retake through this time around with just those classics and Sheriff to Slandy's name, but now the job's even harder, right?
The lurk so far bad. They have such a line of scrimmage. If you split the map vertically right now, like they're all over the place, ready to control behind, ready to fire in from the front still. Oh, Toto not just creating havoc in these smokes, but there is the trade as Marceline moves forward for V3 in favor of SRG here to clutch the round.
I really like Noise taking contact here too, right? Bodyguarding. I was going to say Alexis a bit because she has the mollies on sight. But all in all, just drawing Noya to have to take this fight against Slandy. They're fortunate that the players on site, like Mel, Bat, Gong, were able to connect, or these could have gotten dicey, but all in all, SRG, Stingers in hand, keep it clean, get their second.
Right? Does Alexis just stay? There's armor purchase there. Just a sheriff. Oh, I saw a vandal for a second. I don't know if you want to try to do that.
When you're 4-0, I mean, you're feeling confident, maybe.
You're not wrong. I would love to see where those peaks come from and what the play would be around the hero rifle, but they still have the Guardian going in this round, and everyone towards C to see if maybe they can get a quick pick and then push off again.
Melia again. Anchor ability is going to be tested here.
All the way through the site. Nicely pushing back. Oh, the spam comes through with a little bit of the tag on the trip. Somebody else was in line, though, for the collat.
And I got the secondary ping as well. Oh, Melia from CT. That's like the best of both worlds as a Sentinel. You get the kills and you get to play from the safety of CT. Now they have numbers, which is why SOG feels the pressure. Proactivity. Oh, and it might have worked out if it weren't for Melia. Now on for the ace.
Second ace of the series, if they can do it. One on each side so far. Slandy's going to have that one. But it is going to be the round going over to 100 Thieves. Very nicely done to keep only one person I'm sorry, 4 alive. One person going down. Did they get that one?
Alright, this was one of the 2 rounds they won over on Ascent, right? If you think about it. It was that 3rd round where they had the better weaponry. So we're looking to see that consistency factor here. And they have really good ults to do it as well. I think Slandy, they had that early Hunter's Fury last map too. So again, just the consistency of frags she's able to find. Couple that with Melia's neural theft. And I do think we're going to have a little bit closer to fair here. I said, I promise you guys a 6-6. You know, if history repeats itself, let's see it.
Okay. Slowly playing this one out. Just trying to deny what could be the push. Play that gas wall as the fake. They do get the drone out. So a little bit of denial utility there. Okay. Still info for Slandy, and the team's going to start to rotate out, leaving an anchor on A. This could be a good push for 100 Thieves. They're in position for it this time.
Ooh. And this is different as well. Anchoring, not playing retake on the B side where they usually just give it up. Let Shopify Rebellion Gold have their way with it, and this was perfect. Spikes now down. They have very stark numbers. Now this leans again to those lurk players, those hinge players like Alexis to try and get things back under control. Maybe use the dark cover to sneak up, get the spike in, and also rebound, but all in all, this is looking strong so far.
If they're thinking about it, all they have to worry about is a dart coming through, right? They saw the other util, and the players are definitely processing that as it starts to happen. A flashpoint going out. There's a shoulder. There's a death. Marceline good for 2 now on this round.
30 seconds
looking for a third. The smoke refreshed, and they are giving SRG a hard time here to get to that 2-2. And see if they can keep these rounds swinging back and forth.
They've already called for the save. I was curious. I was hoping that Alexis might go back to Garage because we could see that might have been the only weak point, the only possible opening
10 seconds
But
left.
I said it was kind of just labored, disconnected there as they tried to recover the spike. As a result, they're going to go for the save here, so... He's making a fighting effort, and now even trying to prevent them from saving these weapons altogether.
Ooh. Oopsies.
No wallbangs? No follow-up.
No wallbangs.
2 guns for Shopify Rebellion Gold, but the round not going their way. They also didn't have to use the ultimates on the side of 100 Thieves either, Irvington.
They do still have ults. That's good. Slanty has Hunter's Fury here. They can actually use. So is it a denial of a plant or is it a protocol? We said they.
Slanty likes the aggro plays.
If it's from defense, then you actually have the breach in the right spot. They are looking towards front B, but that would be the cat play. Yeah, set up for it. Fault line ready. Could get the fault line here if you actually see something as well off Marceline's slide. Oh, they denied an entry right away. So, yeah, SRG's Justice ready. They're like, yeah, we used to play the breach. Don't worry. Oh, the spam through the wall, too. Man, it's cool seeing both teams read each other like this.
Noya's Molly's been on point. From again, for any of the early B fights, now the early A fight, like you said, but didn't definitely come to fruition as well. Just toxic screen's fading. Noya and Marceline make contact. Exchange a few bullets, but nothing to write home about here. Now the re-clear from A. I will say, as soon as they have information on where players are, Slandy is so quick to let this Hunter's Fury go, and it would have been a great distraction play off of Marceline's contact, but she's left high and dry, alone. This looks like it's probably an A fault. Yeah.
It doesn't seem like Alexis is getting any sound either. Everybody's holding shift over there.
I think she just wants to break the trip, make it seem like C, but...
Blasting through the site. Gonna almost be timed here by Melia as they get in, and this should be an easy plant, so SRG has a lot of time to just garrison this A side with a good flank watch, but all the way around, Melia's just gonna run it.
Ooh, and Sarah on the tree online for the post as well. Because Melia doesn't go grass, doesn't go flank, that'll stay an option for the time being. But she's actually going to use it early. Takes Lanny down, prevent the refloating from 100 Thieves. Buy down the timer so that Alexis can cook. And because they found Melia, the trap wire was down. They got to move faster before Alexis once again will crack this round wide open. And it's all down to Jazzy.
I'm out of here.
Wow, seems like they have an answer for everything right now. They come in, the Hunter's Fury is there, it takes everybody time to rotate all the way around because they haven't really seen, but they know Alexis is somewhere. So even Alexis being in mid, you know, we saw Melia going all the way around to spawn. Paranoia coming through didn't hit much, and they lost Marceline in the beginning. So Shopify playing the round slow until they can execute and play it quick.
And that's so interesting, too, because... Melee usually takes those risks, like we saw over on Ascent, right? Fighting B main. So I'm surprised she didn't fight out grass, fight out garage, text Alexis off. But on top of that as well, I'm surprised that they left Marceline alone there. She wasn't quite deposited on the A line just yet. She was still working her way there. So the fact that Jazzy was so far away wasn't great, but that's a great change, right? That's one of the 2 lurk players out of the picture. One less option for Shopify Rebellion Gold to fall back on. And that goes back to, again, with the desk identified. They had more first bloods on Ascent. It was just a late round conversion, so let's see if they can start repairing that statistic here on Haven.
It's a good way to deal with the Viper Ball. I like that. It's like, yeah, lurk it again. We're here for it. Slandy's move, though. Quickly repositioning that Odin, almost like a sniper. Take a shot and run across the map because there is a sniper here in Marceline.
It's like, no to them, I'm gonna go away. Nope.
Oh, I like the attempt. Alexis has been on fire. Goes for the crouch shot to try and dodge under the crosshair. B is the take now for Shopify. Oh my.
Really, really nice there. Punishment out of the 100 Thieves. Realizing Shopify Rebellion Gold no longer just going for the plant and playing off site for the post, but it would punish the overdrive, get that trade, even with an off. It's all down to Mel. If those 2 players lined up, would have been 2 more, but still at least Slandy good for the trade. They keep really good weapons going into the next, but oh no, I'm liking what we're seeing out of 100 Thieves. They're pacing the ults very, very well. They're shutting down some of Shopify Rebellion Gold's tricks where they're consistent, like you mentioned, changing, having an answer each round.
Yeah.
And now it looks like they're going to take the... Wait, are they going to fight out B?
Huh? I think I can buy into this 6-6. Back and forth, back and forth. Alright, they might.
No, I think this is to fake that
they're
the
operator... Paranoia and fault line on C, or on short.
I think they want to like fake like the op is here, like that it's taking a line into short, when in reality it's B, but The Neon,
Yeah.
the TP from the Omen, it's just gotten past all of it.
They're too fast.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a smoke, not a paranoia. That would have been a heck of a protocol if they threw that much at it.
We got double
might
heaven kill trips for Melia
Get this
here.
slow push out. 100 Thieves are trying to just take more control of the map. You have a rifle on one side, Odin coming in from the other.
Sarah has to
why not
expect
take your
this.
positions and set up early? Yeah, look at that.
She expects the Neon. Or sorry, the Omen.
They did a high-low peak.
Ooh. That's unfortunate that they lose Lydia in that fashion, but they're fortunate that they keep Jazzy alive here. Little gamble call that it was going to be a C-split follow-through, but once again, Melia, side anchor extraordinaire, will be tested. Again, double kill trips. We'll see if Shocks take care of both.
Careful, love.
Oh, there it is. There's gonna be another. There's no way they expect a second.
Ooh. Going on ammo boxes. Gonna get that plant underneath. Oh, the spam coming through as they destroy the trip there for a second. And they're just gonna get an escape wall. Slowly moving in the other side. They still have a watch by Sarah here, and Noya's gonna try to even up the numbers as they move into the site. They have a flashpoint, and I don't know where that fault line is, but it might be coming up soon here. 22 seconds, actually. There it is. So it looks like it's just gonna be on this flash.
Unfortunately, no, they'll have to help guide their way. And a really nice cross contact here. Noya locks in for all three in quick succession there. You didn't even have to piece apart the deeper layers of that A post plant. Really impressive there. Just you jiggle, you get contact on the Mel, you're hoping they're worrying about that, and anyways, with some quick mechanical prowess.
Yeah, that was disgusting. Oh my gosh. We got Alexis firing off last map, still doing well. Noya here coming in 8-3-1. So now they're going to have a Viper's Pit to do whatever they want with. Pretty effective. You can get that down one side of B, but then you have to protect one even more. So we'll see how they decide to get that through. Vandal Hero Rifle here on the side of 100 Thieves. That's going to be with Marceline, who we see in Garage, trying to play a close quarters matchup.
Right, she's the one with the hero rifle with the overdrive online. Just to keep her alive until she can use it, pass the gun off to a teammate. Early C-cam, spots a few. Now destroyed. Without a follow-up as well, so that's why 100 Thieves is now going searching. Expecting the rotation, but can they get the job done with the kills? Oh, huge too.
Down mid.
Gets out.
Now you hand the gun off.
They
You have no
do a trade
HP.
on one side of the map. That was just a shot towards mid. Yeah, how out is that low?
Hands it to Lydia.
Oh, the creep in. Sarah's gonna have to make a big play and walks into 3 players ready. Incredibly unfortunate. And knowing Noya was that low, might have somebody behind it. Yeah, the fault line will confirm. Noya again. Deja vu just across the map this time at the other site. And it's up to Slandy. Only a classic.
Can that Vandal be recovered? I think she takes the gamble. Swings into it. There it is. Surprised she doesn't re-dart long to see if Noya has in fact rotated. Just calls it.
Middle of the map, or are they gonna full commit?
She's fully committing. A little misread,
Fully
but
commit.
that does mean Dart will be online for the retake here, though. At least, at a minimum.
Very true.
Is Noya gonna pit though? That's my concern. Is you've given her now the ability to choose how to play post plant. I would use it. This feels like a.
That's correct, because they can dart inside pit and really source out where you are, at least to one spot.
True.
Poison orb emitting.
Playing a little tricky on the orb. May drop that. Get the timing. Only a few seconds left. Shock dart and dart. Does Slandy use them? Give themselves a way to start things off. Oh, just opening and closing this orb, creating a path. Oh, and it's going to be the util case scenario of 4K for Noya again. And the clutch round here to get the win for SRG.
Red Bull clutch and I mean, like I saw the vision for Slandy. It's like, okay, if you're not gonna dart, you want to have the surprise element. Are they garage? Are they CT? But she makes the footstep around log, so you might as well dart. And Noya just playing around that site smoke beautifully as well, so she doesn't have to take the contact there onto garage as well. Really well done there. Although again, we have to speak. That was a hero rifle. That was a save round for 100 Thieves though, and didn't use their ults. So again, a way to spring back still on the table there. And it still can be a close affair here, as long as you win this round, I'll say.
None of the early picks
No lurk
for
either.
SRG. That's all.
I think they're gonna lock down
You
here.
should run.
There it is.
I'm out.
Leaving the back of the site, it can be sourced out here by some of the util, but actually they don't have the dart from Sarah. They've already used it. So getting in is just going to be off of pushing to the back side. It's going to be held here by Jazzykins, trying to play it close, and Mel gets the better of that fight as they scream in. The camera sees them taking position.
This becomes very, very difficult to get back into, right? No fault line, no aftershock to flush out these angles. You have to rely solely on the paranoia. Now you even have to worry about the Viper's Pit.
Oh, that's so nasty. You have to be in it for a few seconds before you get into the site. Yeah, that's a save. That's a bye-bye.
Honestly, respect as well. I mentioned that if they lost this round, they're back to a save. Shopify Rebellion Gold would run away with this half and perhaps the series.
Yeah.
So honestly, very, very respectable here towards Shopify Rebellion Gold. Again, I'm going to keep these ults, and I think it gives them the best opportunity as well, because then you're going to have Overdrive, you're going to have the Rolling Thunder, which came online when Jazzykins died, right? So that wasn't an option. That's why she played on the site off of her fault line to try and shut down that initial A take, but all in all, I saw promise from that early round as well. I don't know if you noticed, MEOW also walked down C-Long off a rip, so they kind of knew it was going to be an A-side lean. So I'm curious to see what they do with the next round.
If they didn't have Pit, that would have been a nice retake. They would have been in position for a lot, like you said. MEOW was down there giving that info that everybody should be in position. So it was a good read, just that last bit. It was like, oh, they had an ace up their sleeve. And now we have to deal with the Pit. So 100 Thieves are going to call a timeout to see where 4 ultimates can be used. They're not. 2 of them aren't exactly the ultimates that are going to full out win the round. But 2 are. And how can those be put to use here to make sure this does get to that 6-6?
And usually I'm a fan of a really, really nicely prepared kind of defensive, like trap player offense, right? Like an exec off barrier drop. But I don't think that's what the situation is calling for. I think the best rounds we've seen from 100 Thieves have been very reactive, right? Shutting down what Shopify Rebellion Gold has been doing. We look back to the round where we saw Donut rip the overdrive run into B-Link A-side, for example. And I think that's what I want to see. Is play a little bit further back, right? We saw like MEOW is really good at that in CT for the C side. I want to see a retake structured around these ultimates more than a set initiative play.
I like it.
This is also,
I think
though,
using them. Go ahead.
I was like, this is inverse to what happened though the last time these two teams played. It was actually 100 Thieves that made it to 6 first. I think it was 6-2, and then they fumbled the rest of the half, and Shopify Rebellion Gold worked back up to 6. So it's almost poetic that it's now flipped.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll see 100 Thieves win the next 3 off this timeout. It went exactly this way too, a timeout, and then Shopify Rebellion Gold got a streak, I think 4 rounds.
Back and forth between
Whatever they're
plays
doing,
at the last
I like
moment. Looks like they are going to try to stick towards this mid area. Slandy with the Odin. Going to spam again if that Viper's wall goes up right away. We hear that. Maybe ringing out on their side. A few other shots, actually.
Yeah, it looks like they were prepared for kind of a grass rolling thunder if the situation warranted it. But now it's just going to be the forced retake. MEOW out of the picture, not able to find one off of her utility, but I still think this is a round you should commit to the retake on.
Absolutely. I mean, you're at least expecting some util there. I think that's how SR is winning these. Noya, again, just open in the middle, able to get a kill, but it is traded. Just dwindling the numbers and possibilities for this retake for 100 Thieves. This is so good for SRG in these rounds.
That's arguably the best player you could have lost, though. Maybe because Island gets the recon back online, which she has. Because now you overdrive, you have Rolling Thunder. You've just got to go for it. Take the dive.
Where do they hit it? Fault lines down easy for Cubby. You can hold the ults for now.
Good aftershock.
Overdrive would be tough here. Using the Vandals, looking for the ace. One more shot. It's going to be a little bit of cover fire here.
So humble.
Get the defuse and then the kill.
Sticking the spike.
That's just the icing. Oh, Jazzy's going to be getting that one. They defuse. Keeping all the ults online they had anyways. And it is going to be a round for 100 Thieves. 3 alive. That's big. They can keep that money flowing.
Yeah, just recognition that all the players were playing off long. They were playing in a post-plant position designed to counter those kind of ultimates. So Really, really nice there as well. I think I saw a moment as well when they were outside of window where like they all were like, wait a minute, guys, before we take this retake, let's check our backs. Let's check for players like Noya and Alexis. And yeah, it was a 1-for-1 trade, but they still neutralized that huge threat, right? That top frag that's 13-4 in the server out the gate, so they could focus on that retake. They played the time well, got the round out of their timeout, and SRG, they're just running back the same style.
Go, go, go.
They did. They knew they threw off MEOW when they just walked in here. Maybe util this time before they go in? The smoke behind, got the drone coming up this time, and now the wall. Yeah, so they're just going, knowing one was playing at C. Why change it after one round? They might now. But yeah, free space, and there's the kill again. How? Just how? Ooh, that rolling thunder.
Fast lane trying to fragment the site. Lydia finally coming online as well. Get out of dodge here. Let your lurk players clean up the scraps while you get to a safe position outside of B. Alexis, so unable to get that numbers back for the team. Now that you know they rotated off quickly, there was a stack into CT. B isn't the safe bet. That's not going to give you time to get your bearings. Make their way all the way to the A site. And we know Noya, what she's capable of, given time, given freedom, given space to play how she wants. Let's see if she can do it again, this time alongside Mel.
Between now and the end of the map, I mean, this is one of the good times Lydia could actually use that from the shadows to figure out where one person might be. They're just gonna walk through.
Here it comes.
In and out. They have seen one. Smokes towards long. You're gonna try to get this. Oh, close up to Lydia. Oh my gosh, Landy breaks down the door and slams on through with the Odin. Crazy stuff. The defuse to make it 6-5. And it is going to be going over to Slandy. Get that Hunter's Fury back online. Still pick up the Odin. My gosh, they're just window shopping. They got to be feeling good on this comeback.
That was so close. I saw the spray transfer vision off of the K from the Poison Orb, which it looked like 100 Thieves was trying to wait for it to drop, and it just never did. Too much fuel in the tank, but ultimately really, really nice play there as well. Good timing as well from Lydia out of a window. Surviving, right? That the graffiti player too was pivotal. She would have finished it off if the spray transfer hopefully did go through from SRG. So has set us up for that kind of promised 6-6 half here. Little light shield action, not many ults to rear their head. Hopefully this round out of Shopify Rebellion Gold either. Just confident out of 100 Thieves. Marcelin's already all the way up to Garden.
Cruising through. This SRG, rinse and repeat. Third time's the charm here on this one. And they plant. They have way more control of the site now. What is this lurk? Noya is just chilling back here. Already hears this. The elephant footsteps. Oh, that bullet screamed by Noya's head. That was close. Noya gets the shot though. It doesn't matter about that bullet. And now they're going to start heading towards the site on the side of 100 Thieves to get this defuse.
Oh, Sandy, though, this Odin is lethal right now. Noya, yeah, was chipped MEOW off worse, and now Slandy left in a 1v3. Last round of the half, tried to get the Hunter Series bait, but all in all, doesn't matter. Players on site, players behind.
Okay.
6-6, not on the table much longer. SRG, a guaranteed lead at the half of the 7-5, but still a lot better off than what we saw over on Ascent. A chance even with the pistol round to tie us up out the gate. And
yeah, that's the big one.
And I'm trying to remember more about that second half over on Haven the last time these two teams met up. But again, it's different compositions, right? You don't have this Viper. You're not going to have a double lurk like we've seen. It is going to fall solely on MEOW here, and I'm hoping for more out of Jazzy. I think the desk hyped that up too, didn't they, Riv? Like Jazzy supporting Marceline, and Jazzy is usually on that killjoy, so she's having a little bit of a hard time leaning back into that breach role.
Yeah. So, second half. Was SRG getting pistol, but 100 Thieves won second round?
Yeah, I do remember that, yes.
Yeah, so that might... They may be able, like you said, even without pistol, to get themselves up to that even game. If history repeats itself, it's easier said than done. A big push by SRG here is going to give a really weird timing focus on the map. The trip will be broken, but they'll think that's maybe one person. So they're going to have to start flooding after this trip gets broken. Looks like 100 Thieves does want the site. They'll take it. How much trouble Alexis can provide is a question. And a good amount to start.
just trying to survive until the cavalry arrives, and here it is, 2 more players. Marcelino able to pick off Alex for the time being. Not like the answer, you know, entire team is rolling up on the flank. Take CT space, maybe even go all the way to C if you can. But you're running into Mel has found one, trying to put a band-aid over the wound with this paranoia until the rest can arrive. And unfortunately, it just works out in their favor. The crunch delivered, really funny positioning out of the Mel to get the job done, to play around her own smoke so Lydia can't slip by. And SRG, I mean, that blink and you'll miss it. They've gotten their pistol.
They just turned the defender spawn into a jungle gym. What I just see. That was crazy. Mel was just over here with her kicks on, jumping around, pumped up.
It's that joke that gamers never look up.
Oh my, yeah, seriously, that was crazy. I was about to just start praising 100 Thieves. I was like, really cool to identify that they're behind you already. You're pushing, and then they turned around to fight the push. No, that was so good. Oh my God, they're fighting to push in mid too. This Guardian ringing out here from Mel on top. Captain screaming out to push forward now, and here comes, like you said, the cavalry, and they're gonna be in there. Oh no! Oh,
identify both at least.
Oh, the ace! The iBUYPOWER ace from Mel with the dance as well. Little jig coming in there from Dodo Nut to help it out. Okay, I think that is what you call vibing. The team is just on one right now as we start the second half and have 2 rounds to themselves.
Absolutely. We've not slowed down this half just yet. I mean, Mel from really quick thinking, just pure fragging and a pure counter there as well with that high-low on the B site. I wish the stun was just more prerequisite than reactionary out of Jazzykins and Window here. Like, you already know someone's probably taking that line with an Outlaw, with a Guardian. And that's where, again, it feels like because they've switched to a new composition, because they're on SRG strong suit, that they're just not prepared. And even moments like that, those are wallbangs you should be expecting. And it goes Shopify Rebellion Gold's way.
Like, I see you, Omen brother, of the other. Oh my gosh, Mel. Absolutely wild stuff with the Guardian. Keeping it economic as well. Not having to buy a pen by the team if necessary. We got stingers and whatnot over here. SR is still playing in the comfort zone of their bonus and feeling so good about the start of this 5-4. They did have problems converting on these sometimes when we saw that Ascent game, but it just does not seem to be plaguing them at all here across their map pool.
All right. Nice relay bolt into the side, at least for the time being. Early paranoia as well, but fault line diffuse, and again, I need these teammates to be on lock to fight together, because if you don't, you'll get pieced apart by Shopify Rebellion Gold players, 2 on each side, and you are surrounded. For double digits on Shopify Rebellion Gold, a 3rd round bonus. Whew. Really, really nice.
So they have changed the history of that second half. I mean, even the first, but they look so good right now. Mel, he's the Guardian. Feels like gold on that right now, honestly. There's going to be another one for Noya. And they continue to kind of spam these angles and get 100 Thieves off one of these early peaks. Now we need to start seeing, though, within the next few rounds. Obviously, this is a save. The protocols we were talking about. The fact that, yeah, you have a breach, but it has to be fast with the Neon.
Yeah.
You see people play off the Owl Drone. 100 Thieves need to activate after this round and looking to get some chip damage and econ damage done to SRG here.
And I do like this out of 100 Thieves. We mentioned how go it was. Again, trying to lose first bloods, you know, getting caught off guard. It's just hanging out in spawn for a second. Probably Shopify Rebellion Gold carried the momentum they found thus far in this half forward. Probably also credit the fact they don't have weapons to strong hand their way in. Now they're going to run into Alexis. Oh, your back is turned, Marceline. Didn't expect a response.
The timing they've had on these plays, it's just, again, we saw it on Ascent. 100 Thieves doesn't think they'll be pushing. You don't think they're there. You just have to consider SRG are around every corner right now. And here's the moment where Dodo Nut is around the corner. And there's the other corner. Alexis and Sarah are going to be creeping about. It's just loss of consideration a bit here by 100 Thieves. SRG are that ready every time.
Yeah, and coming into what probably is the last buy if they don't win this next round. 100 Thieves taking their second and final timeout till overtime if we get that far. It honestly just feels like Shopify Rebellion Gold is giving them no wiggle room, even in that moment, right? Where you've gotten the spike off the fault line, you immediately have 2 players coming out of Garage. So really good coordination as well between Alexis and Noya. You saw, right? It's like they punish Marceline and then immediately there's a snake bite afterwards. So there's no tradability there, which is what you need on an eco round. And 100 Thieves was trying. So really well done there. And we're not quite to too many impactful ultimates. Maybe we'll see an overdrive from Marceline, but I feel like that's also been a really big factor this half. Is Marceline was like the first blood machine over on Ascent, and here it's been players like you mentioned, Mel and that Guardian, which she still has, mind you. Has not died this half, mind you. I don't think is just been lethal.
One more alt point gets that online for at least the side of 100 Thieves for their. Can't think of it for Neon. Overdrive. It's like words could not come to my brain quick enough. For her overdrive. So we'll have to see if that can get against it. Yeah, being deathless in the second half, I think, is going to give you a lot of momentum that everybody vibes off of. So that becomes tough. But 100 Thieves have to find an answer, right? At this point, it almost takes maybe some solo power, and there's a little bit of it. Marceline pushes up for one. Going to be very, very hurt, but the rest of the team is there. Over-the-shoulder shots coming through. And they've quickly turned SRG into a one-player team.
I think you mentioned it. They had a case of closer syndrome over on Ascent yesterday against Blue Water, where they get to 11, they get to 12, and then they throw rounds to get a little silly. And call it unfortunate counter player, like it coming to a head outside of a main, but I think they were a little eager there and lost the engagements. That's the fault line that I wanted to see when they fought outside of grass, by the way. It's when barrier drops, setting up Marceline, and that's them just getting locked back in after a timeout. So really well done, and they're still being cautious, right? They still pause, they still take their time. They know what Noya is capable of, we'll put it that way. But all this to say, Spike will still go down.
Planted.
Noya, get her attempt at another grandstand clutch. Give it to us, Madam President.
Be crazy. The Guardian flicks and turns. One's outside sight, raising their percentage of this chance a little bit. That first peek wasn't a shoulder. Okay, they have the lock on it. Nice shot by Melia to grab that one. 6 rounds coming in now. The timeout is huge. And that timeout, watching that round, I think was the outside perspective timeout. Hey, something's not being seen in-game from each of the players, but the coach is. So this is what they're doing. Look to hit this timing. Let's use the play we've had a bunch of times on this side kind of thing. And I think that might help 100 Thieves finally get a read on what SRG is positioning and doing in these rounds. Because it seems like they're just getting abused at the front of the sites before they're even getting in. And here we go. SRG wants those fights again.
Yeah, just try it again. Get Dodo not deposited so you can start cutting down the map.
Yeah.
This time 100 Thieves say, hey, we won it last time, we might not win it this time. Heavy seaside lean. Also not wanting to fight to the snake bite, fight into Alexis. We've seen what happens there on one of the ecos. Curious to see how far SRG take this. And what's the response from 100 Thieves, right? We mentioned the pistol where they pushed Spa, they took the deep space. Can they do it again? Will they do it again?
I know exactly.
Great utility on the take. They just seem night and day these last few rounds at least. Can they keep this pressure going is the question. One down isn't going to break the round. They're still up in numbers. It's just about the peak and who's pushing. As they are going on a bit of an adventure, which is a little scary.
It was off the neural theft, right? You saw Sarah flank. Obviously, we saw Marceline lose that engagement. And it's a really good call because the garage regroup that was exposed by the second ping, it's now also gone long here. So, got your post-point players alive. See if they can just keep it strong here.
Paranoia left side. They get their fast lane to the left that gives them space, but is it going to be a no? Ooh, that was close. Sarah runs out of bullets. Lydia says, thank you very much. They still had the safety in Melia outside the site as well, so it wasn't too worrisome. Shopify Rebellion is now going to call a timeout to say, yeah, things are okay, but let's stop that 100 Thieves momentum.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice round. I like the little high-low off the logs. And
yeah.
You don't know where to look. It was
that
everywhere.
re-peak was clean with them.
Yeah, as soon as the fast lane drops, but on Shopify Rebellion Gold, first time out exhausted. It's very similar to kind of how Water Comeback went on Ascent. It's just like, hey, starting to labor things out, trying to give Effie's coming up with a one-time fix or two, hopefully to get them through this map and they can review it later. But one of those changes we've already seen is the operator getting picked up, right? So that'll be a change no matter how you spin it. And again, when you're running out of, I guess, wiggle room, running out of mistakes to make on the side of 100 Thieves this close to the series being over, run into the op one time without optimal utility, and that first blood not going your way could spell disaster. So that again will require 100 Thieves to go back to basics to be on lock. What they practiced at the boot camp, the set plays have to be concrete here.
Let's see the boot camp. Let's see it. All right. Like you mentioned, the op. Where is it going to be set up? Heading towards C. Good choice by 100 Thieves to actually make that play towards A. It looks like it is going to just Melia lurking. So if that's going to be the A play, 100 Thieves have a lot to use here, and it's a clean strike for Rolling Thunder to get through that site and be pretty sure of where your enemies might be set up.
Ooh.
Okay.
Really early here. And Nasera, always good for at least one, and gets two with the ultimate. And that is just as damning as running into a Donut operator. 2 kills found. And it's big ones at that. That's both initiators. That's the Rolling Thunder gone. And you can see it already striping at 100 Thieves. Slowing down, trying to figure out how to rebound in this late round.
That's absurd. What a start, especially coming out of the timeout. Marceline doesn't sweat it. Quick shot onto Sarah and gets a little revenge for the teammates. They start to back it up here. They're going to have to walk through some util and start to create a distraction. I think it's one of the things 100 Thieves does really well. But they just have to set themselves up for the protocols after taking that space. They're going to insert the spike.
That's dangerous. That is an insane shot.
30 seconds left.
Just trying to pick up the scraps now. 100
They're not
Thieves
even gonna
move
clear the
through.
corner,
They
are
have
they?
20 seconds. I mean, do they have a chance? They're going to swing the same side? Yeah. Alexis is there and decimates the body coin of Melia as they get the final kills. Match and series point here coming in for SRG versus 100 Thieves, 12-7.
Wow. Got one more look at what started possibly the conclusion of this series. Insane first kills found. Moves that even Slandy likes to make, and then just a small mistake there not to clear out Alexis. Maybe unexpected too when the operator's already there, but still, you have the overdrive, you have the Rolling Thunder, and those are options taken off the table super early in the previous round. I'm hoping they can concoct a really nice C exec off of it. It's already caught Donut off. Just clear out plot and you're good to go.
They looked at, there it is. Zap down. One more coming through. Noya cleans the shins of Marceline and drops her where she is.
What a ult from Melange too.
Yeah.
That felt like a fake out actually. The overdrive fully committed to C while they are deep in the throes of A main. They've baited out the lockdown. Really good counter. Oh.
Sarah cleaning one. That's going to be the trips down, so Mel doesn't even have to trip by them. Rolling Thunder comes out. That's going to give 100 Thieves a little bit of grace on the site, but Noya can hear, listening for more footsteps to alert Mel of where they might be for the quick shot to start this off. 9 HP for Noya, by the way, as 100 Thieves look to stay alive.
Mel needs to carry the weight of this round, and she has so far. It's just Jazzykins 1v2. Does not expect Noya above, trying to get out of the way of that paranoia. And just like that, Shopify Rebellion Gold will close us out 2-0 after a 13-7 victory, making it cleaner than the last time they went up against 100 Thieves.
We thought about this map pool, and if Ascent really still went the way of Shopify, it was going to be tough on Haven, and they do indeed take it into strong play all around. Alexis, this change they made, the Sage on Ascent seems to just be clicking as we saw her going wild. And the whole team here really popping off well. Donut is and the rest of the squad on Haven to make that a possibility.
Yeah, and Ascent honestly felt like it's just who's a better team on the day of, and just some of the one-to-one gunfights as well, just 100 Thieves. Not at the same mechanical level they were yesterday up against Ghost Gaming, and we'll now have to make the lower bracket run, because as the desk mentioned and as I've crunched the numbers as well, they need to get a 4th or better finish just for a chance at tying Warada in circuit points, right? And making that LCQ debut if they can't win the entire thing.
And just looking more at the stats real quick, Melanoia on top of that, 3 and 2 first bloods. Everybody actually had a ton of first bloods from SRG there, so not a ton, but a couple in there each hand. So what a team effort always from SRG, coming up strong and, like you said, making it tough for people to get the points they need here to get themselves into some things. So that's going to be it from us. We are going to be throwing to a break, but there's more to come today from Game Changers, so don't go anywhere. The desk will be right with you after the break.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
Yeah, it's me. Handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us on the best 5G network.
I mean, where else would I get it, right?
Red Bull gives you wings.
there is definitely some consistencies with Shopify Rebellion Gold, and finding themselves moving along within a main event, now finding themselves in the upper finals is definitely one of them. Going into this series, I mean, yeah, SRG versus 100 Thieves, Gompers, we had definitely spun up like what could be such an exciting match, but SRG, they did not come to play. They came to win, and they're going to do exactly that.
Everything was amazing, down from the util, from just the mechanics overall. 13-7 to finish things off. And like Riv had said, the amount of first bloods each and every player had kind of just spoke volumes to how they were playing both on attack and on the defense. It was a very aggressive game from Shopify Rebellion Gold, and they honestly looked like they just wanted to close it out. And, obviously it seemed to have worked, but overall, to come from a rematch over here to 100 Thieves, where it was a very, very close game, I will be honest, that first series, to now today, where Shopify Rebellion really just dominated this team. It just goes to show, from mistakes in the past, they will always, always provide.
I mean, this SRG team, they put on so much work. They're so disciplined. They're so vocal in the server. They have the vibes. And I mean, all of it starts at the top, Wyatt. When you're looking at the performance each is able to put up, the fact that you're able to have an IGL like Mel to consistently put up the numbers as well as calling the team to victory is just immaculate. And you can really see the proof of the pudding here when you take a look at how everyone's able to really go into this match.
Yeah, both yesterday and today, she had maps where she's put up some pretty sick numbers. Going to Haven, again, it's just this SRG home map where Mel's calling is really at its absolute best. This has been a go-to for them for years. They always are very forward-thinking with the comps that they're running, always leaning into the meta, and it just seems like no matter what they're running, they always find success. And then when you go down the scoreboard as well, the Viper is so critical to this comp working, and Noya played it so wonderfully, individually getting a lot of kills, but the utility impact was also clearly there.
Yeah, and sometimes it's one person that's really popping off in the server, and Gompers for Noya and Mel to just be putting on absolute masterclasses, like, yeah, that's hard for any team to contend with. So 100 Thieves, like, yeah, that's a tough roll of the dice for the day.
I really love that double controller comp that they do tend to run. I will say, like, providing Marceline on the Neon and then having Jazzy be put into that breach role, I do think it worked out a lot better. I did like it more. Did it allow them to win the victory? No, but I did notice a lot more, just execution come through from Marceline, and it seemed like there was a bit more comfort there. Overall, though, it was just hard. You have Mel constantly playing in such pivotal positions with her utility, and then also having Noya there to kind of be that secondhand assistance, to move themselves up mid, to regain some of that ground. It was just almost impossible, right, to play those post-plant positions when it was on the attacker side for 100 Thieves, and then, vice versa, just allowing themselves to get themselves onto site so flawlessly. So overall, this is like the duo to beat, to be honest.
I mean, when both are having such a performance in the server, Wyatt, we have to call them both out and really be able to go over that, because it was such an impact too that, again, 100 Thieves couldn't really contend against. So Shopify, they're so good for having a player step up, and for two of them, that's tough.
Yeah, at that point, it just feels like they're unbeatable. Everyone else, they were playing well too. I mean, across the board, everybody was good today, and then you just have this duo, the two controllers playing absolutely out of their minds. It is just raps, and it's on Haven. I mean, everything was going well for SRG today. Not like that doesn't happen on many days in Game Changers, but today they just looked simply unbeatable.
Yeah, so it's an SRG. I mean,
those shots were crazy.
They're so good. So good.
It's just, Noya's so snappy, but then also you can just see the crosshair placement in all these situations makes it look effortless.
I mean, they're the team to beat for a reason, right? It's not, so we're not changing the game today. It's going to continue to be SRG at the top, at least for now. So it'll be interesting to see if there is anyone that contend with this firepower that the team has provided, because as of so far, this team is looking immaculate. So it'll be a tough one for sure. But SRG, congratulations to them to moving along into the upper finals. And for the Verizon post-match interview, we have Alexis on the line to chat a little bit more about everything. Hello, Senti Extraordinaire. That Ascent was amazing. You're in the upper finals. How's it feel?
It feels pretty good. Thank you.
I mean, this main event in comparison to others, the stakes are just so much different. We've normally had 2 spots for NA. You can win or you get the circuit points. Now it's win or you're going to the LCQ. So how does that change things going into this main event in comparison to others? Do you guys feel the pressure a little bit?
It definitely adds a bit more pressure because normally the last couple of years we could come like 6th and still make the international. So having to win it instead of going to go play an LCQ does add a little bit of pressure, but we're low-key not that worried about it right now.
I mean, the team's looking good, so I don't blame you. And I want to talk about that Ascent because that was one that was really close yesterday up against Blue Water after you got that side swap. Today, 100 Thieves didn't even really get a chance to play. Was it just as simple as we win the pistol and it's good, or just kind of revisit that map and, oh yeah, we can close this out easier?
We just made a couple oopsies yesterday, that's all. You know, sometimes you make some oopsies, it's chill. We just went over what happened yesterday. We're like, you know what, let's lock in today. And I took that seriously.
I love to hear that. And I love that you're taking it seriously. I got a chance to listen to yours and Mel's podcast before this, and it was...
Do shout out! Oh my god, thanks!
A lot of shenanigans. It's a lot of fun. I recommend it. But in all of the shenanigans going on, Effie's was talking about liking and preferring to be the underdog in these events. And obviously for Game Changers, that is not something that you or Mel have ever really had the privilege of because you guys have always been top of the game. Is that ever occur to you that, like, yeah, there's so many extra eyes on you and you like to be that underdog? Or is it kind of like you love that pressure, especially too, since you've already have that confidence?
I mean, the pressure definitely drives us, but I will say when we played Challengers, it was a lot easier because, like, low-key, everyone was expecting us to lose anyway, so, like, win or lose, we're not tweaking about it. But in GC, like, yesterday, we didn't even lose, we won, and we were like, oh, that kind of felt bad. So, yeah, it does kind of suck, but also, I mean, that's the privilege of being a winner, I suppose.
That's fair. It's a tough life being a winner over there, and hopefully, Alexis, for you and the rest of the team, we'll get to see you continue on those winning ways. But congrats on this one. I'll let you guys all hang out. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely recommend checking out the podcast, guys. That is a fun one. They had Effie's on this week, guys. It was crazy. There was lore drops, comps. It was crazy.
No, but that I don't know. Alexis overall, her personality is just so vibrant. I love having her here on the desk. But I love the responses. I think the responses were actually really, really evident as to like how much pressure it really is to be the victors. And just because they're at the top, it doesn't really matter. There is so much behind constantly having to win. And then even when you win, but it's not good enough, you're still not good enough. So I think that was a really, really good reflection.
Yeah, I mean, for SRG now, they'll keep winning. They'll find themselves in the upper finals, but it's time to catch an eye of the other teams to see if there is a team that can start to contend, can start to game the change. We're going to take a quick break. After that, KIRI going up against Legacy. Stay tuned. Empire.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip the society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience. We're making history.
It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Game Changers NA, presented by Verizon for our main event. One match on the day already done with, and SRG will find themselves within the upper finals. Not really changing the game too much out here, Wyatt, but we still have to figure out which teams can still have this opportunity to move along. And now we're going to be taking a look at this lower bracket and looking at KIRI and Empire and see who can stay alive in our competition.
Yeah, it is do or die time for both of these teams, and both of them, you know, filled with, to some extent, some of the players are like brand new. I mean, we've never seen them in a main event before. A couple players debuting, like Abby, first time in a main event, but has been competing at the lower tiers for a while, and now it is all the pressure on. This is the teams playing for their lives in this main event, trying to still just fight to get some of those points, maybe get to the LCQ, or, you know, miracle run win against SRG, which would definitely be the miracle run because they looked pretty good earlier today.
I mean, for these teams, this is where the runs really begin, right? So we've all had those teams that had those stories in the past, and it'd be exciting to see if this could be the start of one of those runs for these teams. And let's talk about Empire first, because as you said, there is definitely some recognizable names when we look on both of these teams, and I think that's especially exciting as well to see how they're all going to come together and perform. And I mean, Gompers, looking at this team, yeah, there's a couple of players that we haven't necessarily gotten to see at this stage, but names that we've seen around in this stage forever as well, all merging together.
Oh my gosh, yeah, from years ago to when Valorant first started, right? Like Luna kind of just originating all the way back to, guys, newsflash, 24 Haven. Crazy stuff. Like so long ago, a lot of these players have kind of been like at the grassroots of when Game Changers was starting. So it's quite cool to see them just slowly make their way back up and put themselves in now a main event. Of course, lower bracket, which isn't necessarily ideal, but at the same time, they're here and they're making it happen. They're not down just yet. This is definitely the game to kind of continue that stride.
And I mean, looking at Empire, this is a team, I feel going through the open stage, the close stage of this, like this is a team that's been performing quite well, but Wyatt, we do have a little bit of change when we are looking at the main event as well. So I'm super excited to see Abby getting the call up and playing on the team, but definitely something to be eyeing up going on forward. Changes of synergy and anything else within the team, especially when it is, as you said, do or die.
Yeah, do or die, debut main event, and replacing Animal on the team as far as I know, who is like actually a goated player. Like in some of the recent events was insane. So I think those are some really big shoes to fill, but I'm here for it. And I like the cat avatar little profile picture that was submitted. It's like reminding me of my TikTok feed right now, which is just filled with like AI cats with police body cam footage and they're committing crimes. I don't know if you've seen this. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, see what I'm saying? No, but that's like, I'm getting hundreds of those. Sierra, you got to get in on this, I'm telling you. You're missing out, bro.
In the green room, we've been talking about all day how me and Wyatt feel old, but now I feel just the oldest out of everyone here because
I feel like that's the kind of content you would like. Like cats speeding away, driving Lamborghinis, like police body cam footage. They're trying to chase the cats. Anyway, bro,
well,
just, you know,
we'll revisit
hosting
that.
Valorant.
We'll let you know after the first game, after I've been tuned into these cat speed driving Lamborghinis, exactly how these videos fare. But we still have some Valorant to be talking about here, okay? And I'm curious about this, because we've set up the stakes for Empire. I want to talk about KIRI as well, because again, looking at teams that do or die, and these rosters coming together, again, with players that we have seen Gompers for a long time. Bunny B, Autumn are two names instantly that stand out to me, and Terra was somebody watching through their games on the Radiant GG channel yesterday. I tuned in, instantly just get it like a 4K ace, and it's just like, oh wow, okay, lives up to the name, I guess. Like KIRI looking really good.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And also, like, synergy-wise, I do know Autumn and Kurosu actually have played together for a very, very long time, all the way back when Dart Monkeys was still a thing, so as well as Bunny B actually kind of rooting back. So there's a lot of synergy in this team other than just, you know, just now finally being able to make it to the main event. It's the fact that they've been here for quite a while and they are pretty solidified in terms of knowing each other's personality, and now coming into here and allowing Terror to be crazy on the scene and Bunny B just absolutely insane, which is exciting. I'm super excited to see it.
Yeah, I definitely feel like for both of these teams, the fact they've been knocked down to the lower bracket already, we haven't really gotten to see enough of them within this main event. The capabilities that they have, but looking back at the results and the qualification to get to this point, I'm really excited about them. And the fact that we do get to see Kurosu and Bunny B and Autumn all play together, I think is just going to be really, really strong for this team, especially when rosters are dismantling, reforming, etc. To have this rooted synergy, I think is going to be really big. A lot of teams have talked about the trust in the players, and even when they have their jobs and everything else, having that layer of trust you can have within a match is really what's ultimately going to allow you to take these wins over teams that have the luxury to do this all the time, Wyatt.
Yeah, this could be the perfect mix of bringing in some of the new upcoming talent with very experienced players. Like Bunny B is one of my all-time favorite GCNA players to watch. I mean, I'm hoping we get to see some Rays, which they haven't been playing recently, and it's just sad, honestly. I would love to see some of that, because I think the Rays is like insane agent for them. But having players like Bunnybee and then bringing in someone like Terror, who just has their own flavor, like playing tons of Clove, which is really off meta, but putting up numbers like 0.92 kills per round average in the past couple months, that's sick. And that is like the recipe for success that teams see, just combining new talent, experienced players.
To add to the Bunnybee train too, there are 4 recent series of which I've seen, not the most recent one, in Stage 2 where Bunnybee has been hitting 12 plus first kills. So they overall, even though we're not seeing the Rays as frequently, the Yoru is obviously serving just as well. This is, just rooting all the way back, this has never been an inconsistent player, so definitely a duelist to watch out for.
I mean, the team is just stacked full of big damage potential here. Terror, Reyna, Abyss. Oh, I'm just saying. So let's head over to our map select. Let's see where the maps are taking us for today, so we can start to paint a picture on exactly what we're gonna see. It's gonna be KIRI for the very first pick of the series, Wyatt, and they're gonna be taking us to Haven, a map we just saw.
It's a very cool map for them. They run the double duelist ISO Yoru, which is a staple of Haven in 2025, but then they have the Clove with it, which is super cool. And up until their loss against YFP at the top of this bracket, they were on a 7-map win streak there, beating top teams like FlyQuest, Ghost, so they're definitely no joke on this map.
Yeah, not a lot of history. Oh, actually, sorry. Yes, history on Haven. Sorry, I was looking because I do remember they changed their name, so the stats aren't necessarily there. But in regards to the last two, we're going like very, very new with the Corrode and Abyss. And there is a lot of comfort there, actually, for Empire Cat Phase, which is kind of cool. It is 4 games that they have played, of which they do perform very, very well. I know they like to follow that double duelist-esque, composition on occasion, but we do get to see a bit more of the ISO take a step out on certain maps here, which for me, I really like. I think the ISO has served very well for this team in particular, especially for ICE. I think, there are a lot of occasions where they do tend to open up the sites pretty drastically, or even just really solidify their victory streak. So definitely a good map to watch.
I'm excited for the very first map of Haven here, because on the side of Empire, it's been, in their last few series, it has been the Decider map, but a map that we haven't gotten to see necessarily. So it's something that they're not banning out. So, there has to be some level of comfort there. But the last time we saw it was 2 months ago. And when we are in teams still kind of forming, figuring things out, we are looking at changes, etc. I'm curious to see exactly what they're going to be running with for today. If this is where we get to see something switch up a little bit to try and catch KIRI off guard, or exactly what we're going to see. But I think that too, Wyatt, when we are looking at KIRI that seem to be very march to the beat of their own drum, that we can get some really interesting agent selections overall in the series, which I think is going to make any level of prep exceptionally hard.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Like, KIRI could definitely be caught off guard. There's a lot of different relevant Haven meta comps right now, so a lot of different directions that Empire could opt to go, and they know what KIRI are going to be running. They've been dialed in with a double duelist for a while, so they can be very prepared. That is where their advantage lies.
At least when there is the double duelist, you can be prepared all you want and know on paper that's coming for you. But in the server,
and then you
when
just
they're
get ran over.
when they're coming at you, like,
destroyed,
what do you do? So let's head into this. We are anticipating a double duelist on one end, but agent select is ready. Time to see what exactly Empire is cooking up. Something a little bit more standard. Okay, I feel like I've seen this before. So now that we know, okay, we got to see some traditional picks here, Gompers, going up against this double duelist, going up against this Clove, all this aggression. How are we feeling?
I am a little worried. I don't know. Like with the ISO and Bunnybee, I think it's going to work tremendously. That's the thing. Bunnybee super, super strong on the duelist alone and is potentially even able to get, 2 to 3 each round per se. This is an insane player who tends to get like a drastic amount of first kills, especially playing on the Yoru. It gives them so much of a selfish advantage. And then having Kurosu there as that second-hand duelist really just kind of locks it in for me on their attacking side. Just cause, right? You have the ultimate to solidify a certain pick if Kurosu can win those fights. And then also just pushing themselves, as Terra does really like to play that Clove and is very much, I won't say a one trick, but very much a one trick at the same time. So sticking to the Clove player, knowing their roots, and also having a good understanding as to how to use their util to play as that third-hand duelist, I think is very good for KIRI.
Two teams that have been battling it out, and now it's a lower bracket run that they have to complete if they want any chance to try and make it to Korea. With Haven ahead, it's time to see who's going to strike first in this series. Let's head to it with your casters, Ash and Shift.
Thank you, friends. Thank you, Desk. Yes. Wow. This is, I mean, really, all intents and purposes, it is a do or die. Hate to kind of label it as such because, well, you know, it just never feels good to do that in a lower bracket round one matchup. But yeah, important matchup for both these two teams, Ash. Kind of give me your headspace looking at both these squads through the Swiss and how they match up here in this one.
I think this is interesting, right? Because you're looking at a rematch from round 3 of Swiss between these two teams. And I was surprised that we saw Catface actually looking to pick into Corrode as well. That was the map that KIRI, previously under the Hikikomori name, before the rebrand, actually took up against them in that best of 3 series. But focusing back in on Haven, I think the conversation revolves a lot around the compositions, kind of just like the Desk was talking about there as well, right? For the side of Empire Catface, it's very old school style, very much so set up to try and find opportunities to set Icy up for success. And they're just such a good entry player that I do love seeing, you know, more of that composition surrounding the utility that can go out to help that Jet create that space. But to kick things off, already starting off by trying to take a little bit of that mid control, get a bit of information here. KIRI playing very slowly though outside of A.
Well, you know how opening pistols go, a little bit of a feel out initially, but as you would expect, especially in a map like Haven, we are going to get a bit of a heavy stack initially over towards A. It isn't through the teeth of this defense, though, at least in terms of the setup, especially this deeper cyber trap that's a little bit on the backside. A nice little response from Bunny after Luna had the initial shots on her, and that will lead to a 5v4, and most importantly, a post-plant.
I really like the crossfires that we have set up right now, the contact possibilities with the post-plant here for KIRI. Let's see what MEOW is going to be able to do.
Well, trades are initially there as Abby makes their way in and almost able to snap for a couple in a row, but just too many numbers to deal with, and KIRI will take the opener. Really solid start and really not much to break down outside of, hey, we're flooding, hey, we're hitting, hey, thank you for the first blood.
Yeah, Abby was able to do a little bit of capitalizing, dropping down from Heaven there, but for the rest of the squad, just trying to funnel in through that choke point, not having the utility to do so, and it was really hard for them to actually try and break up that post-plant setup, I think, especially when KIRI, they've been so good at already just like taking the timings on those swings, making the call to take that fight together as you head into the anti-eco. And honestly, you've worked on challengers with me here, Shiv. Yep. I think that looking at KIRI as well, the players on this squad, we're very much so familiar with compositions that look similar to theirs. You know, that Euro ISO comp here on Haven has become such a staple, but when you have Terror on that Clove, it's very reminiscent of Envy to me, right? Like the aggression we're expecting to see from the team as a whole with those firefights.
Yeah, it does feel like you're knowing what you're going to get in terms of how the executes are going to come through, including the double tap shield, which Kurosu's already been able to utilize. Undercut will come through, but nice shot from Abby. Maybe a follow-up here, but runs out of ammunition. And if you hit that headshot, a very realistic world that these sheriffs could have worked out, but Autumn will take the final elimination, and KIRI will cruise through with a couple of weapons to salvage going into the bonus.
At the very least, both of the rifles, the Phantom and the Vandal, do manage to get salvaged like you were talking about there, but still decent economical damage coming out from Empire Catface onto KIRI there. I think now heading into this round, we're kind of also seeing, okay, what is going to be the depth of the plan coming out from Empire Catface?
Yeah.
Too. What are we going to look for as far as how are we setting Icy up on some of those long sight lines, and what are the protocols going to be coming out from KIRI to try and counter that as well?
Well, initially it's going to be a walk down. Cyber Trap will be used for Autumn to just sneak across. Icy will have to be cautious of that potential play, plus also any crossing angles just outside of A lobby. Meanwhile, Terror is going to try to create some noise by the look of it over towards B. Similarly so, you've got the decoy up and through at Garage. And that is all of the Cypher utility now out of commission right now for Catface.
They're happy with allowing this take to come in through B, though. I think the positioning we've got to keep our eyes out for is that short position. Instead, opting for this crunch, it's going to become really awkward here, Sin on an island.
Well, Sin's able to hunt first. Oh, aim is actually pulled up a little bit by one of the shots in the corner of the wall, but still comes away with 2. Icy at range, able to finish off elimination. And now it's just down to, can Bunny B get here with great timing to possibly find these 3? No, can't quite connect the shots. And it'll be all on Autumn for a 1v4. And it's 4 very healthy members on top of that. So the bonus round gets pushed away, swatted away, really, if you think about it. And Empire Cafes are on the board.
Smash through it.
And such a big portion of that was Sin even being able to get the 2 in hell, right? It was a good crunch idea coming out from KIRI, but heroics to come out from the Sova player to actually be able to find that value, make it so much more doable for the rest of the retake to come in. And now, okay, we're seeing that protocoling over towards a long here for Catface. You've got Icy constantly taking that space, trying to get a little bit of information over towards a lobby as well. Yikes.
Well, that aggression now will work out. Good first blood. Most importantly, it is on to Bunnies, so some of that variability in the offensive hit, thanks to things like the gate crash, is off the table. Luna's able to follow with another through mid, so it really just is on these last 3 members inside of the C side, and it is not working out whatsoever. Neuro Theft already earned and spent, and Empire Cafes find themselves a flawless round number 4.
Great use of utility on site there. I think that we talked about it on the desk. Wyatt was mentioning how big of shoes Abby 2K has to fill with Animal having been subbed out since she is like traveling right now and is unable to play these games alongside the rest of Catface. And she's absolutely able to do so, like looking very comfortable right now with the team, working well with the smokes that we saw Habibti laying down on site there too. Just great micro decision making coming out from the anchor.
Well, we're back into Sheriffs and a Stinger. Opening fault line actually kind of holds KIRI a little bit more passive than they would have liked. Peak starts to come through, and hold on a second. Big couple eliminations are going to come through. There's a response from the Hunter's Fury from the defense, but there are a couple of weapons collected and a spike that can make its way over towards A.
Yeah, but no trip to watch that flank now as well. There's a huge timing opportunity here for Habibti. Manages to get a little bit of damage done on Kurosu, but not too much more. At the very least, applying that pressure.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Abby, those 2 will likely secure the round. Kurosu, maybe a chance to isolate the window fighter, but not going to happen. And it's 3 in a row. Not to, you know, again, just kind of be dissuaded from the power that KIRI were able to show there in the limited purchase, but regardless, the defense has really responded nicely since getting full purchase.
They demand
I
a
think
fight.
that
Who are we to disobey?
it's interesting how this battle of utility is going to go, right? I feel like taking a look at yesterday's matches for Empire Catface, that was what was missing a little bit in that game up against Wadada. They just weren't able to find those utility trades, but I think now taking a look at how they're interacting up against a team like KIRI, it's a lot more comfortable as far as how those combinations are coming out, the spacing off the back of it as well. I like the scale down through mid. It's something that we haven't seen from Catface yet.
Cover going out.
Well, Dimensional Drift clears C. The problem is the Lurker once again falls immediately. Hunter's Fury out for the offense, sent relatively blindly considering that Dimensional Drift hasn't really scouted too much of the defensive pressure on the backside of C, but it does at least create space and time for the spike to be planted. Now the flank starting to come through in the backside of C long. Nobody is watching this right now. The gate crash is there, but AC very well may have an angle at this. The shots are... Yep, the shots are shots. Kill contract gets happening. Abby going to be pulled into it. Sin stuck in the backside of sight to be isolated, and Kurosu will finish things off to get KIRI back on the board.
Yes.
Ice's positioning there was so pivotal for Catface to try and close that round out. It should have been that free 2K, and you know that they are going to be kicking themselves for that one as well. But for KIRI, huge opportunity to tie things up. You take a look at that ultimate economy there as well. There is that opportunity for Terror to follow very closely behind, trying to assist with that entry onto site due to the second life that you do get from that Clove ultimate as well. But that was a messy round there, Shift. I don't think there's much else that we can really say about it. And now it's the constant adjustments of where we're seeing the push come through, but it's always telegraphed by that utility, right?
Yeah,
that we see coming out from Luna, from Habibti. Like, the support is definitely great, but it's also a lot of investment if nobody's home.
Yeah, very true. Well, you see that push through C long allows the Rolling Thunder to be earned, but there really wasn't offensive pressure established in that direction. Instead, it's a plant onto B.
Ooh.
Autumn gets stuck again. Man, the lurking roll for the offensive Cypher has been 0 so far. Abby able to sneak in towards the A site, trying to cut off this play a touch, but as they lose Luna, and the flash comes through from Bunny B, it's going to be just down to BT and Ice. And to be fair, they've done well to this point. It's just down to what Terra can find inside the site and somehow is able to tally both. A little bit of a blessing inside the dark cover leads to 2 in a row for KIRI.
Yeah, that second one, the accident through the smoke, and after Habibti had put so much work in to claw that round back there for Catface, no investment of any of those ultimates were necessary either coming out from KIRI. And for the side of Catface now, again, I think KIRI have gotten like a good read, a good understanding of they're taking those moments to pause in the early round, aware of the fact that Icy is going to look to take a lot of that space, that it will be telegraphed by that breach utility at the very least. And it gives them that signal to try and speed things up on the other side of the map. Like, we see them now scaling down towards long, still taking a second though, and they've got to be careful. The cam goes out a little bit later. I don't know if it'll be tapped for that info in time, but Icy's actually going to fully back off and look to play the retake with the team.
Well, you've got the Clo Vault on top of the Neural Theft, so an extra lease on life plus the information if KIRI can find some sort of, at least, idea of where they want to go. I mean, minute on the clock, and we're re-clearing spawn.
I mean, that's what's so good about what Catface were doing, though, right? Having Icy telegraph that, and with the fact that KIRI didn't speed up as needed over towards that A site, they're forced to totally re-clear, so they're not pinched and sardined over outside of A. Right now, the shift over towards C, insane.
Abby, backside of the site, getting tagged through the walls, but the reveal comes through, spamming, finding some counter damage. Now over the top of the smoke. Luna, Abby, fighting together. Over the top, Bottom able to finally get the counterpart trade on the Cypher. But a 2v2, with 22 on the clock means Kurosu has to try to step up and is able to catch Sin with the bow out. So now it's just down to a BT. Maybe a chance to break the timing on this route, but no, doesn't check the corner, and Kurosu will find 3 to keep it going in favor of the offense.
I mean, it's a good pivot coming out from KIRI. It definitely got dicey, though, with how long things were taking. I think, especially outside after the pause outside of A, when they're looking to re-clear C, you saw the pivot, that rotation coming in from Catface. So they had the read on it based off of that timing. But at least the game plan is somewhat working on the side of Catface, right? They're trying to force KIRI to try and re-clear areas over towards mid, whether it's left side of the map, right side of the map, and to kind of force their hand as far as having to adjust a little bit time-wise. But no telegraph push this time around. I think I like this adjustment to try and shake things up a little bit more in this round, maybe keep KIRI guessing. And you can see how they're now looking to try and explore over towards mid. Nothing found with the kill contract over in Garage either.
Well, Abby, good patience on the decoy, but man, shots just are not fully landing. Luckily, Luna's able to bail them out on the play through Garage. Autumn trying to lurk their way into B, but honestly, it's not really a lurk anymore. It's just a full commitment to get onto B and see if they can sneak a plant away.
Oh, that
Problem
timing.
is, look at the timing through mid garden, and there's going to be a full rotation possibly out towards A, but KIRI's not going to commit to that, and now the pinch can develop.
The thing is that was Kurosu with the suppress as well. Sin trying to walk in, manages to get one, still lives there.
Last player standing.
Trades are good, knives are out. Kurosu looking for the elevated play, is able to find one, but nothing more. And, well, it's been a less than convincing start here from really either side. Shots just are not quite landing where they need to, and it's really influenced the outcome of some of these rounds here in the first 8.
I mean, you've got a couple sprays through the smoke. Hasn't been the most convincing of gun rounds yet, but they're mistakes that we see from both sides, right? Just like warming up into the server for their best of 3 today. But when, again, you are in that lower bracket, it is do or die. You can't take too long to warm up. Granted, it has caused for like a little bit of a closer game with how scrappy a lot of these fights are getting on site, and even a couple of like oops moments, you know. Sure, you have like the flank coming in and the trip's going down is because your own ISO has gotten that suppressed through. Are we committing this?
Oh, we're committing. So now it's just down, can Sin stay alive? And yes, just barely. That's important because now the map really just turns into, it has to be a C commit here for KIRI. Nice starts coming over the top, Sin able to keep their life and back away, but KIRI will jump in towards site. Is anybody aware of this flank? Maybe so, as Terror is turning for this. But have they seen anything is the real question. It's gunfights all over the map. Kurosu gets the shield broken through the wall spam, as Abby will be able to work their way in from the front. The rest of the defense over through A-Long. It's just down to Autumn and Kalsushi. The Hunter's Fury is just a mere tally at this point. No way you lose this here. But all of a sudden, Catface are kind of held at the front doors a little bit by these smokes and the Cypher utility. They're having a hard time finding where KIRI are, and in that moment, Autumn's able to find the judge for one. Low health pools, able to take down a second. One more over the corner, but Luna hits the headshot. Time running out, and Kalsushi will stop the retake, and it's track 6-4.
So well played, and this is where we also see the value in Terror playing that Clove as well. Goes down earlier in the fight and is still able to provide that cover so Autumn can find value when it came down to that judge. Play around that smoke and try to fight closer angles on the retake there coming from Catface. Now, onto the back foot. Bit of an awkward buy coming in here for the Catface team, and they're going for one of these aggressive plays here. Once again, trying to pinch over towards C lobby.
Time to jump. Decoy.
Well, a little bit of a spam out over towards C long. Decoy will fool nobody. And Abby will stay in the corner. Gatecrash going to be sent in to C as well. It's going to keep the eyes forward here for the defenders on C, but there's no commitment. And, whoa. Some of these isolated hero rifles may get some intel, but another window missed as Dimensional Drift will start to work on A.
Yeah, just trying to clear things out. Sin has been spotted there as well. The judge come up. Sin somehow comes out on top. A site free for the taking now, though. Plant just about to go down, and for the retake here for Catface, you do have that fault line at the very least.
Well, Hunter's Fury does some friendly fire. Oh, mercy. And now Ice over the top, able to use the Cloud Burst to isolate an angle, and then follows up to help out for another. And wow, that was about as clean as it gets in terms of a long retake for Catface. And for KIRI, again, another moment where they just get a little bit caught off guard, not fully set up in their post plant.
And it was a good call from Lunafox as well, right? We saw that initial plan to try and pinch, maybe hopefully a solo lurker. Maybe they're expecting Autumn alone towards that C side, try to isolate one. But when they were met with so much resistance, so much presence, they don't force the issue. Instead, look to regroup. And that's the call that makes that retake even possible. And unfortunately, so does the Hunter's Fury kill coming out from Cal onto Autumn too, just to take down some of those numbers. It's definitely looking like a kind of a rough, sloppy start here for both these teams, but I think that some of the adjustments in the game plan in that micro have definitely been nice to see.
Well, we wait with bated breath to see if this is going to turn into something, and it will. Nice shots from Abidi. And a follow-up, that is huge for the defense, considering that the only defender on the C site was pulled into the kill contract. But Abby maybe overpeaks just a touch and also gets caught. So from what looked to be a 5v3, we go immediately into a 3v3. Hunter's Fury will be avoided. And now Kalsushi can finish off the plan.
Drone coming through, Garage as well, just to clear out some of that information. Icy going for the full swing.
Last player standing.
Oh, and now it's just on a Sin! Okay! Off the corner is good, going to the shorty, but may have missed a window here. Back to regular weaponry! And how about the Cloval? Just a little dance, catches Sid at a moment of indecision, and it turns into a 7-5 half instead of what looked to be a 6-6 tie.
Yeah, and you can see the difference that little speed boost in the ultimate makes there as well once you're coming out of it. I mean, for the side of Catface, you're going to be kicking yourself a little bit for that round with how close that was. Like, the fact that all three of those players were caught up by the Rolling Thunder there too. Honestly, insane stuff. For Catface, you're looking at them trying to garner this pistol round, try to tie things up early into the second half.
Wow. Very back and forth affair. You see the opening 2 rounds, really the only difference maker there is you go 3 for 3 and then back and forth for a couple. So who knows how crucial these pistols could be. Keep in mind, this was KIRI's map selection, so for MEOW Empire, they're happy to only be down 2 at the moment. But this pistol has not started on the right foot as an isolated 1v1 happens down towards sewer. And KIRI are looking to just pop through this clove smoke, and they have caught MEOW Empire by complete surprise. Abby, last one left.
We've seen what Abby's able to do, but for KIRI right now, I mean, they're totally moving as a unit. Might have an opportunity to catch one off guard, but right around the corner, Bunny B is going to go for that backstab and a flawless round there for the side of KIRI. Talked about that opportunity to try and tie things up early there for MEOW. And this is where, you know, it gets kind of dicey, I feel like, as we head into the remainder of Haven. I had that conversation with you about that kind of Envy-esque play style from KIRI, where they are going to do things like disrespect those smokes, try to take those timings for the fights. And I feel like that is something that MEOW haven't looked the most prepared for quite yet, and it's led to some really awkward fights for them.
Here we go, pistol out again as, well, KIRI will find the opening, well, all of it. I was going to say, just trying to run this one down with Empire, but the early information from Terror turns into a clean, flawless round of the anti-eco, and now a true bonus starts to come through, and there's some formidable weaponry here. 2 Guardians, an Ares, an Outlaw. This could pack a punch.
Yeah, you've got to be happy with that. You've got 2 players on the light shield there as well, Abby and Habibti. So the one shot from the Outlaw that you were talking about. A really comfortable and strong bonus coming in for KIRI Magenta, that is for certain.
This goes here, that goes there.
Okay, let's see what the defense wants to try to pull here to get this bonus going, and if that happens, could start to snowball this map just a touch. The suppression, the vulnerability, and Icy's down to a single point of health. Kurosu peeks from the other angle and connects onto a headshot into Lunafox. So it goes from bad to worse, just like that for MEOW, who are stuck with just the spike behind them, really just outside of spawn. They have not done much here, and it makes matters that much more difficult with the follow-up kill on Icy.
Near misses. Sin able to equalize. But right now, you've just got Catface walking in 1 by 1. I don't really know what the game plan was there. Maybe trying to find some sort of opportunity for a pick on the side of Catface, but that's where we see the timeout being called, right? It's been 4 rounds in a row that MEOW haven't been able to chain together, and the last 2 that they found were kind of diced up by a couple rounds coming out from KIRI themselves. And it seems like the game plan just revolves so much around the interactions between Lunafox and Icy, trying to find that space, an opportunity to have some sort of comfortable entry or first engagement coming out from the attackers. But KIRI and Magenta, they've been so good at like disrespecting that utility, taking the timings up against them, and those combinations just haven't quite been landing for the opening picks.
Well, lots to chat over for sure, especially considering the 10-5 scoreline doesn't leave a lot of margin for error here, going into what will be either a half purchase or maybe just a full categorical save. Try to build up the economy a little bit to fight back, because, yeah, you can still run regenerative armors and a Guardian or 2 if you want to, instead of having to go into full weaponry. So the bank accounts are getting pretty piled up for KIRI. Not to mention the couple of the key ultimates that could just build win condition in their own right. So lots to battle up against. It may not have to happen here if you're MEOW, but one of these next two have to go over the finish line.
I mean, you never know what those Game Changer sheriffs could do.
True.
Actually kind of surprised to see the entire team grouping outside of C for a pop here on the side of Cafes.
Well, a couple of the trades do come through, so to say the full flood is pretty well timed. Sushi backside of the site, though, is able to mitigate and push that away. I was about to say, that's where that Sheriff Game Changer comes into play. Your ability just to overwhelm with numbers, trade things out, turn it into weaponry. And this isn't unwinnable necessarily for Luna. Has gotten one fadeaway elimination plus a weapon and the spike to work with.
Trying to take a timing, see if she can catch someone rotating from C-Link off guard. Maybe trying to re-clear towards Barrage, but KIRI are more than happy to play together on site. Fault line still up, an Aftershock available, planted over for a Link. Position is readable here. But what's the move for Luna?
I like the idea, trying to catch something on rotation around the back, but this will be a bit of a Wolfpack mentality. The Aftershock is also going to provide a little bit of a delay tactic if you can put it in the right spot. It will show Luna Fox's hand in terms of where she actually is. And there is that Aftershock. Someone's got to hit this. Someone's got to play bodyguard. There's the follow-up smoke, and the spam is not in the right area. Or is it? Gets it before it gets to halfway. Sushi is able to hop onto it, but it's not going to be in time, I don't believe. It's going to be a 1v3 clutch. Oh my goodness. The Red Bull clutch for MEOW Empire to keep him alive.
Honestly insane coming out from Luna. To be able to hit that headshot through the smoke on Terror was so lucky as well. Just right on time there too, because I feel like it was relatively close to getting to that halfway mark initially. But man, for the side of KIRI, that's a round where it didn't feel like they should have lost that at all. I think the reposition, the way that Luna was playing that clutch situation was so well done with her utility. Ooh, just misses the fault line too, so not stunned up. But no one's actually taken the space there on the side of Catface.
Yeah. Well, big 1v1 outside of A-Long. Doesn't come through for KIRI. That could have changed the dynamic of how this offense was starting to set up, but there is a trade. Long-range 1v1 over towards C-Long, which Abby continues to win that 1v1 versus Autumn. That will play in the mental for sure.
I know exactly.
And now you can start to hit pretty quickly over towards C, especially with the neural theft in play.
They crash out at the very least. Terra may be overstaying their welcome, but manages to get a 1. 2v3 now.
Hunter's Fury out, does connect onto Abby. Will not hit anything else. You turn to Bunny. Can they find an angle to get one? And there it is. Now it's just down to Icy. Has to keep their eyes on two things at once. Tries to play outside, but you get the extra intel from Bunny B. Thanks to the dimensional drift, the shot lands and KIRI respond.
Really great retake coming out from KIRI. Like, the Hunter's Fury being able to find that one pick there really opens things up for the team, especially with how awkward it can be to retake with that operator. But at the same time, when it's in the hands of Bunny B, like, you really can never be a doubter either. And yeah, once again, stuck in this situation where they're hurting for their money a bit. We did see some success on KIRI on the attacking side with one of those stinger buys coming in. We'll see if Catface can repeat that kind of success. Playing for the play with the vulnerable here. Short, actually.
Yeah. A lot of reveal here. Maybe an opportunity for more, and there will be the kill contract also called in. And pending how that 1v1 goes, that may just dictate the round right there. Don't want to rule it out, but the cavalry is on its way. Flank will be cut off forcing the 1v1 at long as Terror wins that one as well. And all of a sudden, Bunny Bee has arrived and taken over the last couple of rounds, although Caster Curse is a thing. But no, too many numbers to deal with.
The investment of that kill contract that we talked about, but you also see the ultimate economy ramping back up there for KIRI for a couple of those other ultimates. Might see that Clove ult, the Neural Theft coming out online as well here in this potential final round. So we hit match point. This is the map pick of KIRI. Definitely looking so with how comfortably they've been moving around this map, but for Catface, this is the expectation of something explosive. You got that Rolling Thunder, you got that Hunter's Fury that you're trying to work with here, and KIRI, you're going to get active C-Long.
Well, Bunny once again turns into a quick first blood. Rolling Thunder, that's going to feel bad, or will it? Because Ice is in a position to possibly isolate another, but that's pretty crucial. What? That is abusive. The fact that Kurosu doesn't even get the first, but more importantly, the second. You thought for maybe a second that Luna was going to kind of see that Rolling Thunder go to the wayside. Instead, it turns into an opportunity that just barely is missed. And now the Cavalry once again swarms and finishes off map number 1, 13-6. A really sloppy affair in the first, 9 rounds or so? But after that, pretty much all KIRI after that.
Yeah, again, I think the macro for both those teams, they definitely had a lot of good ideas that were being put into the server, how they're trying to set up those defaults, some of those like proactive plays, going for engagements coming out from the side of like Empire Catface, for example. Even that Rolling Thunder pivot in that last round from Lunafox is really great. It was just unfortunate that Kurosu is built completely differently and managed to get those two pushing. But I like the idea from the Crunch. It was just, again, Shift, so many of those micro moments. Not just from the side of Empire Catface, but even on the side of KIRI at times there as well, not looking as tight as we want to see in such an important matchup.
See how things continue to unfold. It feels like both teams are starting to arrive here into this series. Again, kind of a do or die in a lot of ways as we send things to break and come back with the desk.
into this map between KIRI and Empire. It's the team's last stand to try and make their way through this lower bracket and stay alive here in the main event. A lot of discovery on our end as well. We know these are skilled teams. Time to see what they have. But on the first map, it's going to be none other to KIRI to take their map pick. I mean, it's Haven. Why, when I think of a Haven and a double duelist and all that other great stuff, it all makes sense on paper, and it's going to work out to start this off.
Yeah, despite even that Empire were getting a lot of first kills, it didn't really end up mattering too much in the post plants. Like, on attack, KIRI were doing a great job of fighting to take tons of forward space. Like, they'd get the plant on B, but they'd be so deep in link. Like, they were constantly just being that aggressive team that you expect when they have the comp that they have, right? I mean, that double duelist was just working so effectively. Empire just didn't really have the resources with their comp to stop them.
Yeah, and you could see a hint of that actually coming through on their defensive half as well, of just constantly seeing Kurosu and Bunnybee play in those external factors, which worked out very, very well. It almost was like impossible for Luna to kind of play with that util or allow this team to get any space moving forward down C site or B. So it was a pretty cool game to see with the double duelist kind of just like dominate the game. Kurosu definitely really tapping into ISO with that 18-12. So yeah, overall a very, very exciting game coming through from KIRI.
Yeah, and when you have that double duelist, I mean, we talked about even just not just the double duelist, but the inherent aggression of KIRI with all of their comps. When you see Terror more likely than not locking into the Clove on majority of these maps, Wyatt, I feel like that's something a little hard for a team to go up against. Like, yeah, they have the tape on KIRI. Yeah, they know what their comp is composed of. But to actually go and play up against it, it was just something they're a little outmatched against. So they weren't able to close us out.
Definitely. I mean, that's what you said before the game. Like, you can know what they're going to do, but even still, once you're in the game and KIRI are just running like 4-1 execute, again, slamming into the site, it's tough to contend with. I think Bunnybee did a really great job in that game, being the space creator, took 10 first engagements in that map. Goes 5 for 5, which is fine. And ultimately, the stats aren't really what matters, because then you have Kalsushi late rounds closing things out, Kurosu getting the trades off of Bunnybee, and they just went crazy.
I mean, going into this first map, we had highlighted a couple of pieces that we still wanted to see a little bit more of. And Abby being one of these newer additions to the team, slotting in for Animal, we had said that this was definitely big shoes to fill. And sure, there wasn't that map win for Empire to start things off, Gompers, but it was great being able to see what Abby was capable of. And I'd love to highlight that in comparison to Kalsushi as well, someone as well who's been, I mean, just not talked about nearly enough.
Yeah, and Abby as well. It was just unfortunate. A lot of the time, you know, in regards to execution, we didn't actually get to see KIRI move forward on a site that Abby was playing that defensive round on quite as often. But as the Cypher player themselves, they were doing a phenomenal job at keeping everyone at bay and making sure they could hold for time. And I think that was really like the biggest strength. 17 and 15 moving forward in this game. They were trying everything they could put into it. And then as well as, you know, Kalsushi, we talk about this player kind of coming in and making their way, creating havoc with a 19-9 to start off that first game is just absolutely phenomenal, especially on the Sova, you know, with 6 assists down. It wasn't just those engagements that they were pushing forward, it was the information as well.
And I love the fact that we'll be able to, like, that we're able to highlight Kalsushi just a little bit more, because Kalsushi has definitely been someone within the Game Changers scene that has been around for a bit, like going back to Teddy Tactics, but it was a team that, as much as they were talked about, we never really got to fully give them their flowers. So to be able to see Cal's performance in that very first map is really, really nice. And again, for Abby, coming into this series when we highlighted this being a difficult slot to fill because of Animal's departure, to be able to see the performance they put up, it just makes me really excited for where we're going on in this series and moving on forward. For both of these players, of course, again, only one can keep moving along within this lower bracket, which is going to be a difficult one, especially we're highlighting them. I don't want to say goodbye to one already, but Empire have an opportunity in the next map of the series to try and bounce back and take us into a map number 3. A map 2 that This is always one of my favorites to watch, Gompers, because teams have such different ideas on how they want to approach this. I mean, KIRI anticipating something very aggressive yet again, but I'm curious to see how exactly Empire is going to approach this.
I'm curious as well for Empire, and I mean, again, this team, I wouldn't say they're on the newer side. Both of these teams have been trying their absolute best to kind of gain ground and give themselves just a name in the main stage of Game Changers. But I think for Corrode, like you said, there isn't necessarily too much of a solidified meta. We have been kind of following that double controller composition of the Omen and the Viper, and kind of just allowing ourselves to indulge a bit more in that. I think that's been something that has been looking really, really good on Corrode. But with the double duelist comp, we do tend to see from a team like KIRI, that's something I'm kind of interested in looking at. You know, how are they going to approach that? I do believe we have seen a Waylay from time to time come out on KIRI Magenta. If that is something that may arise, we've discussed us not necessarily liking the Waylay on Corrode. So that in itself is, it really is just up to, you know, what are they planning and how aggressive are they planning to get?
Hey, I definitely have a lot of thoughts about Waylay, but when I look at what we've seen for KIRI in the past with their double duelist comp and seeing something like the Waylay, I think it's actually quite interesting to really talk about that being the secondary duelist pick and what they're capable of doing. Whereas, yeah, because like we look at a Waylay and a Yoru, like there is a lot of shenanigans there. For Empire, what I'm intrigued about is we see that they go for more of a single duelist, but again, Wyatt, this was a comp where we saw them pull this out against Wadada. And unfortunately, we didn't really get to see too much going up against them. Wadada had a really good read, just a really good answer. So I'm curious if we're going to see a switch coming out for today, or if they feel comfortable with the composition, just got to change how they play it out in the server.
I mean, out of my own curiosity, I kind of want to see them running that same comp, but I just don't think it's that good. The ISO is so slow as a duelist on the most massive map in the game, where your rotations are so long, which is why everyone is playing the Waylay or the Yoru or the Neon. It's a weird comp and it's a weird look, and I'm down to see it though. But, and to be fair, I mean, like, Wadada are one of the strongest opponents you can go up against. They're gonna make most teams look pretty bad on most maps. So I'm curious if they run it back, but I don't think it's optimal on paper. We'll see, though. We'll see. They love it. I mean, they're picking it again. They picked it against Wadada. They got one round, and they're picking it again. So respect. They're dialed on this map. They like it.
Oh, we'll have an answer for you sooner rather than later if they're going to be running it back with the agent select ready, because I'm definitely intrigued as well. As you said, confidence if they're running it back, but we will get it changed. The Jet. So okay,
they refuse to play meta duelists on this map. They just refuse.
Tell me more, Wyatt.
That's crazy. I mean, like, Waylay is just proven to be absolutely S tier on this map. We just saw NRG win the champions running this agent on the map and dominating everybody, right? And Neon is also the classic on this map because of the movement, the speed of the rotates being so important. Empire, I'm going to need to see them have cooked something up here with this Jet to convince me.
I do see like a slight change too, because we are seeing Kurosu kind of step a bit into other than having the Yoru kind of lock in. Instead, it is going to be that Neon locking in for Kurosu, and then of course Bunny B taking that Waylay in action. So for me, that's a slight change in regards to the pacing. I feel like Kurosu and Bunny B and both of their duelists that they're choosing to play are quite similar in terms of how fast they can approach certain things. So I do feel like if we think last game was like pedal to the metal, it is going to be rocket ship to the moon at this point, and it's going to go very, very quick.
I mean, KIRI with its double duelist, they definitely have what it takes to move on. But now Empire now down one in this series. It's their map pick. They're running it back. Time to see if their faith is going to reward it as we head into Corrode with your casters, Ash and Shift.
Thank you, friends. Yeah, look, I think for me, whenever I see something that looks like the comp that Empire are running on this map, there's an inherent like level of you just have to have great team coordination and protocoling based on when do you want to use really expensive utility, talking about things like, especially from the stage, barrier orb and slow orb, because if those things are spent with no value, Then, like the Nets is talking about, that run it down your throat mentality that is this double duelist is going to be very difficult to deal with. So there's got to be a lot of collective trust, I think, built into this composition if you're looking at that from Empire's perspective.
Yeah, that's definitely for certain. I think that also typically when you see double sentinel being run these days as well, it's not going to be the Cypher paired with the Sage. Like you usually see it alongside like a Deadlock or a Vice or something like that, where the utility can be used a little bit more proactively and also to try and set up for the duelist. And when you take a look at the two sentinels that we're dealing with on the side of Empire, they don't have util to try and help Icy find that success. I think that the swap to the Jet is great compared to the ISO. Still not my favorite because Jet doesn't have that setup possibility, and you can kind of see now already with this fight towards mid the difference in utility.
Yeah, and the difference of speed that comes with that utility.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, it's about as much of a rundown as you get. Also, is it just me, or when you hear the haunt thrown out and Faye goes, "Where are you?" Do you just think immediately, "Where are you?" Because that's all I can think of whenever I hear that happen.
I actually don't. I love that song, but I don't hear that when I hear the "Where Are You" from the Fade. Abby has been absolutely insane though. Shift for Catface. She's been such a bright light for this team. Still has to pick up the spike though.
Oh, and Terror's gonna just block off the angle and play the right-click angle with the classic, and instead finds the perfect timing. May have seen just a little snippet of the ghost barrel that forced that shell, and Abby's heroics will be put to rest, and KIRI will take the opening pistol.
It's just so insane the moments that she's had here. I mean, on Haven, she was one of the top performers, had so much value and impact in the server. Tough not to be able to take that 4K away, but honestly, an insanely heroic attempt coming out from the Sentinel player here on the side of Empire once again.
Keep an eye on this. Looks like Autumn wants to try to get a little bit aggressive and then use the Cyber Cage to get back to safety if need be. Doesn't see all of this. Now has a pretty good indication of what's happening. Cyber Cage is down on the other side. Prowler out, and the Judge just through the clove smoke. Takes down a second, and the front doors of B have been slammed shut. On Empire, Catface left with a 3v5 after what was a forced purchase. Keep that in the back of your mind too.
Spike down B.
Yeah, huge investment. The dash on up. And it's just a clean close out there for Autumn with the Judge. A 4K there for the Cypher on the side of KIRI. But man, I was surprised to see the Force Spy. Usually if you are going to do that when you lost out on the pistol round, it's off the back of getting that plant secured on site because you have a little bit of that extra cash to work with. But I think this is kind of what we're going to continuously see MEOW maybe struggle with ever since that pistol round. It gives you like a really good preview of kind of our expectation for the rest of this map, right?
Yeah.
For those really scrappy fights, thanks to the Waylay and that Neon utility.
Well, there's also something in the pudding that's talking about, you know, this double sentinel, kind of like we've seen on other maps, like Bind, for instance. You just want to be able to get this spike down as fast as possible, so that way you can get that sentinel utility to really lock down the post plant before the defense can contest you. So there comes a level of urgency off that, as Bunny B will be able to snap onto both after trading the initial first blood. We get to a 3v3. These sheriffs are hitting. Problem is, Kurosu was able to find Icy with just a classic in hand before Abby's able to follow up. So 2v2. Defense split just a touch here as the Prowler will hunt over towards mid and will likely see some sort of an entryway into A here.
Yeah, but this is a great angle here for Bunny B. Smoke goes out to try and cover it. Manages to get one still.
Whoa! Now that's cheeky. Tries to go for the up and over dashes, but dealt with as Abby's really had a strong first 3 rounds. Neural Theft already earned and spent. Outlaw will be grabbed, thank you very much. And it'll be Judge versus Outlaw for now. Autumn has not picked up anything else. Quickly moving. First shot misses, second shot lands, and this time Abby's able to lock in the Red Bull clutch.
Expensive round on the side of Catface, that's for certain. But at the very least, it comes off the back of the fact that they didn't have that purchase going into it, right? So they've got to be really happy about that to be able to turn the tide up against what was a very strong bonus on the side of KIRI. Well, there it is. Full look at how that comes through.
And now we get into, well, almost a full gun round. Still haven't had it through 4. As we've got a Sheriff out for Terror. Also, the Outlaw still being held onto by Luna, but the big stick of the Operator has made its way onto the field early for Icy. Oh, and Kurosu almost gets away with an aggressive piece of timing over at aim 8.
Just saw the elbow there of Kalsushi. Trying to search for something more, but now that the Operator's been revealed as well, it's less likely you're going to see that aggression coming out from the defenders. Try and take an angle.
Down to 60 seconds on the clock. Prowler to sneak over towards stairs. Doesn't really reveal too much. Terror holding on to a smoke just in case. We'll put that back at mid, and it's going to pretty much force Empire to make a play over towards B with this stack. Autumn has a trap on site, but smoke will fade, and that'll be enough for Icy to connect on the Operator. Follow-up from Abby is good, and these little isolated picks over towards the B connector are less than advised, as KIRI will be suffering down to just the last 2 members.
30 seconds left.
I mean, great swings coming out from Catface. I think that's what we were looking for over on Haven, was a little bit more of that communication, that synergy when they're going for those fights. For the side of KIRI, they're more than happy to save going into the remainder of this round, carry these weapons over. But we're already seeing like that variety in tempo from KIRI, right? Something that we saw on Haven as well, where that push and pull. The fact that they're happy to get aggressive some rounds, and they'll play super turtled, and it's up to Catface to continuously try and find those reads as this map develops.
Well, another back and forth start here through 4. Granted, there's been some antics off of how the anti-eco had come through following the force buy from MEOW Empire.
Found my wire.
So now we will be in another very weird economical spot with just 2 rifles saved for KIRI. No full purchase available for the rest of the team, so they're gonna have to, again, just kind of makeshift purchase here, try to match the formidability of the 2 Vandals that were saved. And it just feels less than comfortable right now. You have the divergence paths that could be coming through, though, for Bunny B. That is obviously one of those ultimates that, honestly, I think just really shines on this map because of how it can kind of manipulate through those tight corners around the sites themselves. But see what Catface Empire is going to put together here. Still having
you've already got them ready for that, like the convergent pass outside of B main here, right? This play to try and take down the lurking player is so deep. A great read coming out from Catface, maybe anticipating that line to be used.
Yeah. Yeah, really, it's the ultimate for the trap wire. That was what the trade was right there. I will say, though, just kind of in that quickly, that does kind of force MEOW to have to worry about this flank a little bit more than they may have wanted to. Instead, they'll just replace it with a spy cam.
3 players as well, just holding on to B main. Now, Catface, they're actually running across the map now.
Here.
You can see the scaling coming in, regrouping as well. Spy cam finds a bit of that information.
Judge at that range is tickling. Oh, but the Bucky at this range isn't too bad. Just cannot get the utility to get back. And there is an opportunity for the resurrection to come through. More spam from Sin going to connect. Including a little bit of team fire onto Kalsushi. Terror for 1. That barrier or may have saved Icy's life. As the spam looked like it was pretty much right on target, but this is a 1v4 that you just don't feel all that great about, especially with the predictability coming through that smoke as well. So, MEOW Empire able to put a couple in a row together here, take the lead 3-2, and now it's just down to can you continue that momentum, as once more, we still, through 6 rounds, have yet to see both teams in full purchase.
Yeah, good reads in that round, though, on the side of Lunafox for Catface MEOW. I think that being able to kind of read into expecting a heavier stack outside of B main with the investment of that ultimate and also trying to re-clear some of that space over towards mid before they walk over for that A execution was really nicely done as far as where their expectation of the stack was there for KIRI.
Face your fear!
Nightfall out. I don't know if Terror was caught by that or not, but it may not make much of a difference. Up and over. Guardian shots actually land enough for an opportunity for the overheal to come through. Bunny B, I think a shot connects a little bit through the wall, but they can't quite finish the kills, and they're now stuck in the slow orb. And MEOW Empire will clean things up without too much cause for concern. 4-2 the count.
I think the success for Catface right now is also how they're reading into KIRI Magenta setups. Like, yes, that was an eco round there for KIRI Magenta, but it's been a lot of that, okay, as long as we can figure out where Autumn is setting up, that's the weaker side. Autumn didn't have the greatest start over on Haven, and also doesn't have as much utility to support, right? When they're trusting her to be that anchor on the other side of the map, and you don't have as much of that bite back and responsive utility as you do out from the double duelists who are fighting elsewhere. And then those faster floods that you had talked about, try to get onto that site, set up into the post plant comfortably.
But finally,
Be right back.
we will have full purchase for both sides, including operators on the table. Bunny B going to take the opening angle through mid. Again, connected really nicely with the op in map number 1. May not get much of a chance on this particular angle, trusting that Autumn can hang on by themselves up top at B. Could be a little bit of a double peek here, though, at mid if they try to time this. There's the deep smoke, so now it's just not if Bunny can hit, and no, misses the opening shot. And that should be enough for the offense to start to commit to B on to B now.
Different setup, so Autumn can play safe and try to play the spam off the trips there as well. The re-clear from the defenders over at mid to find success.
Whoa!
Insane shot there, Shift.
Just before the barrier orb can boost into the air, now the defensive nightfall comes through. Luna has no chance in that fight. Icy desperately to the knives, can't get them out in time, leaving Kabini to themselves. And no, not going to happen there. And, you know, initially it just kind of looked like based on the timing of, oh, the op is at mid, let's hit towards B. Thought it was going to be perfect, but they only leave one member at mid, that's Abby, and she gets overwhelmed by all the crossing defenders playing through mid stairs.
There's a really nice reclear coming out from them after that initial information was garnered from a mid lurk just a couple seconds earlier. And I think the adjustment for KIRI Magenta as well, having Autumn playing off site, expecting the fact that Cafes have found so much success in trying to like crunch where that Cypher has been playing. It was great coming out from KIRI, playing that fast flood and response, knowing that they do have the advantage when it comes down to the utility they can dump out in a fight, especially after that paranoia gets used up there.
Oh, bold timing here. KIRI Magenta able to shut down the aggression over towards A main. First blood tallied, and operator advantage will be held by just Bunny B as, wow, Kurosu just decides to walk through the smoke with a little bit of support. Prowler to ensure that the clear is good, and just like that, a minute 15 is left with a 3v5 and no spike.
Yeah, double up here and A-Link as well. Nothing you can do there for Abby, but these are things that Catface, I think, they should be anticipating at this point. This is such like a key proponent of the identity of KIRI Magenta as a team, like these aggressive fights, going for those timings as well. They're things you need to be expecting.
Well, trying to find some sort of timing with this little double peek. Not going to work out. And a very comfortable round in response here for KIRI. Operator, of course, still saved. Money is okay, though, here for MEOW. They're able to full purchase again, including the operator this time for Sin at the moment. See if that sticks. Nope, just kidding. Back to rifles. As MEOW are going to try to play with a little bit more authority, I think just by stacking. That's, yeah, what they're doing right now, at least based on where the barriers are.
Change their minds on that attack side operator. First time we're seeing like a full 5, I think, outside of A, and this can get dicey with the fact that you got Kurosu. Relay bolt, that is potentially usable here too.
Yeah, decent reveal there off the haunt. Terror for one through the smoke. Backs away. Neural theft going to be spent for the offense, and they will take use of that. Terror able to bring themselves back to life, though, and safely be able to do so. Can they get the elimination? No, Abby shuts it down. So it's on to Bunny B and Autumn. Prowler is out. Shot still lands, even though the Prowler does take a chunk out of Bunny's left hip. Maybe a second opportunity, but no, decides to teleport back, and well, there was no real teleport back. Now able to finalize that elimination, and it comes down to an Autumn 1v2.
The timing, though, that they're taking over into CT, and Autumn's got a read on it.
Oh, huge read on it with this footsteps timing.
Yeah, you could hear all of them. leaving Abby behind as well. Autumn knife out.
Gonna get caught. Nice round there from Abby. Abby has had a handful of them, especially here in this map. Started off hot in the first 3 or 4 and gets 4 eliminations there to boost up to a 12-6 count. We've already seen 2 neural thefts through 10 rounds, and I won't rule out the potential of a third being earned here by Abby.
She's been so pivotal for Catface and being able to claw back those teams, or claw back a lot of those rounds. I think that the multi-kills she's been able to get have been absolutely insane. And now we're going straight into the stack here. It's about to get really scrappy outside of A.
Yeah, it sure is. Oh, both teams going a little bit more aggression.
Back in a flash.
The overdrive doesn't fully get out with the divergent paths. And now it's just down to Bunny can hold the angle. Sees the shoulder of the Cypher, but can't fully connect onto the shot or even commit to the shot for that matter. Resurrection can come through, Paranoia to stall, and Bunny will fall. Just down to Terror now, off the heel. Can they do more? No. Secondary help was in, and the team shots were perfect. Kalsushi outside the smoke, not able to find Habibdi before they get collected, but Autumn, timing here could be favorable, finding 2, and then there's almost a lineup for all the rest, but no. Round saved, and MEOW will get to 6.
I mean, kind of a crazy like trade of rounds, I feel like, for the last like 4 or 5 of them. Like those 2 rounds that KIRI were able to cement for themselves, they looked firmly in the driver's seat with how they flipped the round on its head, and Catface so quick to respond to shut down any potential momentum from really being chained together there from KIRI. Ultimate economy, nothing too crazy that we're expecting into this round here either.
Up and over the Prowler, or at least that was the attempt from Icy. Terror still able to at least go 1 for 1. Follow-up shot's good for Kalsushi. And MEOW will be a bit stuck here. Deepty on a bit of a Saving Private Ryan mission at the moment.
Spike down A.
Deep behind A, is able to find 1, so the position has been revealed, and it's just down to the timing here, and that's not bad. And Autumn, once again, currently finds themselves just on a judge. Plenty of weapons nearby to shop with, and yeah, we'll upgrade that to a Vandal while the Spike is the next focus. And no, Habibti just able to find the shoulder. Another Red Bull clutch coming through from MEOW.
Last round before
Kind of crazy there too. I feel like Autumn throwing out that cage, Habibti had no idea where she was playing until the cyber cage went off, and then it was full confidence that the Autumn was going to be towards like yard or A link, and just fully giving away her position there in the 1v1. Man, it's honestly like it's been such like a scrappy couple of rounds that we've seen with so many of these fights, the conditioning over towards that A site, and now a full shift back towards this B success that MEOW had found previously.
Well, another quick little play coming through, and Autumn's able to respond to the pressure from Icy just inside the cyber cage. Deals with the Prowler in the corner. Luna's able to find the trade very quickly, mind you. And that neural theft, as mentioned, that's the 3rd one this half. Bunny be trying to move quickly, up and over a lot of this offensive play, but Abby is good for just about all of it again. How big has Abby been in this first half for MEOW? Terror down to the 1v4. And honestly, it just doesn't feel very likely having to break through this barrier orb in the first place, let alone the post plant that's already, sitting and waiting behind it. There's the double up, triple up, everyone's stacked and ready to fire, and MEOW will exit the half up 8-4.
Switching sides.
Continue on our path.
Switching sides now here for Catface. I feel like this is where we try to see this composition shine even more, right? They found great success on the attacking side. A huge change, I think, from like what we saw in the first 2 rounds was more, I think, of what we were expecting coming out from MEOW as the defense, or more of what we expected from KIRI as the defense developed, but they didn't really go for as many of those like proactive plays as we saw in those first couple of rounds, like as the half went on. And now for Catface, you've got the Cypher and the Sage actually fully set up on B, so anticipating a little bit more aggression, a little bit more utility investment for these fights here.
Whoa, contact is in, and the Sheriff will win out the trade game. Dash will get Icy back to safety. Moment of aggression still coming through, and finally, Icy will be put down. So 3v3. Level playing field too, with the spike in a spot to be able to get planted here today.
Prowler to go out. I like this double push towards CT though, trying to isolate Sin.
Well, how about it? Kalsuchi with the trade, Sin able to find a couple of the tags. Weapon swap for Cal, trying to get the ammunition back. Barrier orb is up. Oh, that's so dangerous. The barrier orb gets reinforced, and Sin's gonna play for the elim. Is there an angle here where Kalsuchi can expect to see it? No, not at all. What a play from Sin to secure the pistol and get MEOW on to 9.
I mean, nicely read by Sin there. At the same time though, I feel like Kalsuchi, yes, they've been a great player on the side of KIRI.
Can still happen. Remember that.
But in that moment, like, if Sin was actually sticking to defuse there, it would have gone through by the time that that wall had broken. So I feel like there should have been the expectation that that spike was not being held quite yet. A great counterplay to come through to use that wall to just like buy that time, and Sin not even trying to like half it either, like full faith in her ability to just like close the round out.
Yeah. Well, we've seen this before, full purchase, or at least forced purchase coming out here for KIRI this time instead of for MEOW. Run down over towards A, stairs on the way, slow orb in its place. Does it really block off everything though? No, it does not. Kurosu for one, VT able to respond, but there's a lot of pressure starting to amount, and Luna deals with it, clears off some space. Still mixy gunfights all over the place. You really feel for the Obs team right now as the spike will be placed and planted onto A.
One enemy remaining.
Just down to Cal. Oh, mercy. That is the nastiest little dash by you're going to see. Breaks the aim, breaks the camera. Luna there for the follow-up, and MEOW stave off the forced purchase. They get to 10.
It is looking good for MEOW. That is for certain. I think that that fight as well, like utility coming out from Lunafox, assist breaking back into sight there was just sublime for the defenders. For KIRI, you talked about how they went for that force. This is something that we've seen a couple of times so far, like this series. Now Pocket's hurting, not being able to afford these rifles going into this round as well. It's just such like a high risk, high reward investment.
I mean, I get it in this instance because you lose the pistol, you're down pretty bad if you're KIRI, so you're trying to get the game back to more, you know, level footing, but it's a risk, and now you're kind of in forced purchase the rest of the way, so you kind of have to pull something out here. Bunny B caught by the trap wire. Abby still got a free angle outside of this play, and that is about as easy as it gets. Flawless for MEOW, steamrolling on their way to hopefully for their effort a map number 3.
You know what? I think they took that loss up against Wadada, that 1-13 on Corrode personally, to pick into it going into today. I think for Empire Cafes, they learned a lot from their mistakes, the adjustments that needed to be made, and are definitely implementing them here up against KIRI. They've been great at having those reads. Lunafox, the calling here from Catface, especially in that first half, just being so good at isolating Autumn so consistently. It's definitely great to see, but you gotta also remember, like, KIRI win out on their map pick of Haven. Corrode, we expected it to still be a closer affair than this 4-11, considering this was the map that KIRI previously found success on in the last best of 3, where these two faced off.
Well, this one has to work for KIRI, so they're gonna sit the timeout, talk about it. And honestly, it's just one of those, like, I think initially when you come off of the first half, that 8-4 tally, I don't think you're sweating terribly if you're KIRI, knowing that you're going to be able to go into a double duelist setup here. And for the most part, especially when you consider map number 1, they were finding a lot of success in the kind of mixy 1v1s or 3v3 situations on execution. But here it's just been a little bit different, and largely it's coming out of Abby. I mean, 18-9. Just a runaway performance for them. Saw a lot of eliminations like kind of stopping the roamers on Haven. That was where a lot of their presence was felt, but here it's been all over the map, and KIRI have not had an answer for at least that of the double sentinels. Interaction at mid. Wow, even a couple of tags through the wall do work out. Terror feeling the benefit of the health bonus will jump forward, find elimination, and now have Sin and Icy by themselves.
Yeah, Judge on the other side of A-Link. Who knows if someone's actually going to even walk into that right now. Can hear Terror just right on the other side of the wall going for that reload.
Not impossible, just improbable. Especially considering there's a lot of low health pools, and this Judge could do a lot. Sin does their job, gets 2. A little bit of shopping here for Icy, considering the Outlaw versus some of the ground weapons. And we'll switch to a Guardian. Knows they have Kalsushi likely at 1 shot. So very, very doable. It's just going to take some time to clear.
I mean, ensuring that they're playing together is the bare minimum here for KIRI. Doubled up over towards elbow. Trying to guarantee the ability to get that trade at the very least.
Uh-oh. If Cal loses this first one, I was going to say maybe there's a chance, but no. Cal's aim, 2 primed and ready. KIRI stay alive, finding a 5th, but it's an expensive round. Look at the credits on the other side. The players that had fallen, not necessarily perfect. So a Guardian, light armor, you know, not as comfortable as you'd like.
Not too bad, though. I mean, still generally a solid purchase. You do have the Nightfall to work with there for Kalsushi heading into this round as well. I like the tempo shift coming out from KIRI, going for that mid fight. Is something that we saw a lot of success for them with on defense. Trying to repeat those results now into this next round.
This is about as defined of blind fire as it could be. Oh, good stun, good follow-up. Abby only able to take down 1 in the trade fight.
Face your fear!
Op shot misses for Icy. Nightfall is going to push them very far off site. They will have knives to try to retake this in a 3v4. Plus, there's a resurrection available, so keep an eye on how the defense is starting to rotate this back through middle. Autumn needs to find this opener. If they can, it likely guarantees the round. If they lose it, okay, maybe there's a chance, but now the res is off the table, and we go to a 3v2. Still waiting to see if this op is going to pull any sort of pressure, and no. Just down to Habibti. 1v3, quite unlikely.
There was a world. There was a world for a second there. Like, we've seen Habibti pull out some insane heroics, especially with that dark cover towards the right side. Trying to isolate that 1v1. For Catface, though, they want to close this map out as soon as possible. Like, let's be honest, you know, try and take us to that decider. Again, we are in the lower bracket here for the Game Changers main event. And for both of these teams, I believe that if they want a chance to actually go to Korea, they've got to win it all. They've got to make that lower bracket run and take it into grand finals. Otherwise, it's just playing for those placements, because for the surrogate points, it's leading pretty top heavy right now with the consistency of teams that we've seen at the top Game Changers so far this season, like YFP, like Wadada, where it does get a little bit closer there. And so many ultimates to work with as well for Catface, right? They've got a lot that they want to be able to throw out into these rounds before KIRI can start to cycle back into some of those major ults like that at Nightfall. I think Kurosu is definitely someone who's been dangerous on the overdrive, but some of the risks have not been as measured, I think, as we would have liked to see with some of those surprising plays, is the way I'll put it there.
Yeah, surprising is a very strategic word, Ash. It's going to be knives here for Icy in round 18, followed up by
this goes here.
Full rifles, 1 regenerative armor for Sin, who's still holding onto the res. You've also got the Nightfall, so tons of tools to try to get the defense maybe a little bit more sturdy. Barrier orb placed very early on. Convergent pass going to come through. There's the dashes on in. Abby in a nice corner to get the response. And honestly, I'm just kind of surprised they don't bother to try to break that orb more and wait for the slow orb to come through. Just kind of tried to find the timing to break onto the play, but it doesn't work out, and the defense holds a 5v3 edge.
Full investment of Kurosi's kit there as well, so there's really nothing to try and get onto these sites until that haunt comes back up for the scan info. Do get a little bit of information with the C's too. If it does manage to land on someone, you can see where they're tethered, so sniff out their position, but overall it's a really tall task. Still 50 seconds to work with at the very least. See if they can work a pick your mid.
Take them! Gotta go!
Well, the Nightfall, oddly enough, kind of sent out blindly through A's stairs, so some second guessing here for MEOW on where the offense is positioned. That's an expensive use, but all things told, if it hits, or even if you just win the round, you're still looking at a 12-6 tally. Sin behind the boxes, still can stay covered as Abby's able to find the crossfire onto B main. And that position will likely come to play here in a moment. Sure does. Last one alive is Cal. Nearly would have ended the trap wire, but Abby able to follow up before that's needed. Another flawless round here for MEOW. 12-6 on their map point.
Looking good. I think that what is so impressive about Corrode is just the night and day difference from what we saw in that YFP game. I think that maybe it was some of that, or sorry, not that YFP game, in that Wadada game that they had yesterday. It's huge to be able to bounce back, I think, in that regard, especially when there's so much pressure on you for this run of Game Changers with the changes to how qualification to Game Changers Championships works. Wall up here for Sin, trying to get an angle if that wall does get broken. Otherwise, two pieces will have to be taken down there if KIRI do want to explore more towards that A side.
Well, the weapons are less than great to take these long-range battles at the moment here at mid, but Luna cannot connect, and that's a first blood for KIRI. Prowler to clear the space on the connection to B. Dark cover will block. Small game of chess at mid-map. Neural Theft going to be used by Autumn, and that will give KIRI the idea of where they want to go, and it's away from the double sentinels. Are you surprised? Not really. They clear out the space, though, and MEOW will have a chance to try to reset, pause, and try to play this out 4v5.
Look how far they have gone, though, into defender spawn. There's so much space taken now, cutting off the CT rotation from MEOW and leaving the B main players alone.
Okay. A little duality play will work out to clear off the defender spawn. And likely, this operator will just pull back to be saved. And Habibti will play a bit of bodyguarding to make sure of that. Nice shot from Icy to tally another, but KIRI will get their 7th round. Just a matter of time.
Still quite an uphill battle, though, for KIRI if they want to take this series in a 2-0 fashion. For Catface, they've still got quite a few rounds to work with, at the very least. I believe that's five available to try and close this out before it goes to any overtime. So 5 chances to take us to a 5th map there before things get a little bit dicey into OT. Taking a look at the buy here, though, Shift. Still relatively comfortable, but that money is starting to dwindle now on the side of Catface, too. Like, for KIRI, it's like 2 more rounds, I think, that they're looking to really cement before they'll have that huge advantage to try and make a massive comeback into Corrode.
Yeah, this is the round that's going to be the most difficult, you'd think, with the upper and the Odin in play, but the opening out shot from Icy misses, trying to push over the top of the waylay. Bunny able to find 1. Follow-up stun, great. Really good lockdown with the Fade utility, but Sin somehow takes down 3. Terror's able to get back to life, though. And there will be a plant on a numbers advantage in a 3v2. For now,
find any
2v2.
information, yeah. Abby just slowly creeping around here, but these rotations are so long on Corrode, and we're just walking through. It's going to take a minute to be able to regroup to help Luna out on site.
Yeah, and Luna's going to have to use this Odin like a thick boy Phantom right now. There's just no other way about it. Prowler is out. Relay Volt does not connect, and opportunity starts to brood. Shots through the wall, dangerous as Autumn gets down to 38 HP. But through it, Luna's able to push on through, find the right click.
Come on, please.
And yep, I believe just has enough time. It's going to be really close, really narrow. No! 0.08 away. And the Red Bull clutch comes through this time for KIRI Magenta.
Autumn buying just enough time there to deny that defuse. Luna got on it just a millisecond after that halo showed up, and definitely tough. I think it was a great attempt into that retake, but again, it really shows like the danger of taking your time on the flank there. I think so much time was just wasted trying to wait for Abby to regroup, and it made it really difficult to be comfortable at all trying to get that defuse down. KIRI managed to stay alive now, forcing Catface onto an awkward buy situation. Couple shares across the board.
Well, a little bit of a feel of force for both teams here at mid. Again, the weapons are a little bit mismanaged here for MEOW. Some can afford, others cannot. So, like you had mentioned, you get a couple of rounds in a row, KIRI could really start to cook their way back into this map. And honestly, after that little battle through middle, damage is also pretty evenly exchanged. So, minute on the clock, time for KIRI to try to decide where they want to go.
They didn't deal with this A main wall early either, so it will be going down in a moment. Yeah, there it goes now.
Yeah, Sin will drop. Habibi. Good angle here for the Stinger, able to get the reset back. Icy follows up for another at range. And after the first blood comes through, you actually have a 4v3 the other direction for MEOW.
Prowler to try and re-clear, but that's an opportunity that they're going to take. Abby walking out, not able to connect with the Sheriff. And they're comfortable taking the B site from the shadows here for Habibti over towards main.
Oh, critical moment right here. And Habibti's able to follow with the double, providing what you need. Just down to Terra now for the 1v2 to try to save the map. Toggles a spike, 1v1 with Icy. Shots are less than stellar, and Icy punishes. MEOW close out their map selection and get us to a full 3 maps, heading to Abyss to decide.
Insane that Habibti's able to net that round win there for Catface. Like the initial whiff into like the double headshot was kind of crazy, but I feel like we saw a lot coming out from both these teams here. Shift head over to Abyss as well. I think I'm expecting a lot more of that scrappiness coming in. Yeah. We've got Terror also probably heading on to that Reyna too. So some role swaps anticipating there in map number 3.
Well, a huge bounce back for a Catface Empire or MEOW Empire, however you want to call them. Empire, MEOW, Catface, individually, whatever you decide. They're staying alive. 9 lives? Could be. We'll find out when we come back after this with Abyss.
going to prove to provide, as we are now getting a map 3 within the series. Going into this, I mean, Wyatt, this map choice of Corrode, we definitely had questions about it. We had seen Empire play here as of pretty recently, and it didn't go too well, but a lot of great answers today, and I'm excited we get to see the series continue.
Yeah, they didn't lose their confidence despite the 13-1 loss to Wadada. They pick it again, they switched over to the Jet, and they were able to get a pretty competent, solid win against that double dive comp that KIRI liked to run. It didn't work out. I don't think the Clove pick got enough value. You know, overall, that was just a solid performance from that Empire team. Definitely impressed.
And I love to see how Empire was able to strike back, because, I mean, when you're going up against the double duelists and also seeing KIRI get the jump on the first skill department Gompers, I mean, KIRI has the firepower. We got to see that in the first map. But Empire being able to bounce back regardless of that and take such a strong victory, I think was really impressive.
Yeah, I 100%. Also, just the fact that everyone on that team, I don't know, it felt like they were completely solidified when they had finally reached their, their defensive half, and then now being able to, I don't know, it just felt like they were kind of rolling with the punches, and their adaptations were obviously on par. We did get to see Abby take like 23 and 14, which in itself is absolutely insane, but 9 assists actually going for Sin as well, and 10 assists for Luna and Habibti. So it really did feel like it was a joint effort, and there isn't one particular person, I mean, you could say Abby, but there isn't one particular person other than Abby that I can say didn't really give a lot to the team. It was very much a group effort.
I mean, I want to talk more about that, because you say everyone on the team stepping up, like, yeah, obviously, of course, but you also had that little moment of like, oh, Abby, and I think that's something that we really want to talk about more, because Abby, of course, was the question mark coming into today, right? Wyatt, I'm someone that we got to see really step up on that first map to the point where we wanted to highlight them despite Empire having taken that loss, right? And someone that definitely was worth highlighting, because someone, again, in this next map, what a performance on this Cypher.
I'm super impressed. Again, their main event debut has been today, the game the other day, and to be performing in a do-or-die scenario like this as one of the least experienced players in the server is super impressive. And here, you're going up against this composition with the Clove that is not going to be focused on mid-control very much at all on a map where mid-control is important, right? With this double dive, you're just going into a lot of side executes, and we saw on that side swap, when they were hitting B, Abby was just putting up different unique little setups with the trips, and those executes were being completely torn apart. The anchoring was really solid, but I mean, this is just going back to some of the action on the first half. The shots were really crazy. I mean, even like entering at points, which is nuts.
Abby really can do it all. It's not just Abby 2K, Abby 3K, Abby 4K.
This round,
like, crazy.
Like, this is what I was talking about, Sarah. Like the setups when the other team are going for these B pops, there was nothing they could do. All the trips, cages were getting tons of value.
I like to imagine that Abby's picture here of the cat is just how the other team felt on the inside when having to push any site that Abby was just anchoring on. I mean, Gompers, to see the consistency throughout the series, like that spells pretty good things for Empire heading into the third map.
Absolutely. I mean, for a 23 and 14, just playing Cypher alone and being able to frag out the way that Abby does shows not only just like a certain level of comfort with holding the sites and being able to just solo fight for 2 or 3. It also just shows the overall, like, I mean, trust that this team can have in one particular person and completely redirect their attention where it needs help. So Abby, in my opinion, is just one of those players where, you know, like you just have one favorite kid in the house that you make them do the dishes all the time. Like that's pretty much it. And so it's like, I don't know if that analogy makes sense. What?
So you're the parents' favorite, so you're doing it. Gompers, if your parents are making you do the dishes, I don't think you're the favorite. If you always have to do the dishes?
You're the good
I didn't need that reality check, but listen, this was I guess that was the thought process.
Is this some childhood therapy, Gompers? I hate to say it, you weren't the good child. If you're the one doing the dishes every time, I hate to say it.
Then I digress. That analogy did not make sense.
I'm so sorry we had to deep dive in your past and you had to find out some of these things the hard way, Gompers. We'll let you sit with that for a moment as we continue to talk about the series and this third map, because this third map, Wyatt, the fact we get to go to Abyss, this is where we get to see a little bit of a different look coming up from KIRI, but both of these teams are quite proficient on this map, so I think this is going to be a really close decider that I actually don't know which way this can go.
Yeah, this map is going to be pretty chaotic. I think both teams run some weird stuff. I think it's been floated to the end for a reason. Neither of them feel massively confident here. I mean, this was KIRI running a Reyna in the last time they played it. Empire run a Clove. I don't think this is a great Clove map. I don't think any map is a good Reyna map. Like this, so we might be in for some crazy activity to close out this series.
Let me enlighten you, though, because you're saying, you don't think any map's a good Reyna map. First off, like, Dan Dryad would personally
I was going to say,
yeah,
is she going to call in?
She might, so watch out, Wyatt. But second of all, because the first part you said was you didn't think this was a really good Clove map, and Terror is the person from KIRI that we see pick up the Clove on almost every single map, right? Someone who maybe we haven't talked about the most in this series, but is a really, really strong player. Someone who's definitely capable of getting their 1, 2, 3, 4K. And I think, too, because it is Terror that's going over to the Reyna, I think that's going to be the interesting part. Recognizing maybe the Clove isn't too strong, flexing into the double duelist, even if there's thoughts about the Reyna here, Gomps. I mean, I think for the play style that KIRI has, I think this could work quite well.
Reyna was actually looking pretty okay on Abyss with Terror, and as a former Reyna Instalock, I'm a very big advocate. I do genuinely think Terror's Reyna was looking very, very good. I have nothing against it. It is a very selfish agent, I will say. Like, if you are running the Reyna, that's why I like that they have Bunny B playing the Jet as they did last time. That for me seems to make sense. If it was solo Reyna, would I agree with it? No. But I do think that extra reassurance of having Bunny B be more of a team player, as to where Reyna obviously is a very, very selfish duelist, as to where it really is just about the frags and utilizing your util to get more engagement. So I'm a fan. I'm gonna have to say I'm a big fan.
I think it leaves a lot of room for fun on this final map, but I am curious with what Empire is going to go with, because again, something we've touched on a lot today is that this isn't the Empire we've normally seen in the past. I love this version of Empire with Abby, do not get me wrong, but I'm curious with then, because the last time we saw this was with Danimal, if there is going to be room to switch things up. Let's head to the agent select and find out. Again, on the side of KIRI, I'm really hoping we get to see their old comp, but from Empire, is there going to be a switch up on the day? Actually, a switch up. Talk about the Reyna Wyatt. They heard you. They are both teams with the Clove, though, and instead it's going to be the double duelist with the Bunny Bee and the Corrosive. It's everything is tipsy-turvy.
It's crazy. I don't hate the look from Empire. This is kind of similar to something that Sentinels play, actually, but they have an Astra instead of the Clove. Obviously, the Clove is going to give you a bit more of that aggressive look, but having the double smokes can be nice for just cycling them in mid to threaten that people are walking up, taking space there. But it's important that you have the Omen. The solo Clove on another massive map is a huge risk, I think. Yeah. Like, I fear for KIRI, honestly, running just the solo.
I think they might be relying a lot on the fact that Kurosu and Bunny B are willing to be a little more aggressive to kind of just solidify, hey, there's that first pick. All right, player advantage is ours. But yeah, I have to agree. Like, one Clove instead of having, a double controller comp so that you can really get some ground, I think is a bit risky. But I will say the Vice, I feel like we'll be able to cover enough ground to hold off in enough time. So for me, it really is just about allowing Autumn to do what they need to do to make sure, everything is covered so that they don't feel like they're lacking in that sense.
One final map between these two teams that have been fighting tooth and nail to continue on in the main series event. It's only Abyss left. It's time to see between KIRI and Empire who can live to see another day and push along through. Let's head over to the map and find out with your casters. It's Ash and Shift.
I think Gompers is spitting right now, and if you don't know what she said, you at home need to be paying more attention to the desk. This feels like exactly what Gompers is laying out. That KIRI don't say we don't care about controllers on the map. We're gonna control the map by just running through spots on the map, so we don't have to worry about only having one smoke. It feels like that's gonna be the mentality, and I'm gonna go one step further here, Ash. As soon as we enter the first round and the barriers drop and the pistol, I think this is gonna be like a 27-minute map. I think it's gonna be real quick, real fast, real furious.
I think that's kind of like the identity that KIRI have built for themselves. I think that that approach is something that is definitely anticipated with the composition that they're running. But at the same time, I feel like we looked over at Corrode and we're anticipating kind of the same thing realistically about that approach to the defense, which is something that we did see like maybe a couple of times, but then afterwards they decided to like bunker onto the sites. They weren't being as proactive, and that was when Empire Catface was really taking advantage of the holes that were being left. So I think that it's going to rely on a lot on, are we actually going to see that consistent proactivity? What are going to be the different layers of proactivity that's going to be anticipated as well? Because for KIRI, they do definitely love like their burst floods onto site, those proactive plays, but when they're not doing that, they also like a lot of those like quieter defaults, play like a little bit more of that contact, and that was something that I think that Empire responded really well to in our second map and fixed up from Haven.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, if you were just to give a couple of the bullet points, you're calling on things like having adaptability, creativity, and just consistency, but I think the one that really for KIRI that we had not seen when they ran this in the last map, effectiveness. They're just not hitting shots. They're just getting into sight and not being able to win the gunfights that they need to actually have a numbers advantage that they're anticipating. So there is a level of just simplifying it down to the most common denominator, which is shoot gun better, win fight more, win map, move on. That type of mentality. So again, as soon as we get to the last 10 seconds, I got my stopwatch ready here on my phone. Let it go. I've got 27 minutes and 36 seconds. That's how long this map is going to be.
Okay, we're gonna see how accurate you are. We'll see how accurate you are, that is for certain. But a mid play to start things off here for Catface, fully scaling up here, that pinch over towards A main. It's an A crunch through and through. Yep,
feels that way, and well, Autumn will feel that and just back off for now. Trying to trust the Razor Vines and the ability to, separate, despite Carrier actually, by the Vice Wall. Defense will stack, try to play this up top towards Tower. And immediately try to bounce in is Terror. They don't actually see Sin though on ropes at the moment. These are some effective shock darts. Now's able to pinch for one. Paranoia cuts across. Terror responds, but KIRI's stuck at the moment.
Yeah, I think they've got a great crossfire. You've got Sin creeping up the rope here as well, just to do a little bit more of that damage. And all of a sudden down to a 1v3 here for Autumn. Finds the first with the right click. Icy is waiting on site. Meow, they net the first round, their shift. This is, just tell me where they are. I think what we're kind of like looking for on the side of Catface, right? This is very reminiscent of how they were trying to approach the attack there on Corrode. A little bit more of that faster pace there as well. Just trying to support Icy as much as possible in those entries.
Yep. And you can kind of see just the replay of it from the overhead perspective. Again, that flash over the top does a lot of the damage, but more so, it's just a lot of, again, just pat on the back towards Sin. Great utility usage to soften up that defensive retake. So Pistol goes the way of Meow's offense, and they will find themselves only facing 4 Sheriffs in resistance here in round 2. KIRI looking to isolate, a little jump across, not a bad idea, but that's what we're talking about. Effectiveness not quite fully there. Luna's gonna find 3. Kalsushi, a nice little double tap for 2. And that's going to be a Bulldog looking for more. Paranoia, almost able to find something. And as Cal tries to find the timing to repeat, will be punished. Now it's down to Autumn's 1v3.
Sheriff in hand, no shield there either. And yeah, we're going to have to make a lot of mistakes for Autumn to be able to pick up this round.
Autumn, wow, going to get blessed with the 1v1 opportunity for a moment there, but can't convert. So a couple of Sheriff shots impressively hit, but largely no sweat for Meow. They win the anti-eco, save the majority of the rifles that they had brought in the last round for the bonus. And on the other side, a couple of light armors and a Stinger or Guardian for Bunny Bee has this full purchase, quote unquote, looking a little softer than you would anticipate.
We are seeing that proactivity come in, right? And Catface had a good read on it, anticipating the push down. Honestly, there was a world where I was like, does Kalsushi just like 1v5 this round with how good they've been playing throughout this entire series? Like, there's so many reasons why we're singing their high praises there, especially on Haven with the impact that they've been able to have with those picks. But now, knowing that they're...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, knowing that they're on, like, the anti-eco and whatnot,
Yeah.
like, KIRI, they're not looking to get aggressive this time.
Yeah, and there is something about, you know, not showing your hand too early, because I was going to say for Kurosu, it's about getting onto site and finding value with the double tap. If the ISO can stay on site, it becomes very difficult to work through that extra shield ability. Gonna get a 1v1 over through mid-map for first blood to KIRI. Autumn in some trouble at B. Has to back off. Paranoia will be avoided for the most part, so a little bit of offensive utility spent. And honestly, even though you got possession of B, this is going to take a second for the spike to actually get there with that Vice Wall still up.
Yeah, but you can still walk around it. It goes down just in time for Sin to be able to get over towards backside as well. But this is the fast flood we're looking here for KIRI.
Decoy flash comes through, but MEOW find the elimination that they need initially to hold this off. On the corner, Kalsushi finding another. But Habidi in the back of the side. Oh my goodness! A little 1v3. Luna was not really in the picture, and the backside retake gets completely stuffed thanks to Habibdi.
Huge bonus coming in for Catface here, and Habibti is one of the players that we've been talking about throughout the day as well. Her and Abby have been huge difference makers. We looked at that differential when it came down to the first bloods, and then the net rounds actually won for Corrode, and so much of that came down to like either Abby or Habibti hitting some sort of insane multi-kill to somehow even things up after KIRI get that first pick.
Well, again, the economy gets completely flipped again, as KIRI Magenta is going to have to largely stick onto Sheriffs again, and MEOW is getting rich quick. See the setup this time of the Razorvine right behind the Vice Wall. Autumn trusting they can watch the ledge jump. Arc Rose behind it in case they need a bail and at least pause the hit. But this is all about trying to stack for this crossfire at A at the moment, and there's just no one home.
Yeah, I wonder if this is going to be very similar to what we saw in Corrode as well, like where cafes were constantly trying to abuse the site that Autumn was playing the anchor on, and we weren't seeing that variety in her positioning, despite the fact that she's able to consistently get a couple with that shotgun previously.
Well, Terra's able to hit the opener. Autumn gonna get maybe a chance, but doesn't trust that Luna had gotten on the side. Whoa, patience for Terra nearly works out, and then the no-scope comes through. Sin able to snap for a couple. Luna following up, and it's gonna be down to see if Terra can at least cause some distraction while Bunnies tries to get back into the picture.
Drop in a smoke.
30 seconds left.
Both about half health.
Catch! I got the spike.
Wow. It's on a knife's edge, this 1v1. But the spike is collected. Luna thinks that Bunny's playing deep. It's not the case.
No peeking.
Smoke comes through. Bunny trying to flash. Doesn't fully hit. There's a second, but no! Doesn't check the corner! And Luna's gonna tally 4 on the way to a flawless start for MEOW Empire.
Such a great reposition coming out from Luna Fox. Being able to get that smoke down just in time as well to be able to wrap around. Really nicely played. But it came down to first heroics from Terror and Bunny Bee for that to be even so close as well on the side of KIRI. That's definitely a tough round for KIRI Magenta to be losing. And insane confidence to continue to carry forward this momentum here for Empire Cafes.
Well, from the shadows, committed to on Vents. Bold to say the least. Yeah, Bunny gets a read on that, finds the first elimination. Kalsuchi in trouble in the corner, can't find much. And Bunny B from up top will have every gun looking down their direction. Terror, for one, trying to get the overheal into play. Can you follow up for more? No. And finally, you start to see MEOW cooking with some gas. 5-0 start looking polished.
And that's after things were totally slowed down for MEOW at the beginning of that round too, with the vulnerable, the uppercut coming out from Kurosu, just stalling that push a little bit longer thanks to the suppress that goes out as well. This is definitely tough looks for KIRI at the moment. I think that proactivity that we're looking for those fights haven't quite been coming in, but that's also partially because Catface are so good at adjusting as we talk through this KIRI timeout. They're also good at like just taking a beat, waiting, anticipating, okay, how much are KIRI going to try to bite off at the beginning of this round? And can we catch them off guard in response? Are we just waiting a beat? The reads have been just really nice and well called there by Lunafox.
Yeah, and it's another thing, too, to kind of, again, just point the picture of, like, there's not a lot of stall potential into KIRI's build outside of how Vice is set up and then where you can put the smokes down for Terror. That's really it. And, you know, no real full way to, you know, confirm a counter flash unless the arc row stays up or Bunny Bee can find some sort of a bounce off of their own. But you don't have things like the Paranoia is what I'm leaning at. You don't have things like the replaceable dark cover to try to keep controlling some of those choke points as easily as you would be able to with the double controller. So, yeah, there's definitely, you know, something here talking about just Empire understanding where their opportunities are and just taking them flat out. Just beat them to the punch.
Over there.
Yeah, just looking, I think, a little hesitant off the utility at times, but instead looking for a walk up, and it's the opening pick there from Bunny B. Now with Lunafox going down outside of A as well, those smokes are not going to be usable across the map.
Terror sees some information but can't do too much with it. At least not initially. This push through at A, going to be held by the Cyber Trap. And the offense, well, actually, no spike in hand. Have to come back to it, and Habidi will see the folly in this setup. Problem is, the offense has already found another set of eliminations deep through B. So if you're KIRI, you kind of have to stack here at A main and hope that you can just play this crossing fire on the actual spike itself.
Yeah, they move so deep into mid, and now to try and reclaim this is definitely going to be awkward. The walkthrough as well, spotted there by Icy. Kill contract to secure it. Sin's got to play bodyguard.
Oh, but Icy wins it. And now Sin following up. No, not going to happen. And Terror will take Icy down as they teleport back into the main playing field. First round on the board for KIRI, and it comes in a bit of an unexpected element. I'll tell you that much.
I think I like the walk up there. Just not telegraphing it is huge for that aggression for KIRI, because MEOW are trying to wait for that signal, right? That's why you see them playing so far back. Is okay, are we going to see the vulnerable being used? Are we going to see a flash going out? But the walk up so that the timing, it just isn't as understandable right off the gate there for Catface is huge to be able to take those advantages that you were talking about, Shift.
Well, here we go. Undercut comes through again. Hunter's Fury to follow behind that. That'll work out for 1, 2, and 3. What a set play that is for KIRI. A perfect undercut, a perfect prediction, and Cal Sushi starts to shoot nukes out of the bow. The double tap shield has Kurosu in an easier 1v1, and quickly KIRI tally together 2 in a row.
Great success that we're seeing from KIRI off the back of the timeout that was called just a couple of rounds ago. The adjustments into for Catface, they're going to call one right back. They found the 5 rounds in a row to start off the beginning of this half, and now it's about trying to stave the bleeding, right? Not allow KIRI to try and take this momentum and run with it for a comeback early on into Abyss. And I think I really like that swap up Shift. Like they go for like the silent contact up towards A main and then completely switch gears with that Hunter's Fury play into the next round, really catching MEOW off guard.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. So MEOW going to think about this one a little bit after the last 2 rounds had been essentially just counteracted by counter aggression from KIRI. And I don't know, is that the game that Empire are fine playing, or is this just going to be kind of like fire fights fire with more fire? Like it just, you know, do you just kind of keep sticking to it, and maybe these rounds are determined in the first 25 seconds of them? Because if you're Empire, I think again you're still talking over the fact like, hey, like if we can win these opening gunfights, they just don't have the ability to stop us after that. Like, could be something in that, but we'll see. They try to pause a little bit here. Full gun round in round number 8 on the way. Hunter's Fury at the ready. Flip side, Bunny Bee will be looking at a dimensional drift usage as well. So pretty important round here in the first half.
Unsurprising to see them revisiting this B site either. I think that being so aware of the fact that Autumn is playing that hard anchor with very little support, the positioning good for Autumn at the very least to try and get out on this execution, play that retake, especially Paranoia coming through.
Yeah, Vines outside the wall, works up for the perfect setup. Luna's gonna try to force the comeback though, and is able to find one, but not much else. And yeah, you're right. This is off the timeout. MEOW say, let's revisit B at the same rate. I think, you know, a little bit of my own pat in the back where it's like, okay, we want to still play with some force and some aggression and force KIRI to possibly try to retake with lower numbers, but they're not winning the gunfights in the last handful of rounds, and now you start to worry a little bit for MEOW as the momentum is cooking for KIRI. Magenta.
I'm kind of surprised that they actually went for the dash play past the wall though, because you can very comfortably scale over towards the left side of the map, take back sight, still get that plant down instead of taking the massive risk of trying to get through the thorns where we didn't see like a shock dart coming through to like try and take those down like a little bit earlier and whatnot. And now the swap comes in here for KIRI's defense. I think this is maybe the first time that we're seeing Autumn actually fully shift over toward, or actually maybe the second time that we're seeing her shift over towards this A site.
Well, with lesser weaponry,
over there,
KIRI are not holding off at all. Contingency wall sent out, all the pings coming through for Bunny. Yep. That's about as fast as it could be. Now, there are two offense members who've kind of played through this, but Icy is found, dealt with, and now it's just down to a BP. And just to kind of finish this point, you know, this isn't just aggression now for KIRI. They can stagger up some really important ultimates to really run away with the back half of this first half.
Yeah, they definitely can. Team Ace here on the side of KIRI, and the adjustments since that timeout have been honestly phenomenal. Shift. I think this is where we really see KIRI shining, is when they're going for a lot of those set plays. The reads have been good to kind of read into those stacks to see where they're going to capitalize off of kills as well for the defenders, and that was what was missing a little bit on Corrode. We saw them using the same tactics of like disrespect on Haven, now bringing it back to Abyss. They've gotten that understanding as far as utility wise. They have so much more in the tank to actually reply with in those firefights compared to MEOW that really only have like the paranoia.
Deep recon bolt comes through. Whoa, blind kill contract pulls. It's Kurosu versus Sin, and Kurosu will take the win. So an early 5v4, KIRI playing with some patience here in this round, kind of changing the tempo up, and it catches MEOW off guard.
Yeah, with the swap in the setup as well, they were trying to make that read a little bit harder. Abby to punish. She's been so consistent at taking those opportunities in those 1v1s and finding success in those fights.
Wall tripped.
Oh, there's the proc on the wall. No full follow-up, and Terror is able to find the isolation on the Luna on the other side. Nice snap from Autumn. A little bit of spam as the Paranoia does land nicely. Reveal comes through though for Cal on the flip side. Cannot find any connection with it though. So 3v2, but a little bit of time and space to isolate one and still plant. Winnable here for MEOW. Tough shots, they land. Follow up on the Terror is pretty good. They can't finish the kill though. Down to the 1v1. Habibity, oh, caught with the weapon in the back pocket, and it's Terror for a 1v2 Red Bull clutch to get us tied at 5.
You saw the patience from Terror as well, just ensuring that the headshot was going to line up, not getting too frantic in that final fight to tie things up 5-5. This is what Empire were trying to avoid with that timeout that was called during round 8, right? These adjustments and the setups have been great. I think this particular round, we saw, you talked about how they were playing a little bit more bunker. They weren't giving anything away. And that had to do with them changing up like the defaults of how they were holding that defense. Now, going back to what we've seen previously from KIRI, the standard setup, Autumn alone over towards B, but has the Steel Garden this time around to be the difference maker.
A little bit of decay will come through. Steel Garden out. Icy beats the timing though before the weaponry gets pulled away. Hunter Sphere are going to be called to be a part of this one from the offensive side, but Terror beats that timing with 2 of their own. And still avoids a lot of the damage from the Hunter's Fury itself, turns that into an opportunity for 3 and maybe even more. But Sin playing back towards window, misses an opening shot, now gets decayed down to a single point of health. Terror wants it, but gets a little greedy. Still gonna try to come back into the action though. Nope. Lightning not going to strike twice here.
But look at this crossfire. You've got one right below you. The operator watching. Just on top. Drop down.
Oh.
Not going to expect Kurosu there. It was a great setup for KIRI to guarantee that they'd be securing that round in the 1v3.
What a bounce back, though, after 5 straight for MEOW. Now you're on 6 in a row for KIRI, going into a potential 7-5 half where the purchase for Empire is less than stellar. And I just have to point to it. Yeah, maybe the first 3 rounds of these 6 were determined by speed and tempo and just a overall flip of the switch in terms of how KIRI's defense is playing, but the last 3 have just been great utility and mostly ultimate usage to kind of keep MEOW on their back feet.
Ooh, off the sound signal too. We're expecting the vulnerable to come in, the flash to go out.
What a reveal on top of that. Oh, mercy. Has it ever looked this good? Oh, goodness. Bunny somehow gets 4, and it's going to be a flawless for a 7-5 half. And we're at 18 minutes and 42 seconds with 2 timeouts. My prediction's looking pretty good.
Okay, relax. You know what? You definitely deserve a little medal if you get this one like on the dot. But 7 rounds in a row, a flawless one to end off the half here for KIRI is absolutely insane. It felt like after that timeout, I think that was like, what was that round 6 timeout just before the round started coming out from KIRI. They've just been firmly in the driver's seat since then, right? I think the utility that you were talking about has been so good, but Terror's also been insane on their squad as far as being able to really equalize a lot of those numbers if they do go to have someone go down in the first blood. Now you see the walk up on the other side of the map right now. MEOW, they are very aware of the fact that it should be a 5-player hit here towards B.
And gate crash has to be watched just a touch. Undercut actually avoided by Abby, but Bunny's still able to connect with the headshot. Quick plant on the way. Fox has to back away and wait for this long flank to develop from the backside of this, but Luna's gonna have to stand her ground and try to fight. And now all of a sudden, this post plant becomes extremely difficult to deal with unless your name is Icy. 2 huge long-range sheriff shots land, leaving Terror on the low ground by himself. But really good shot in the middle of the dash. Sin following up for 1, but is caught on 22 points of health. And a 1v2 where, yeah, not going to happen. Terror for 3, KIRI with the pistol. And they now grow their lead to 3 with 8 in a row.
There's a reason why we've been talking about Terror this entire time. Like 24 and 8 right now. Again, the heroics from them have been so crazy. And a lot of those B site hits from Catface in the previous half came down to Terror being that support alongside Autumn to find those trades. MEOW, I think the attacking side also just gets so much more, or the defensive side gets a little bit more difficult for them as well, just because they don't have as much of that information that they can really like play off of. Double controller definitely sacrifices a lot in that regard.
Well, this walk down could provide a weapon collection. There's no one here to trade Autumn.
Refreshing.
And Autumn's only able to find 1. That will be an instant call, though, for KIRI to dive onto the B site and really force the hand here of MEOW's defense with just the 1 weapon collection. Did they pick up the Bulldog yet? No? Okay.
Yeah, just, I guess, ran on past it. Heaven still had here by KIRI. They're more than happy to give it up after how that fight went last time around.
Well, it's going to be a similar idea. Paranoia over the top doesn't quite land, but neither do the shots from Terror initially, so a muse of entrance here for MEOW. Bunny able to find, okay, 2. I was going to say 1 for the moment, but second shot does land. Terror looking for high, has to go down low, able to find 1, jumping over the top. Whoa, okay. Luna will eventually be dealt with, and KIRI take the anti-eco cleanly to get to 9.
Not just getting to 9. Again, like taking a look at the timeline here, 9 rounds in a row for this team is absolutely insane with the hot start that MEOW got off to in the first half. Gonna have a little bit of value still from the Outlaw being carried over with the light shields that we're gonna be seeing on Habibti and Abby. Ensuring that it is just going to be a one shot to the body to be able to take them down. Looking for mid this time around. A quick walk up from Icy right off the gate.
Nice shot from Icy, but Bunny responds with one of their own. Play through middle starts to develop, and wow, the timing of that flash maybe unintentionally perfect. But Luna still battling on long range, as both teams are just kind of happy to take this TDM at middle at the moment, and more so for MEOW with the superior weaponry. And that now means that Autumn finds themselves in a 1v3. Now, the only bonus here is that you do a little bit of weapon shopping, and 2 of the players are on 1 health territory, essentially. So there's a world here if Autumn can hit her shots that this is possible.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, you've got Trip still down on the A site for the cross into site itself. Front site will be free, but you can see Abby is looking to jiggle there as well. Well, to play with.
Rip and tear.
That's not fun. Oh, but Autumn actually avoids it, at least initially, but Sin takes away the angle, finds the kill, and the bonus will be staved off. 9-6 the call, going into the full purchase of round 16.
Taking a look at the ult economy, slowly starting to scale up here. Could be a move where we're going to see maybe... Actually, no, we're not seeing actually Bunny be leaning for either of the extremities. So the ultimate goal, not quite the ult orb, to get that dimensional drift online into this round. I mean, Bunny has been so consistent, though, with a lot of these opening picks. So the expectation for her to find her one is there at the very least to get that Yoru ulti online.
Here we go again. This little battle at middle continues to just be a little bit of an aggressive game of tug of war. Icy seen on the cross, also has information on at least one. Cues the dash, looks for the fight, finds it. It's a spike carrier down. Now the knives are out. Backs away though. Shield broken. Habibti able to finalize the elimination. Buddy B trying to dash over and actually avoids the majority of the right click off the dives. And actually stays alive beyond as Luna tries to finish the damage that had been dealt. And now all of a sudden, talk about cause and effect. Buddy turns that into 3. Habibti still trying to hang on top of the site. Bunny just down to 20 health.
Cutting through.
And will back away and see if they can find a different part of the map to fight for.
Yeah, running back right now, both players on Catface playing together. A little anime battle on site, essentially. Like, it was crazy that Icy even lived for so long. The utility was so good to be able to find that 2K as well. Signal will be given once that trip is broken here over at A. Actually, I thought they were going to maybe hop up over it. Just in case someone's waiting. The TV back! No!
Cute. Not cute
I saw
enough.
the vision.
Yeah, I think we all did.
I saw the vision. I just not expecting, I think, Cafes to have stuck around that B cipher like that long, but I mean, makes sense when you have the trip for that earlier signal and then you just race away. Man. Important 2 rounds though there for MEOW to be picking up. They cut off that 9-round win streak that KIRI managed to amass for themselves midway through the first half.
Well, I see you're gonna hear some footsteps. It's Terror on the corner. Dash queued, and Icy will know that you're chasing red dots a little bit. Meanwhile, on B, Bunny's able to find an opener. And actually, this is all just essentially a show of fake force, but it gets shut down. And now you have to know that Abby is, yep, very eagerly awaiting this play, but whiffs an uncharacteristic one. Had Autumn dead to rights. Misses the shot, and KIRI's gonna get the plant.
My ult is ready.
You got ult up here for Terror as well for a second chance at life. Habibti with the From the Shadows over towards A main.
Well, Sin will be tagged by the Owl drone.
Oh, good
Support
blind.
is nearby. Paranoia from the other side of the site. I don't know if it really connected onto anybody. It may have just threaded the needle. It doesn't make much of a difference, though, as Sin finds two. Terror trying to come back to life. Trying to dance with it. Trying to provide something for Autumn to work with, but it's not going to happen. MEOW respond, and it's a 9-8 tally.
It's a great retake coming in from MEOW. The beauty with that positioning, having that line for the Paranoia was massive, and I think it did end up catching out Terror there, but the main thing was, even if they weren't able to capitalize off of them being blind, it was trying to funnel them into the crosshairs of the players trying to flood in from CT and make that fight a little bit more awkward for the players in the post plant. KIRI now are the ones where we're looking for them to find an answer with the guns in play. It took them a while in the first half to finally get a read of how they wanted to approach the defense. Now on the attacking side.
Over there. Destabilizing.
Hunter's Fury going to be called here off the get-go. Sin not really even coming close to hitting anybody with that. The offense will instead make their way through the Cypher setup and onto A. There's one reveal, but again, the Dimensional Drift is playing a little bit better of a recon. And Autumn will be aware of the 1v1, take the win, and the spike will go down 5v4. Now more. Yep, that'll work. It's just a scale through the backside of A that works out well. Do I say flawlessly? I do. I do say flawlessly. 10-8.
Hey, nice way to take advantage of that that conditioning that was being done there from KIRI as well, right? Just showing that ISO utility, and then for Catface, the anticipation that it was going to be that B-pop, even baiting out that Hunter's Fury, hoping to catch that line of the entire team, potentially, just waiting on the other side. Operator online now, though, here for Empire. Icy is going to be positioned over towards mid. This is something that's been consistently contested by KIRI, and they've been really good at popping those flashes through the smoke. Top Cat there as well.
Icy's gonna get maybe a chance here. Oh, just steps away, can't lock down the aim that bounces on her, and that will be Bunny following for a second. And KIRI will hold a 5v3 for a moment. Get together, group up, wait for the smoke, and then dive onto A where it is wide open as MEOW we're gonna play for a save.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, just take that operator, carry it back over. That is a tough way to lose out on that round too. Like, you invest into the operator. That mid fight is something that had been consistent for KIRI previously as well in that first half, so it's definitely a little bit difficult. Icy has found success previously as well. Like, the walking down towards library is something that has been looking good for how Catface have been approaching their mid control.
Well, some pressure starting to amount here onto MEOW, and I hate to point to negatives, but for as tight as this map has been, the X factor in map number 2 in Abby has been absent in this map. Just 3 and 15 after a stellar performance in map number 2. And, you know, no discredit. I think she's been in fine positions. It's just been, I don't know, just not being able to handle, really in this half, the double duelists that have just been kind of running it down through her setup, like with no cause for concern. So tough scenes for Abby. Needs to step it up if they want to get MEOW back in this game.
I think that's the other thing too. You talk about the double duelist. It's not just the fact that it's double duelist, but the Yoru and the ISO. Like, you've got a clone that's being thrown into your trips. You've got Kurosu throwing up that double tap for the extra shield and just not making it as potent as you would like it to be. And again, trying to find this pick over towards mid. It's just going to be Bunny B waiting on the other side. The rest of the team slowly scaling up towards this B site. Nice shot.
Nowhere to run.
Luna follows. Yep, able to get themselves back into the picture. Icy is committed to the low ground, though. This is not where you want to be, and that's why. Immediately dealt with. But Luna able to secure the comebacker. Terror down low. Good moment here, but can't quite finish off of the opportunity. Autumn trying to follow up for the little tag, and how about Sin? Op shot lands. Can they do it again? Whoa, it's the classic that gets the job done, and Sin for 3 has MEOW at a 9-11 score tally.
I gotta give kudos to Sin for how that was played there too. I think Autumn, anticipating the fact that Sin had the operator picked up, didn't think that they were going to be going for a swing so quickly, and weighs the risk of taking out that arc rose for the flash. In the moments like that, I feel like you just got to keep your gun out. It's so hard to say in the chaos of it, that's for certain. Now, 2 rounds away from closing this out for KIRI. MEOW have been doing a great job at clawing back so far. Operator already revealed here. Icy on an island on B.
I can't use that.
That's so much utility.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Hey, how? I have questions, but we have to wait for the answers, as Luna may have had an opportunity, but Bunny gets a critical elimination, and Autumn follows up with a flanking kill through mid. That's going to really up the tempo here for MEOW. They have to commit forward. They cannot allow this flank to ruin them, but doesn't make a difference. The post plant setup too strong, and it's match point for KIRI.
Match point.
I'm still stun locked by the fact that Icy even got out there. Like, yeah, MEOW, they don't win out the round, but like that was some escape artist shenanigans. Match point though, and series point for KIRI. 3 opportunities to close it out before we head over to a potential overtime if MEOW can find the comeback. And you're looking at Catface Empire, the buy that they have going in here, definitely not impossible when you think about these 5 players. The stack over towards the B side not going to be the right read this time, as KIRI are heavily outside of mid and A. But Shift, this is elimination too for both of these teams. Again, if they want that chance for championships, for GCC, they've got to make the entire run, win it out in grand finals.
Now here's the plant. Are there heroics involved? The stack on the guess was incorrect. So now you have to retake. First action, not a good one. Kill contract. That'll pull. Kurosu deals with Habibti, and now it's just down to, are there any miracles in the mix? Not looking good. The Odin does find a couple. Terror trying to make their way back into the action. Recon Bolt there as well, and Terror will finish it. 13-9. And my guess was close, but no cigar. 35 minutes and 20 seconds. I think I said, what, 28-42, 27-42?
Yeah, I think you said, like, yeah, you're pretty close, but a massive, yeah, definitely. I think this is a massive win here for KIRI Magenta, though. They continue to stay alive into the lower bracket, trying to make that run happen. And not just that, they got their revenge up against Empire Cafes, too, for that loss that they, the 1-2 loss, I think it was, up against Cafes in the Swiss stage. But it feels like they're just those rounds shift where KIRI will just turn up. You know, they're like, okay, actually, let's actually start like try-harding right now. It feels like there's just like a switch that flips sometimes for Bunny being Kurosu.
Yeah, I think there's also like just reframing what we talked about at the very beginning. You know, you're talking about things like adaptability, creativity, consistency from KIRI, which sometimes is great, other times not fully there. The biggest thing was effectiveness. Can they hit the shots that they need to? And this time, the answer was absolutely yes. A couple of big cause and effect moments. KIRI Magenta will move on to face 100 Thieves. Ooh, that could be saucy after the results from earlier today. But for us, we're going to say goodnight and head back to the desk after the backside of the break. You're back.
And congratulations to KIRI, moving along within this lower bracket to fight. Let's see another day here in the main event. Going into the third map of the series, I mean, Wyatt, it was a match where they did not get the hottest of starts whatsoever. There was questions that were starting to be asked, but what a turnaround to be able to close out this map.
It was a really sick last map. I definitely had questions about the Clove and how that would work. And, I mean, honestly, they just destroyed them on site executes with that. They kept a lot of things very simple, and that was totally fine. Terror drops, like, damn near 30 kills. Bunnybee was sick on the entries. Everything was just flowing exactly as it needed to be. And, I mean, yeah, what I was just saying about Bunnybee, you can see in the first kill differential, she ended up being 5-0 while being really aggro on the Yoru. That's super impressive.
Yeah, and 14 first kills for KIRI to kind of just end things off. And in the beginning, we had talked briefly about the comp and what they wanted to run with that single controller. And I think, you know, that aggressive sort of execution definitely worked out in its favor. I think Bunnybee and Kurosu just absolutely killed it with a double duelist composition. And, you know, Terror, I mean, once again, playing Clove so often, I never had once thought that, you know, just maybe playing the single controller would have been a deterrent. I think Terror, especially knowing how to play the Clove, constantly playing it in every single matchup that they have thus far, has only solidified the fact that they know what they're doing. So that 32-15 really is just very well deserved. ACS 370, by the way, is just insane.
Yeah, when I had seen, I mean, Terror obviously is just such a phenomenal player, and I was really excited to see the potential of the Reyna, being that they're so aggressive, and the Reyna's just so much of a kill more agent, right? And Terror is just showing that, you know what, you don't need to be a duelist, you just be putting up the absolutely most insane numbers of all times. And it was something that was, I can't remember Wyatt, if you said it or if they said it on the dusk. It's getting late in the day, but talking about too, when you have those double duelists that are on the team that are just popping off, then yeah, it's going to be a situation where KIRI just kind of looks like they can't be stopped.
Yeah, that is where I want to continue to give so much credit to Bunny Bee. Even going back to map 1, where she was so important in making space for the rest of the team on Haven, so Kurosu could pop off playing the ISO, and this really did just feel like a repeat of that map in some regard, except this one felt, you know, a little bit even, I don't want to say more one-sided because the, you know, score was a bit closer, but maybe just as one-sided on account of Bunny Bee having an even better performance here, finding a lot of the first kills herself. She was really important on the 2 maps that they were able to take to win out this series, but I mean, this is just obviously insane. I thought that Terra somehow didn't end up with higher than 30 kills, my bad. I thought it was 29, now just casual 32. That
Casual.
is ridiculous.
That is,
And
yeah.
another cat.
I know, yeah.
I know, I love the cats. My cat was sitting on my lap, actually seeing the terror in this cat's eyes. Scared him away on that
This
one.
cat kind of giving more of, like, do you have any games on your iPad energy, though, with that look?
Is, Wyatt, how dare you think that Terra only got 29 kills the last map? That's the look
I know.
I'm reading here. But I mean, Gomps, like, Terra was someone that we highlighted near the top of day, and to see this performance to close things out is actually, like, excuse the pun, terrifying.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, not no, but yeah, I know. Okay, now I'm gonna stop saying yes or no, but absolutely, I think Terror had just been proving that it's okay to play Clove. It's okay to be like that single controller. It's okay to kind of be flexible in the sense of not having to abide by the rules of the meta. And I for me, Terror has just been playing with comfort, and for comfort that obviously won over anything else. And, you know, strategy-wise, playing into the double duelists, playing into these agents that we don't particularly see quite often, and just using their own strengths to just completely combat another team in itself is very, very impressive. And I think Terra has done an absolutely tremendous job at keeping themselves level-headed during this process, while also just playing the best game they can.
I'm super happy that we got to see a crazy map, though, from Terra in the series, because we were hyping them up going into it, which was totally justified. Their Clove stats have been really crazy, and I think they're definitely one of the standout upcoming players in the scene that we have right now. And then on that last map, when things mattered most, proved exactly why that's the case.
I mean, if we're going to have KIRI continuously pop off with this double duelist, with Terra going, I don't know, I'm excited for the lower bracket run that they have ahead of them. And to hear from them more, we have our Verizon post-match interview ready with Autumn on the line. So first off, I gotta say, Autumn, congratulations here. This was a really, really fun series to watch. I want to talk about this map 3, though, because going into it, pretty quickly, all of a sudden, y'all are down 5 rounds. I want to talk about that turnaround into getting such an impressive win.
Yeah, so basically at the start we were jittery from the map prior. We were overcomplicating, making like different plays all across the map. What really helped us is we took attack timeout. We simplified our game to like a very, very simple like flowchart plan for every step of the round, and we just let our guns play speak, and Terror dropped 30, so I mean we kind of lucked out there to come out of the 5-0 deficit, but really big shout out to the team, our duelists, Terror especially. And speaking of Terror, she told me I had to say shout out Francisco.
Getting the shout outs right away. I mean, I want to keep talking about Terror for a minute here, because going into map number 3, I mean, the Clove gameplay has been phenomenal. I was really hoping we would get to see the Reyna, considering how much she's been popping off, but you all go back into this Clove composition, put Kurosu in that double duelist. So I want to know why going back to that comp switching up the comp when last time you had won on that Reyna Omen comp.
Honestly, we selected it in agent select, so I can't give you too much insight as to why. This was kind of our float. We have a few comps we play on that map, and we were feeling the Clove, we were feeling the Yoru ISO. It's something very familiar to us. It's something we did very well with on Haven, so we're just like, let's run it.
Hey, it worked, right? Sometimes if the vibe's just right on the day, you just know you got to switch it up. I want to talk about this team and the vibes, because going into this, this is a team that with the double duelist, a lot of this clove, I love the identity that this team has. And I want to know how you all have built upon that and how you feel going on forward with it, because it seems really hard to contend against if, I mean, you have the double duelist, you have Terror just popping off.
Yeah, no, for sure. When all our cylinders are firing, we feel unbeatable, and the vibes are really good. I think in our team environment, I mean, we build on these macro and micro plays, specifically with the micro, because you have to be so precise when you have such little util to make the double duelist work. But I think the most important thing that our team has is just a lot of trust in one another to like make the plays, to execute, to like, if someone says, I want to do this, just be like, okay, I'm there with you, and hold their hand and do that play with them. So I think the biggest thing that helps us run a comp that's as util sparse as the ones we do is just the trust we have in one another.
I love to hear about that. And I want to know how you feel like that is going to help you all move on forward, because this is the lower bracket now. There is a lot on the line. And going along in this lower bracket, you are up against 100 Thieves next, which we have definitely been uplifting as one of the really strong teams in the main event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we're excited for the opportunity and challenge. We have some friends on the other team as well, so I think it'll be a fun match, and hopefully we'll give y'all something worth watching.
I'm definitely excited to watch it, because he definitely gave us something worth watching today. Autumn, thank you. Congratulations. Good luck tomorrow, okay?
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too. You too. Man, that was so nice, first off. And I love to hear Wyatt, like...
What? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, well, do you not agree?
No, you're great, Sierra. Go on.
All right, I wanted to say, I love to hear of the trust of the team. You have a team that's down 0-5, hear of the trust. I mean, we talked about the comps, talked about everything else, but to have that going on forward, like, I don't know, it's nice to hear. Yeah,
no, that was very cool. I'm excited to see them play against 100 Thieves. I mean, especially after today, man, they feel beatable, no? Like, I think that if Terror's playing like that, if 100 Thieves can't bounce back, they got a real shot at winning that game. That's probably considered an upset.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see, and that's going to be something that we will be able to witness tomorrow. Pulling up the bracket to talk about this. I mean, it is a KIRI that lives to see another day, and going up against 100 Thieves, it is definitely going to be a tough task, but one that is possible. Over on the other side of things, we're still waiting for a couple of results, Gompers, but we got to see earlier on in the day that it is an SRG in the upper finals. YFP currently up 1 in the series, up against Warada to try and take the other spot. So that is... Ooh, because Warada has been one of the top teams within this as well.
Which is insane that YFP's just been running away with it. I will say, I do believe YFP and Warada are two of the top contenders as of right now, alongside 100 Thieves. So it's interesting, but it's also exciting for Warada to be kind of like the second best that we've considered thus far, already losing that first map. And Warada needs, again, for those of you watching, they can't get fourth pretty much, or else they might just be out of it if potentially 100 Thieves take second of the sort to push themselves to LCQ. So it's definitely like the threat is high right now for Warada to take this victory and to not be pushed down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, there's so much on the line. Of course, there is that direct spot to the championships. There is points to try and like get the spot in the LCQ. And it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow, so I cannot wait to see. Unfortunately, that is it for us today. Make sure to be tuning in at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern to see the lower bracket and how that's going to be shaking up. And until then, good luck in your ranked games. Have fun. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.